Well, it's been a long road. It's taken quite some time. It's been a while. But today is going to be the end. At least unless something gets appealed or they do it again. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. It's been a pretty crazy couple of weeks. It's been quite a while. And I'm going to be honest. It's been fun watching this, but I'm going to look forward to sleeping in a little bit more. Holy shit, it is 7:30 in the fucking morning, and we are awake, and we are ready to fucking go. And I'm excited, boys, I am, that Elden Lord takes his final stand. Yeah, today is the fucking day, man. And I don't know what this is going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. And it really depends. I'm actually, like, super curious, and I have no real idea. So we're going to find out. But, gentlemen, sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy, Asmongold. And today, it's time for us to watch the final arguments and everything else, man. I'm excited about this. I definitely am. I mean, it's taken so long, and as I said, I'm just kind of, it feels good, though, I have to say. It feels good to wake up in the morning and stream, because I can get a long stream out of the way, and, like, the sun's still up. I don't feel like I lost the whole day, you know what I mean? And so there is a positive to waking up early. Like, in a perfect world, I would wake up like this every single day, but the problem is that it's not a perfect world, and so it doesn't happen. King Solomon, thank you very much for the 5, get the community subs, I appreciate that. And some old man logic, I know, but that's the way it feels, man. Check the I Stand with Amber Heard, check the feed, oh my god. Is it gonna be more of that bullshit? Let me just see for myself. I don't know what this is. I Stand. I've seen so many of these before. Let me go back and double check this. Here's the feed, okay, yeah. No, I think I've already seen some of these. Yeah, this has already been a thing. They're reading jury instructions first. Gonna be a long morning. That's okay. We'll just watch it and we get into it. It's not a big deal. And Johnny wins. You have to clean your room and take a shower. I mean, like, I think that would probably be fair, but I don't want to commit to anything, okay? Like, that's all I'm saying, right? I don't want to commit to shit, man. So, yeah, there it is, boys. So, listen, I've got to say, it's been kind of shocking how many people have. Yeah, I will pledge that I will do that, okay, guys? Yeah, I'll do that. So yes, gentlemen, sup, y'all? It's me. It's your boy Asmongold. And today we get to see the final arguments. And I think that, like, for example, this is going to be, in my opinion, the, like, biggest pop-off day. Because this is where they've got to say the things they're gonna, like, last in the most freshest part of people's minds. This is what people are gonna think about whenever this whole thing happens, like a day or two from now, right? Because it's just, that's the thing that they most recently heard. So yes, deja vu. I'm gonna be honest. I literally forgot if I said it or not. And do you want to know why? It's because it's 7 in the morning. And I just straight up fucking forgot. And I was like, wait, I don't think I did. I might as well just say it again. It is what it is, okay? What's this here? The crowd booed a septic tank, saying it was Amber Heard. Well, I mean, listen, I think it makes sense because they're both full of shit. But you know what? We'll have to wait and see for ourselves. And Amber Heard just comes into court and starts beating the shit out of Johnny Depp. So, all right, so apparently there's a lot of people here that grew up watching. Give me actually 1 second. I've got to restart everything, including my music and all. There's a lot of people that grew up watching wrestling. You know, you're watching WWE, WWF, but like, this is not really what's going to happen. It's not like, oh shit, here comes Amber Heard with the chair, you know, or something like that. Like, it doesn't really work that way, although it is probably a little bit more entertaining to think about it that way. I mean, absolutely, I would say so, but that's pretty much it. Camera on court. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to fix this right here, and I should be good. I wanted to make sure that I restarted my browser and everything, so nothing happens. Yes, so that's not really how it works, but it is still kind of funny to think about every once in a while, for sure. And pet the chocobo. Okay, all right, let me pet the chocobo. Give me a second. I gotta open up everything, because what I do is I try to, you know how I never restart my computer? Well, like, the browser, it just like starts taking more and more and more energy, and so eventually it just turns into being like this really, really annoying thing. And so, like, it's like super laggy, and I don't want it to lag on like the last day, you know what I mean? And like have like this dumb bullshit happen. So that's what I'm trying to do. Get Chrome. Well, Chrome does the same thing, right? It's not Chrome's not anything special. I will say though, however, people said a trial by combat. I think that, like, I mean, listen, there are a lot of things that would make the law more exciting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it would make it more fair. And I'm not saying that at all. But it would certainly make it more exciting. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea or not, okay? To be honest, I've been surprised that they've actually just like, you know, they televised this whole thing. There hasn't been a problem with it or anything. They're just putting it out there and people are able to watch it and decide and figure out for themselves. I think that's a great thing, honestly. I'll be totally fucking real with you. If you're considering a guy like Wiz, Tib the Tatman's producer, I'll probably do or Whips. Yeah, it's Whips. I might do something like that. I don't really know right now. I kind of, as I said before, I live very much like a hermit, and I actually prefer that. I enjoy that a lot. Restart computer, please? No, I actually, like, luckily there's no rule in the Twitch TOS against violence towards your computer or towards electronics, because if that was the case, I would have been banned a long time ago. Thank you waking up early for us. It's okay. Thanks for waking up early for me. You know, that's how I see it, man. I'm not that worried about it. I'm not that stressed out about it. And she can choose Musk as her champion through trial by combat. Yo, Rocket Man. I don't know. Would that be fair? Would he be able to use the rockets? I mean, shit. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Trial by combat with the equipment you can choose would be the most advanced and cutting edge. I feel like that would probably be pretty boring, but, you know, we'll see what happens, okay? Let me go back over, I'll pull this up, and we'll look at everything, okay, guys? So, yes, I got up just a little bit ago. I went to bed, actually, last night at a contextually reasonable hour, which means that it was not a reasonable hour, but for me it was. And I've tried to go to bed, like, it's weird. There have been a couple of days where I've gone to bed before midnight. And it's like, I haven't done that since, like, elementary school. Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna go to bed before midnight. What is this? It's so crazy. Yeah, Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV. Oh, so it's like a real one. I like that. Yeah, it's a real. Why are you using new Reddit? I use the new Reddit because it's not all white, and I feel like a lot of viewers don't like watching an all white screen, because most viewers that I have are people that are just laying in bed or something like that, and it's like they're laying in bed under the blanket in the covers with the light off, and then like you put the white screen in there, and it's like, am I talking to God here? Like, just tone it down. Like, we don't need this, you know what I mean? Yeah, and so that's why I use the black screen. I feel like it's more visually, I don't know, like, it's not as visually abrupt, you know? It's not as frustrating, right? It doesn't have that edge on it. You know, it's easier on the eyes. I think that's one way to say it. Now, there's many websites where you're not able to do that, but Reddit is, and so that's what I go with, okay? And that's it. So I try to always, I want to say this, I do try to always make the experience better for the viewers, right? Unless that this would come, I will try to make the experience better for the viewers unless this comes with any degree of time investment or financial responsibility. If that's the case, then, I mean, listen, guys, it is what it is. But besides that, yeah, I'll do my best to try to make things better, okay? Absolutely. Which is better? Because you like Jesus? Oh, right, of course. My hair is getting pretty fucking long. I'm gonna be honest. Look at this. It's getting really long. I don't know what I want to do with my hair. I'm going to be totally honest. Like, right now, I don't really think about it because I just kind of let it go. It's like, if it wants to get longer, it gets longer. If not, it gets not. That's about it. It's starting. All right, let me make sure that I get everything set up and I get everything ready to go here. And braid it? Braid it? Like, what the hell? What do you think I am, Ragnar? What the hell? Tell me I'm braid my hair. Let me get this started and get all this set up. All right. And let's get that ready. Okay, good. And we'll wait for this to start up. And full Johnny Sins, I will probably, if I ever do the hair transplant thing, I will have to shave my head. And, oh no. You know what the funny thing about this is? It's actually the opposite. Because this implies that, like, there's a bunch of people who disagree with this, and this guy is actually CNN or MSNBC or whatever. Yeah, it's because it's actually just a tiny little minority of people that are just trolling in order to get some degree of relevance, or they're trying to troll in order to get some degree of attention. And yeah, obviously, this has been a very contested topic. There's a lot of people who are unhappy about this, and you know, I stand with Amber Heard is at an all-time high of probably 7 uses of the hashtag. So there's a tremendous amount of people out there that are really trying to hope for real justice and justice for her, and it's just the right thing to do, you know what I mean? And so we'll see what's going to happen. Get those clicks? Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see if I've got everything ready. It looks like it's not really ready yet, okay? As you guys can see, it is clearly not starting. My bad. Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, there's 7 hashtags. I think there's probably more hashtags of different things that people have to support Johnny Depp than entire uses of the hashtag to support Amber Heard. And I'm joking, is she UK media bias towards Amber because the law here went in her favor? Well, this is the funny thing, is that, what about people, like, for you guys in the UK, like, I don't live in the UK, like, what the fuck do I know, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand this, but, like, for you guys that live in the UK, are there a lot of people there that are, like, really sympathetic towards Amber, or is it the same as it is in the US, where, like, pretty much everybody's like, yeah, you know, we know what happened, right? No, okay, yeah, exactly.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Askarani presiding.
Okay.
Please seated for the order.
Good morning.
I was curious.
All right.
I was about to say.
Do we have any matters before the jury comes out? That's what I like to hear. Okay.
Man.
Fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up.
I never see her more happy than whenever she finds out that there's not going to be something new that's going to waste 5 more minutes of her time.
All right. Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're ready for the jury.
Here we go. I don't blame her. Yeah, it's bad. This is going to be a mega win for Depp. It already was. It doesn't matter if he wins or not. Like, that's the truth. I think that obviously it would be really cool if he did win, but it's hard to say if he will because of how hard defamation is to prove. There's a lot of receipts from both of them for, like, different stuff. He had some pretty weird text messages. And so it's gonna be really hard for him to actually win this case. And we'll see what happens, though. Public opinion, though, yeah. Now, I think that this was mainly I think that he mainly did this in order to salvage his public reputation. Like, getting the money is irrelevant. How do I know that? It's because he knows he's not going to get the money out of Amber Heard because she doesn't have $50 million. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not what it's going to be. So it's clearly not for the money or anything. She made it yesterday. Hopefully Johnny's team said it today. I mean, we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
So yesterday, that's why I wrote the op-ed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the second time she said that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors.
Okay.
I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case.
It should have done 5 years.
I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them. But I would ask for your attention while I read them to you.
At least 1 year is great. I'm happy
with respect
about that.
to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and the letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings. Okay?
Okay.
All All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case. Okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party.
No, not bias.
All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law.
Yay.
Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion.
Okay.
Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony.
That's not
From
good.
these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below.
Okay, here we go.
Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago,
That's
I became
easy.
a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
She said she did.
C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
There it is.
B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property.
True.
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C,
We saw the
we have
tape.
reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change.
Man.
And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement.
So he has
You
to
shall
win
only
them all.
return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
She said it.
And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence.
It's got to be
number
all
1,
of these.
Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice, if Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property.
They've got the
so
body
Amber
cam.
and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase, the greater weight of the evidence, also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication.
It sure does.
In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used.
Knox, thanks for 5.
In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation.
Okay.
In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation.
Makes sense.
Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number one, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number two, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another.
Is malice synonymous with hatred?
In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience.
Obviously.
If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
100%.
Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely.
Oh, okay.
In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which he or she relied. An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience.
Okay.
During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony.
Okay.
Any fact that may be
sense.
proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made.
Okay.
You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded.
That was about the Adam Waldman.
Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed.
It sure is.
If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business, number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering, number three, any injury to his or her reputation, and number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Okay, there it is. I find it kind of weird that they can't talk about like the damages that Johnny Depp suffered after 2020. I don't really understand why that is. Like, I think that's kind of unfair, but okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm scared. I wouldn't be.
That work? There you go. You got it. I think so. Good. Nope, you had it for a second.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, man. He's already won. Like, people already think that he won.
Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning.
Yeah, it's already over.
On
Okay,
May
here we go.
27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp. And in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today,
That's one way to say it.
on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies.
I like
Ladies
that.
and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks.
That'd be a pain in the ass.
We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time
Same.
and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated.
Yeah, for
Exactly
real.
6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew
Yep.
exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see,
Yep.
the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it. Mr. Depp knew it.
Everybody knew
And
it.
the multiple witnesses you heard
Oh my
who saw
God.
her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only
Everybody.
saw what she
Yep.
wanted them to see.
It's a classic. It's a real classic. Amber Heard granted restraining order against Johnny Depp domestic violence accusations. And the People magazine article, look at that.
2 years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline
was.
of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to.
That's so
She inserted
disingenuous.
2 years ago,
Yep.
so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face, standing outside the courthouse.
Days before
And they would
Aquaman.
once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse.
And you can see it.
By Ms. Heard during their relationship.
You can
see it. And when the relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable.
Of course not.
Never thought that she would have to face her abuser.
She thought she'd get away with it.
She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
Well,
started this case,
we see.
Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp.
Yeah, we see.
During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry,
from the
who
tapes,
explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval.
Ooh.
Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him.
This is defecating.
In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face.
The fuck? This is a feral
Ms. Heard's
animal.
Former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs.
What the fuck?
You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009.
That's right, we did see that.
And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical. And she couldn't stand it when he did.
Yep. That's why he was in the
You heard
bathroom.
from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Just to see his daughter.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
Yet.
You saw the
That's why he
text
leaves.
messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face.
What the fuck? I never heard of that.
You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will. Just a month after getting married.
Jesus.
When her husband was
Not in
seriously
it for
injured
the
and
money.
bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him. Because that's what she does.
It's relentless.
She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening.
This is whenever he wanted to see his daughter, I think.
In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least
Smiling with the
5
finger again.
bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
To avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
Isn't that
You
a
don't
coincidence?
escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Maybe you shouldn't.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad.
That's a bit much.
Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children.
That's
Mr. McGivern
weird.
told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp.
Yep.
Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Certainly looks suspicious. It's the tapes that are the most damning to
You
me.
also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her. and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion.
It's a wild animal, man.
Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
She did. It's true.
And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
See how she like
You heard her
downplays
admit it
it?
again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
Ugh.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do?
Jesus.
Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, wow.
You did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
Yeah. Look at
Take a minute
that.
to really think about what you just heard there.
Look at that.
Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard.
He'd be in jail.
On that recording. Let's play one more.
Yeah, he'd be in fucking jail if that was the case.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting, man.
I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of the best performances in the
No,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance.
This is the demon.
I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I don't
What else
regret.
that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't
Be
regret.
Come
I don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What
This
else
is
are
the
you thinking?
this is the exorcism.
Fucking lying people. You what? Oh, no, I want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber's
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run when you're 15 and you have room to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
What a wild
This is the real Miss
animal.
Heard.
What a fiend,
The one in
man.
the audio recording,
Ugh.
not the one you saw in this courtroom.
What a fiend.
What you didn't hear on a single
feral
recording
beast,
you heard in
yeah.
this case, and there were many played by both parties,
Trying out
is
Satan.
Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard? Mm-hmm. You didn't hear it.
No.
It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
It's true.
Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol,
True.
Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings.
Yep.
As much as Ms. Heard and her
Got the
lawyers have
tapes.
tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016,
in the direct context.
Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious.
Of course.
You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
Who could it be?
Miss
What?
Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect.
Ugh.
For almost a month after that,
She
they
did?
didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done.
Smart guy.
And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him,
She filed the
she
restraining
went on
order.
the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could.
Yep.
Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow
Here we
she
go.
had ever landed.
It's a restraining order.
When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face.
On purpose.
The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him.
100.
Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi.
How would they know that
who got
what
the
she would
photos
do?
and ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Huh.
Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Just like the TMZ magically showed up at the courthouse. Isn't that interesting? Wow. How could that possibly happen? Look at that. Inside
In the
their
end, she walked
toxic
away
marriage.
with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities,
But
the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
for attention stated
The
by her
ACLU,
publicist.
they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000.
She said, fuck them
But
kids.
that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything. Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated.
We saw the
that didn't
tapes.
stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it.
We saw the tapes.
Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She
No.
claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation.
But that didn't happen until
That's
over a
a
year.
blatant lie.
Yep, over a year later.
After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr.
Hit him
Depp
with the
for
facts.
defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone.
Yep, that's right.
Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Has there ever been a bigger true? I mean, it's so obvious. Who's she smiling? She'll only smile whenever she thinks about whenever she did something bad.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies.
Yep.
So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case.
Was donated.
Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse.
That's true.
When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation,
it's a performance.
Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's
just about as well as Aquaman.
Christina Sexton testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it.
Yes!
Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist.
Ugh.
She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times.
We can't even count one.
Over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out.
No, it doesn't.
Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse. But there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
Oh yeah, with the ice cream. Ugh. Imagine doing this, and she sent them to her friends.
Pictures of cocaine.
Make them look stupid.
Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
They're coming, I'm sure.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen.
Yep.
A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee,
here we go.
Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
Because they would have needed the copyright. Here we go.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her.
Yes.
But never for violence.
True.
Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults.
Yeah, it's clearly contextualized.
Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp. because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard.
There it is.
Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship.
Get it off to a good start.
Starting at the beginning of 2012.
Of course.
But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened.
She's right about it being magic.
And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
Uh-huh. Totally normal behavior.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face.
Cameraman. Holy shit.
But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true.
Yep.
Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Damn, bruh. She busted. God damn. That was the one with the fake metadata, too.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose.
Of course not.
But her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Pull it up. Let's see it. Wow. Wow, damn. John needs to work on his swing, apparently. It didn't work.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken.
Of course.
Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries.
I wonder why.
But photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
Makeup is magic. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that just crazy how that could happen? That she could put on so much makeup like that? And makeup having healing capabilities too? That's lit.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress.
Good thing that didn't happen.
Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
Dustin thinks you're fine. You guys can't see it. It's a little bit cut off to the left, but yeah. There it is. Oh, maybe it was Johnny that wrote that on her back. That's what he did.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
And the knife that...
And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
There it is.
And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Only a smoking gun. Man, isn't that crazy?
And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day.
She's smiling? Again? Wow. Just fucking like
Indeed, you heard
wrecked.
from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident.
Thank God.
But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to?
Thanks, Max.
Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
It was like the first day I watched it. I remember that. Yep. So he said he tried to put his arms around her.
Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle.
Bro, this is some Elden Ring shit.
She
What the
claimed that she had
fuck?
bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep.
Wow.
The next morning, she took pictures
How
of
mature.
mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries,
He drew a dick
or
with
the
the blood.
property damage she testified to in this courtroom.
Never saw it, though.
When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard.
I wonder why.
And no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries,
Yep.
and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard.
After being dragged through broken glass.
You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty.
What the
Ms. Heard's
fuck?
testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up.
I didn't remember
That's
that.
because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard.
Some psycho
Other
shit,
than
yeah.
Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor.
Wow, how'd
You've
that
heard
happen?
from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described.
Yep.
And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around.
Different story, different day.
You also heard
Where'd
from
it
Ms.
go?
Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers
Ah,
the day before Ms. Sexton was
Good time
scheduled
to
to
bring
be
it up.
deposed in this case.
very good time to bring that one up.
The evidence presented at this trial shows that
Oh,
this
yeah.
is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's Island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom.
So she had to dial
Ms.
things
Heard
up.
chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face.
Did it make her sound
That's
like an
the first time
animal?
she disclosed it,
Like a Wolverine.
after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events.
What a surprise.
She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard.
Her sister.
But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial.
The
Their testimony is
preponderance.
contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened.
I remember that.
Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp.
What?
Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp.
This is the Kate Moss thing. Remember that?
Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on.
Uh-huh.
But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical
Doomfist.
doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers.
Oh.
And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner.
Isn't that crazy how it always turns out that way? I'm starting to see a pattern
And
here.
then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application.
Wow.
And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Signs. Yeah.
These two
You could say
photographs
that.
were taken at the exact same time
They're not two
and have the
photographs.
exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all.
This is saturation.
Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's true. It is impossible.
Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st, and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Just a day later, you know, she is a Wolverine. Look at that. Wow, look at that healing. The claws, man. The scratches. Just imagine
The
that
mountain
being
of
around
evidence that
somebody.
Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there.
No, it's not.
What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible.
Yep.
And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it.
Yep.
Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
I wonder.
Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
Yeah, you think about what the accusations are. It's crazy.
It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt,
It's the start of a Pitbull song.
Dr. Kipper,
Holy shit.
nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin,
Miami.
and Beverly Leonard.
Oh my
What
God.
Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse.
Fucks his family up
For
too.
Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
But wait, there's more. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, man, that was brutal. It is like, I mean, you have to think about it from that context though, right? It's like if she's lying about one thing, like why wouldn't you just expect she's lying about everything? Especially for like telling such like grotesque and elaborate stories. I mean, that's like, that's some brutal shit, man. Bring in the Wizard Destroyer? No, this is like, he's not gonna need to do it. Like, he's just chilling. Like, that guy, is he even there today? Like, maybe he's there. No, he's not even there today. He did his job. His watch is over.
Thank you, Camille.
Yeah, it's
Logistics
done.
are not our strong suit.
He is? He's behind him?
And thanks to all of
I
you
see him
truly
now.
for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time.
I didn't know that.
His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp.
Oh.
And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide.
Smart.
Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it.
Yeah, or you go to jail.
Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. He learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016.
What's the common denominator?
And repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify.
There it is.
This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you...
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Sure.
All right, yeah, there we go. I'm surprised it's gone on this long, if you want me to be honest. Like, yeah, I really am. I'm surprised it's gone on that long. God damn. What the fuck, objections? Well, yeah, of course they can do objections, etc. I mean, yeah, of course they're trying to shut him down.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying,
Ms.
Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified to.
Exactly
we just discussed that.
Overruled. Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement.
Yep, it's true.
He owns his flaws. He admits to them.
Everybody knows it.
He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims.
Seems that way.
And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed
on a
by
lie.
a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser.
And a rapist.
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did.
That's true. Minus the finger.
And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends.
Yeah, Amber.
Here for him.
Yeah, Amber. Like,
Mr. Baruch
none of those
told
people
you
were still her
how
friends.
Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016.
Yep, since they were little kids.
And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again.
Surprise!
This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements.
And it won't stop, even if he wins.
Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean.
That was me.
Or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people. And those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again.
Yeah.
And because of what
like
Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy.
True.
Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world.
So?
You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise.
What happened to that?
For $22.5 million.
Big money.
But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post.
Obviously it did.
Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. Mm-hmm. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote.
It's
and
true.
For many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so.
True.
Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection.
An imposter.
And true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim. And Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary,
that's
Kate Moss
damn.
was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics,
that's a good one,
testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career
that was really good
was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes.
Because his
finger. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer
it is what it
on
is.
some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp.
Nah.
He's just worked with him on movies.
Yep.
Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set.
Of course not.
He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December.
It's not really
and
her
it coincided
movie.
As well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights.
Wow.
And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp.
Makes the ACLU look bad,
she
too.
Didn't mention his name. She didn't have to.
Of course not. Everybody knew.
Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp.
Of Obviously.
The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp.
There it is.
And the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, "Based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage," unquote.
Of course she was. Obviously.
Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies.
She only said
that. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything.
No.
And she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Uh-oh, let's go to the tapes.
Which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads,
Exhibit
as you can
1.
see, quote, "Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath.
Yep.
That has to change," unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, "Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
I wonder what happened.
I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out."
What happened
unquote.
2 years ago?
And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, "I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse."
What
unquote.
vantage point is that?
Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp.
You know it.
And
I
taken
know
collectively, their message and their implication
Everybody knows
about Mr. Depp is clear.
Yep.
I.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise."
Like all of her friends.
Everyone in Hollywood knew. And everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp. And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
It's obviously.
And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, "2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse," unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse.
Man, what a surprise.
As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, "spoke up against sexual violence," unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form.
That's smart.
She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post.
He didn't publish it without her consent.
Let's please, Tom, turn
Get the fuck
to
out of here.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post."
It was not a retweet.
Ellipsis.
It doesn't matter.
Unquote. Her tweet
It
includes
doesn't
the
matter.
title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's
Or
proclaiming it.
clarify.
And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights."
She said she did it on purpose.
Unquote.
At the same time.
Aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it?
It's so obvious that it was about
Hard
him.
to read, so maybe
And you have to say that it was with malicious intent.
Tom might please blow it up.
It had to be with malicious intent.
Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements.
And
So
they
that's
are?
21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement.
21. Okay.
1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp?
Obviously.
5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard?
Yes.
6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled.
It won't matter. He's not going to get the
money. In
money.
the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence.
Yep.
And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation.
Yep.
But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this
it's
case,
not about the money.
At least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money.
That's what I was saying.
This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard.
She don't have any money.
It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form.
What are they doing? They pulling it up? What is this? In prison? Yeah, it's like it.
And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you.
What was it about him?
Were the statements about Mr. Depp?
You know it.
Yes.
Yep.
2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp.
I don't think she ever tried to correct it.
USA Today
or delete it
that way.
Or anything.
And so did many other publications.
So it was obvious.
Got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have.
Yeah, she never corrected it.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted.
Of course.
There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no-notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York.
Of course not.
Which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
It's a good point. Very good point there.
On May 27th,
doing it for effect.
2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
Okay, let's see it.
Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard.
Mm-hmm.
The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false.
He's not even,
Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him.
Of course.
While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back.
For the better part of a decade.
Pretty stoically.
Yeah.
And living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
God damn.
Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet.
Damn.
We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Oh my God. That was brutal, man. Like, I just, Depp's lawyers fucking nailed it? Yeah, they did fucking nail it. I mean, it's just that simple. Yeah, I mean, that's one hell of an ending for a break. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what they're gonna, like, I'm actually really curious to see what Amber's lawyers are gonna say. They'll be like, guys.
Come back at 11:05? Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
Guys, listen, about that, like, whole evidence shit, like, look. It is what it is, right? I mean, sometimes shit happens, right? Literally in this case. And so, I mean, everybody told the same story that Amber told them. So, I mean, how could 5 people be wrong? How could 5 people be wrong about the same thing that they heard? You know, I mean, come on. You know, let's go. Yeah, don't you want to believe all women? Come on, let's do it. Just woke up after the trial. I honestly think that they, I think that they got him, man. I do. I think that was a good way to communicate it and everything. It's like I maybe would have emphasized a little bit more about how like his kids got harassed. Maybe that would have been a better way. And that's about it. What an op-ed is? It's an opinion. It stands for opinion editorial. And what it is it's basically a article that you write for a newspaper. And that's about it, right? It's an article you write for a newspaper, and it's like your opinion on like a subject or something like that. Rottenborn pale? No, he's smiling like it's fine. The thing is to him is like, this is just part of the job. It's like you go into it, right? It's the same as like playing like sports betting or like betting on things, right? It's like there are certain horses that just have a higher win chance, and you go into betting on that horse knowing that it's, you know, this is a 1 out of 5 or this is a 1 out of 3, right? And so you go into it and he's a professional. He's going to do what he needs to do. And it is what it is. You know, you lose the case. Hey, you know, we didn't have a good chance to begin with, but we gave it the best shot, right? That's it. And so, yeah, he's probably not stressed out about this. It's just what happens. The guy's probably lost over 100 cases in his life. You know, it's just like, you lose sometimes. You know, it's the way it goes. You represent a client, jury doesn't believe the evidence, or the client's not very reliable. That's the way it goes. Shit happens. And yeah, I mean, it's like you get old enough and you just get used to having bad stuff like that happen, I think. Let me see this here. The next movie he's in, the next movie Johnny Depp's in, I don't know. I'm actually really curious to see what it's going to be. He addressed Depp's drug abuse, acknowledging flaws was the perfect thing to do, especially with the backdrop of Amber denying everything. Well, I think probably the strongest arguments that he had was the fact that nobody else in Johnny's life had really talked about this happening before. Like, I think that's probably the strongest argument that I would use, because that's the thing that you can just like kind of point to and say, like, listen, like, you said this was going to be like a big thing or whatever. And it's like, this is Me Too. Like, well, no, it's not Me Too, because nobody said fucking anything except for her. And in fact, some of those people came back to testify for him. Logical, thanks to the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let me look at some of this other stuff. Do you think this will uncancel Depp in movies? It'll be smart to cast him out of this. People would flock to it. I think they'll probably give it some time, and I think it's probably smarter for him to give it some time. And then afterwards, he'll probably just go back to acting in movies, and everything will go back to normal. I think that the reality is that these companies don't, like, you have to understand this. Do you really think that Warner Brothers or Disney actually cares? Of course not. They don't care. This is about money. And you saw the interviews with the people that work there. These are very, very intelligent, discerning people that make decisions based off of numbers and evidence and, you know, like a bunch of like resources. It's not like they see like, wow, though they said this happened, I think it happened. No, that's not it. I think that it's as simple as they just don't want to be involved with it because there's a lot of drama. And so they're waiting for that to pass over, and then they'll just hire him back, right? It's the same as like a lot of actors have had this happen. It's like some for good reasons, some for bad reasons. That's the way it fucking goes, man. And that's it. Disney's crap. I understand why Disney, even if Disney wanted Depp back on, I hope he says no. Johnny Depp said that he will never work with Disney again. Which makes sense, right? It definitely does. I think that's a good idea. Trial ban appeals today? Probably not today, but we'll probably have to do them soon, sure. And Amber's team has the advantage because they'll be able to change things from what Johnny's team said and address them. I think so, yeah. So my understanding is that it's Johnny's team, Amber's team, Johnny's team's rebuttal, Amber's team's rebuttal, right? Like that's the ping pong that things go with, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but that, yeah, okay. So I think that's pretty fair to assume that, sure. I mean, maybe they might have, I would say probably, I mean, I think whoever gets the last word in has an advantage just based off of that, but I don't really know how big that advantage is going to be. No rebuttals in closing. It's just 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, I guess we'll see what happens, right? Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, but I do know that they have time to counter the arguments of the other ones, right? And yeah, that's 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, all right, that should be fine. And anyway, the defendants get the last. Well, we'll figure it out, okay? Like, yeah, we'll find out within just a couple of hours, really. And so anyway, what I'm really trying to get at here is that I think that I've made this case with this this whole story for a very long time, and it's still kind of what I've stuck to, is that the entire the entire thing about it is completely hinged on the public perception. And that's what really matters more than anything. The other stuff besides that, it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't really matter. So I think that it's a big thing for the public. Like, this is why it matters. As you see all these people tweeting about it, Johnny Depp is innocent. Like, it seems very obvious that the public, I think, in a very, very large way, I mean, they believe Johnny Depp. And I think that's the case even apparently in the UK. Now, obviously, I'm just going off of what people are telling me that say they live there, so I don't really know. But there's a lot of people that said even in the UK, whenever he lost the trial, people still thought he was innocent. So yeah, I don't think that... It is definitely true that if he doesn't win, that it will be worse than if he did win. I think so. I think it'll be worse for him personally, but I think that in a weird way, it would probably be better if he didn't win, for a lot of people, because that would like galvanize them to say like, well, this is obviously fucking bullshit, and to push even farther against it, you know? Like that's what I would assume the outcome would be. I don't really know, but I personally just hope that he wins and we can just move on past that, right? That's it. Read the first tweet. I'm a domestic abuse researcher as a PTS. What was this year? Oh, it just fucking reset. Okay, there we go. She has difficulty crying when acting. We know, Camille. We know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And no, you're definitely right. She did cry just a little bit. Yeah, just a tiny little bit. And I think that one of those pictures was a little bit photoshopped. I think so. And I remember comparing it, and it didn't look at all like the original. And I remember even watching it myself, and that's not what it was. Why is his lawyer saying he's a shy young man? He's 58, loser junkie, still addicted to drugs and alcohol? Uh-huh. So it's like, I mean, they photoshopped his face. They photoshopped his face. This is not really, it's the same thing with like the things where they photoshop like Amber Heard's face or whatever. Like, it's funny, right? Yeah, of course it's funny. But like, this is not something you're going to take seriously, okay? This is like entertainment shit. You're right, Camille. Miss Heard never thought that she had to face her abuser. Well done. Let's see here. Camille speaking the truth. Okay, well, at least even Camille knows the truth. What's right back here? She never thought she had to face her abuser. Okay. Oh, because she said that. I get it. Yeah, very, very clever. One of the most freeing things for me at the trial began is finally not being afraid to speak my mind and voice my support of Amber. Although I've had death threats to me and my family, I feel like I'm on the right side of history and I don't regret anything. I always hate this argument that like people are on the right side of history. Because no, there is no real right side of history. There are like massive things that have happened, like the bombing of Dresden and like the mass like fucking like genocide of different peoples across time that's just never taught in history because the people that won wrote the book and they didn't leave that on there because that doesn't make them look good. That's what happened. It's such a stupid fucking argument. It's like, it's this fucking like, I can't believe like it. Who believes this? Oh, I'm on the right side of history. No, you're not. You're not in history at all. You're just, number one, you're a fucking random person on Twitter. Nobody gives a shit. Okay? Number two, there is no real right side of history. Like, it's people that win write the books. That's the way it goes. Now, I have my opinions on how I think that things are, absolutely. But I think that it should be taken into consideration that history is written by the winners. That's the way it goes. And it's just a silly way to look at things. I think that these people don't want to be on the right side of history. They want to be on the winning side of history. Which, of course, that makes sense. But it makes sense. So whenever Amber smiles, she's faking her trauma and being a psychopath. Remember, Johnny cracks a joke and is smiling throughout the trial. He was refusing to give his abuser any more power over him. Well, that's true, because she was only smiling whenever he was talking about his abuse, and he was smiling and talking throughout the entire time. So don't you think there's a causation and correlation there? I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it's certainly a little bit odd, isn't it? Yeah, wow, what a crazy thing. They want to be on the winning side. That's exactly it. Stephen Dewars, his own employee, texted Amber Heard, says Johnny Depp kicker in a Boston plane fight were objected to by his lawyers and not entered into evidence for the jury to consider. Well, I have no idea. There's a lot of things that weren't entered into evidence, but I think a text message is much different than a video recording of the person literally admitting it. Absolutely, 100%. And let's see, so where's the text? I don't know. Amber's Heard supporters don't know what causation and correlation is. You got to explain it to them. No, I think that a lot of these people are, as I said, these are people that there's something wrong with them, right? Like Depp, like see how he's like acts. This is what's so weird about this, right? So he doesn't want to say Johnny Depp's name, but at the same time, because he puts an asterisk inside of it. And why do you not want to use the person's name? Well, the odds are it's because you probably don't want to have your tweet found by other people and then get harassed for it. I've seen other people do this too. They want to talk about something without having that fan base come and attack them for their opinion. And so they add in asterisks and stuff like this. But then he uses a hashtag, which automatically, puts his message in this feed. So this is the kind of mind of a person that believes this kind of stuff. This is the way they think. And the fact is they don't. Closing argument always showing that this entire case is Me Too backlash. Well, I think it obviously is. It's obviously Me Too backlash because it's not about It's not about that. It's that people are losing their job, losing their life based off of an accusation. And then people are expected to believe it. That's not going to happen. And I think that many people don't like that, and I'm certainly one of them. As soon as Camille asked if their audio recordings okay to use yesterday, I knew they'd have a ridiculous good closing. Yeah, it's because she's a fucking psycho. Like, listen to how she talks and how she acts. This is a wild, feral animal, man. It's nuts. I hope Amber can tell the support she has here from actual people who genuinely care. Sure, I bet you do. Yeah, abusive men don't always abuse every woman they've dated. I'm fed up of saying, but he didn't abuse his ex-girlfriend, so there's no way he abused her. It's just very sad for me to see people that are just like, just dumb. Like, it's not, you're obviously right about that. Like, of course, an abusive person doesn't abuse everybody that they're around. But if it's only the one person that they did abuse among dozens of others, and then the person that they did abuse actually has a history of documented abuse towards not only her sister, but her previous partner, I mean, isn't this a weird situation? Isn't this a pattern of behavior? Yeah, what is this? They're just trolling? No, they're not. That's the thing, is they're not trolling. That's what's so crazy about it. It's like, I thought the same thing for a while, but apparently that's not the case. They have to be trolling? They're not. These people believe it because, look, I'll show you. Look at her picture there. It's got a picture of a woman and strong feminist, writer, artist, survivor of domestic abuse and sexual violence. Right, so this is, again, another person who probably is taking their personal experiences and then using that as a way to discredit somebody else's life. That's basically what it is. So this is, again, another person who has had a bad experience, and I think this is what happens, right? And I think this is a legitimate thing, but it's something you should keep in mind, right? Is that person, and people are not, they're not trying to, they don't care about Amber Heard's case. They care about her case as a proxy of their own unresolved trauma. And that's what I think that they're using it, right? They're using this as basically like, this is what my problem was. I had this happen to me, and I don't feel like I was getting treated right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my support behind somebody else because I want them to get treated right, because that's not what happened to me. And again, this is this is ridiculous, right? It's not what it should be. That has nothing to do with it. Yeah, they identify as victims. Yes, they identify as victims, and so whenever somebody else says that they're a victim, they automatically believe them. Yeah, it makes them extremely biased. Well, the thing is, like, again, everybody has a bias. I have a bias. You have a bias. Everybody watching the trial has a bias. There's nobody who's probably coming into this that has no real opinion after they've seen all of the evidence, right? I mean, you've got to have some sort of fucking opinion, right? And so anyway, this happens, and it's not about not having a bias. It's about whenever you express yourself, you should take the bias into consideration with what the person says. And also, there's a really simple fact. It doesn't matter how biased or unbiased somebody is. If what they're saying is bullshit, then it's bullshit. That's about it. That's about it. It's just bullshit. It either is true or it's not true. And so, yeah, that's how I see it exactly. And what's this here? Surprised that people don't see their abuser in Amber and her behavior for the way that she blames everything on Johnny. Well, they don't, because Johnny's a man. That's why. That's the whole fucking reason, and Amber even said that herself. You know it, I know it, everybody fucking knows it, okay? Like, that's just the fact. What's this here? She never thought she'd face her abuser. Sure, let's see here. She shouldn't have said that. It was definitely stupid to say that. Let me see this. It's funny they keep using a pic without light or injury. It's still visible on both sides. You must really not want to see the injury on her face and not see it. I mean, I don't... Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I really don't think that's an injury. Like, if I saw somebody that looked like that, I would not even think that's an injury. And if you want me to be totally honest, I wouldn't even think this is an injury. Like, plenty of people have rosacea on their skin, and my skin's kind of like that too, if it gets, like, in a certain way. And so, like, yeah, I don't think either one of these really are injuries, but this one is certainly more pronounced, for sure. I stand with you. Wow. Here we go. Amber Heard supremacy. I stand with Amber Heard. What a great account. Yeah, and so, of course, it makes her more, what's this here? Not official. It makes her more sophisticated. Let's put it in black and white. You know, and that way, oh, wow, it's like Jesus wearing the crown of thorns. It's the same exact thing. Man, that's just too bad. Dumbasses. It's not a bot. The thing is, like, there are some people that are just, they act like bots. That's about it. And that's what it was. Can I add a PSA to my tweets? When I tweet and try and defend Amber, it's not an invitation to Depp fans to come to my mentions and try to change my mind. It's not a debate. I'm showing my support to Amber. You won't change my mind. Waste your breath elsewhere. Yes, we fully expect that. Because, again, do you remember what I said before about how to tell that a person is illogical and just ideologically driven? And this is not anything that's based on facts or evidence or anything like that. It's very simple. Ask them the question, what would it take for you to change your mind? And if they don't have an answer to that question, well then, there you go. Yep, there you fucking go. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, you didn't get yourself into that position logically. We can't get you out of it. I agree with them. Yeah, no reason to try to change his mind at all. Absolutely not. And, I mean, if you're still standing with Amber Heard, you can be gone from reality. Yeah, who gives a shit? That's just, it's crazy, dumb shit. It is what it is. Don't really understand why people are ridiculing Amber and just in courts when Johnny gets away with shit like this. It's because people don't like her. That's why. It's not very complicated. It's because she's unlikable and weird, and she seems completely fake. That's why people are okay with Johnny Depp doing it. Like, I think that these people just, like, they have a fundamental misunderstanding of, like, human psychology. If people don't like you, you lose. That's it. That's the whole story. It doesn't matter. Oh, but he said, but what? That doesn't. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Somebody likes you. Get out of here. And that's it. So yes, of course, that's why people are more okay with it. Now, you can argue that liking or not liking somebody is actually a, you know, you could argue it's like a fucking primal instinct to avoid danger or something like that. You can make one of those kinds of arguments. But ultimately, it's just because people don't like her and they think she's a liar. Like, it makes sense, right? She thinks she's a liar. And these are the same people that were probably taking pictures and the screenshots of Kyle Rittenhouse crying in court, making fun of him. And now they're making fun. Now they're getting mad because people are doing the same thing about Amber Heard. Remember that? Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And I'm not saying, it doesn't see, you have to understand, it doesn't matter what you think about that case. All I'm saying is that there's evidence of people like that laughing at somebody because they think that person is wrong. It's got nothing to do with any sort of decency. It's got nothing to do with some, feigned sense of civility. No, it's just simply because they think that person's wrong and they like seeing them unhappy. That's it. Novakin, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And, yeah, that's all it is. It's hypocrisy. Yeah, of course it's hypocrisy. Well, it's not even that it's hypocrisy, because everybody is hypocritical. I think that getting mad at people for being hypocritical is like a very low level of thinking, because everybody is hypocritical to the extent that it's beneficial towards them. That's it. And so as soon as you look at things and orient yourself from that point of view, then everything else makes sense. And you don't worry and like try to fix, like, oh, but you said this, but then there's this other thing. Well, yeah, of course they're going to do something different because it helps them. Like, stop living in like this fake, this moral prison, this moral reality. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, man. I don't have a hard time not being hypocritical. I don't know about that. Like, I'm not going to, see, here's the thing. You say that, but I bet if I asked you, how do you feel about, let's say, something like unions? How do you feel about treating workers properly? How do you feel about billionaires having massive influence over politics? You'd say, that's horrible, that's so bad. But you're on Amazon's website right now. See, this is the kind of stuff that I'm saying, right? Is that People are, it's not that it's hypocrite, it's bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't see why people use this kind of stuff or anything like that. It's so annoying, it's so obnoxious, and it's so easily disprovable, and people just rely on really not being able to have any information out there about themselves to call them out on it. Exactly. It's not being hypocritical, it's a matter of integrity. It's not about telling the truth, it's about not lying. Yeah, it's of course, right? Of course. No, I didn't hit you, I punched you. Shut up. You're not gonna fool me with one of the... Listen, I am the master of restating things in a way that makes something look stupid or the opposite, right? You're not gonna get me on one of those, okay? This is what I do. I do this for hours every day. You're not gonna fool me and trip me up on one of these little fucking sentences. Let's see here. If Amber fan swears they have evidence, like Virginia Crest was saying. Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, every Amber fan swears they have evidence like this. Okay, that was really good. I just noticed. Yeah, that is... Wow, that is amazing. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. If Amber played the borderline card, she could get away with a lot of things. You read what borderline personality is? I didn't need to. I unfortunately had to experience it before. You know, I don't know. I mean, I think that she'll probably get out of it. I don't think there's going to be an issue or anything like that. And, again, I remember one time, whenever she was popping off on me, I finally realized that she was nuts. And it was probably the most freeing thing that I ever had happen to me in my whole life. Because I realized that I'm like, man, I'm gonna see what Zach's doing after this. Like, I'm gonna see what Zach's doing. Like, I'm gonna see if he wants to do like maybe some like world quests or some shit, man. Like, let's do some mythic, some dungeons. Like, that's it. Yeah, and like I'm just like, let's move. Like, this is just fucking. This is a waste of fucking time, man. Like, what am I doing with my life? And that's it. Check hashtag Asmongold. Oh my god. What is this here? Is it anything good? Asmongold. People getting mad. What is this? And let's see here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Damn, bro. She beat the shit out of me too. This was from no, actually, never mind. No, this was from Johnny. Wow. That's brutal, isn't it? Damn, oh shit. Yeah, I know. I got wrecked. I remember this very clearly. I had gone to, this is HEB. It's an HEB parking lot. And, oh, here we go. I'll tell that irrelevant personal anecdote later.
Are we ready for the jury?
Here we go.
Okay.
Let's do it. I'm ready. Elden Lord, yeah. Is that the same picture? Sure. No, it was another one. I bought it at the store. My wife saw one of your clips on TikTok yesterday. Yeah, a lot of people have told me that they saw my stuff with this. It's been a lot of people that watched. You know, like in one single day, my clips channel apparently got over 20 million views. Can you believe that? This is in one day. A lot of people care about this shit. I was surprised. Isn't that nuts? Do you think people with borderline are bad people? I think that if you're not able to like, I think that people should be treated that well, like if they have problems. But the moment that like you externalize your mental illness and harm other people, it becomes your fault, whether or not.
All right. Thank you. Maybe see.
Yeah,
it.
like
right.
it just
Closing
doesn't matter.
arguments.
Like, I don't
care. Mr. Rottenborn?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. Let's do it. Let's get it. Let's see it.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Rottenborn, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
There it is. Let's go.
Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion.
Legal argument.
Think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber
and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying.
She did.
And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain,
get the bottle
you
out,
have to leave
cut
to
the
save
finger
yourself,
off.
You're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there. Because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign that lasts to this very day.
Like all of his other previous
everything
girlfriends.
he can
Yeah.
to destroy your life, to destroy your career.
Like all of the other ones.
That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to.
They want you to
but
want
it's not
proof.
surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence.
Let's hope that
and
didn't
I can't
happen
even
for
imagine
your
the
sake.
sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving.
Let's hope
Thank
that
you
didn't
very
happen
much.
for their sake. Oh, man.
Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is,
Okay.
why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot.
Wow.
You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America
Surprised you went for
without
that.
being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through. So
Yep.
let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you
That's
have to follow.
crazy that he's going for this. Oh, my God.
This is the op-ed piece.
It's like
I'm
a
not going to read
half-court
it to
shot
you again. You heard me
on the
read it
buzzer.
to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, you know, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we
That's
get a
what the-
chance to discuss
What?
with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
But they talked specifically about the online edition. That was the explicit thing. It's like they're arguing against something that wasn't an argument.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp.
Easy.
So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the 3 statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's 2 different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them,
playing on that technicality.
Number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the facts, that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out.
Well, what happened 2 years ago, man?
Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article. And think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse. Designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath.
Then there it is.
To speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp.
How is a lie a foundation for another lie?
Representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true.
What?
Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the 3rd statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it.
Oh my God, man.
Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp.
Yes. Okay.
She admitted to that. But that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship.
But it's all about him.
None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp.
Yes.
And she accused him of abuse. That doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself.
Then why did everybody think that?
Mr. Depp is right
She
in
didn't
virtually
correct it.
any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends.
First Amendment.
She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him.
So it was contextualized
That's the
around
only
that
evidence presented about Ms.
to
Heard's
avoid
motive,
liability.
except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer.
Other people.
And then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp.
It wasn't hidden.
This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute.
Okay.
The headline that was published in the online version only of the article
Yes.
on December 18th, 2018
Correct.
said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that.
Well, you heard her testify.
They're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people
and she
who
lied.
suffer that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article,
moralized
you
to
can
them
read
more.
the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said
Calls
she
the
experienced
jury
by the time she
disgusting.
was of college age, before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp.
Victim blaming. Oh my God.
Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this.
What he did.
This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article.
Yes.
Ms. Heard said you can't tweet a piece of paper.
That's true.
So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link.
So she had to do it.
The jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think.
But she added text, which is what the judge said.
And the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now.
We're going to go into a
The
technicality.
republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication.
That's not what she did.
But adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Is the audience
There was no
on Twitter?
content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content.
Let's throw out a red herring.
But I guess it's
Good
no
idea.
surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability.
That's what he's always
done.
done.
Here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are.
But that's what you're doing with Adam Waldman.
And you can decide this case without ever
You're doing the
wading
exact
into
same
any
thing.
of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But
Let's
Mr.
burn
Depp brought
Amber.
this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear.
Johnny Depp hates the
If
Constitution.
Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse.
This is a good argument for him.
Financial abuse.
This is a good argument for him.
Sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when you talked about his childhood.
Yep.
As they reference, his mother called him one-eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Miss Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that.
Contextualize. He's like 8 years old.
And you'll remember that Don
As
Hughes,
a child,
Miss Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence.
What a joke.
By Miss Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Miss Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Miss Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Miss Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Miss Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life, in
Another
their career.
buzzword.
By intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household,
dead mother
that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Miss Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Miss Heard. And that's ridiculous.
That's his strongest argument right there. That's his strongest argument.
So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the
They only need to win one, but he has to win everything.
Some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof.
Okay, here we go.
As we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. It's not about whether you think Miss Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying
both
to trick
wrong,
you into
he's wrong.
thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win. Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide.
Yep.
One time, ladies and gentlemen. One time.
Please.
He abused her one time, Amber wins.
30 cents for 10.
Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship, when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was.
Wait, I thought you
bookended.
just said he said it to his friend.
You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that."
Wait, what?
This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did.
Of course.
Even though he wrote the text under it that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen,
But he's not even
these
saying that
words
to her.
are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp.
America's favorite pirate.
This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that
Oh
she
my God.
couldn't take it anymore. Decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not
Yes.
going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for
Holy
global humiliation.
shit.
And she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her."
Uh-huh.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it.
Uh-huh.
Now, Miss Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times.
Was it verbal comments?
First it started,
Not even
they
towards her.
were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when
right about
everything
that.
was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return.
Is he a monster or
You
a
heard
pirate?
about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said,
Oh, yeah.
"I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before." That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence.
Yeah.
But you don't just have to take
I heard
what
that.
Mr. Depp
Oh, wait.
said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Here we go.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within."
Okay.
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that Maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that.
He knows that.
I
feel that way too.
And tried to deny that to you.
Yeah.
Talk about the lack of accountability.
Hell yeah, I think that.
Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Okay, let's see it. Okay, here we go. This is the worst Elden Ring boss transition ever.
What happened?
Motherfucker.
What happened?
He's just ignoring her. He's fucking ignoring her. He doesn't want to talk to her. Okay.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
Look at her trying to make sure it's in the frame.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy.
She moved it out of the way.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye.
And then he beat the shit out of her as soon as she turned it off.
Laughing in that. Mr.
Yeah.
Depp in this courtroom right now
As soon as she turned it off, he beat the shit out of her.
It's being played, but it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse.
It's
and their response is,
it's not the cabinet on trial.
She sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of. And she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Miss Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth.
Come on,
Who
bro.
would want that to become public?
You know you can buy Wi-Fi in a plane. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily her. It could have been a publicist,
Again,
too.
In order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true within the past 12 months.
Okay.
They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Okay. Oh my God.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this.
Yeah.
I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep.
She did.
He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk, and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
He smokes weed?
This is Mr. Depp.
Hold up.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming. Blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her.
No blood.
We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Miss Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast.
Okay.
And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed...
Who's trying to get in character?
...their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car. And he's howling like an animal, Miss Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
What is this, man?
Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him. They've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional.
So let's say his sister lied for him.
She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I, when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures.
Is he on trial for being a drug addict?
Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that.
Neither did she.
Because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling Jenkins' conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that.
He left
the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something.
We all know.
Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said.
Okay.
That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified about a video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do.
Oh, he does.
He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them.
Except the most compelling ones.
You whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
Of course.
But Mr. Depp
it's
would
all
go
a
through periods where he would
conspiracy.
apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige
on
Heard,
Johnny's payroll too.
Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this.
Okay.
There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life.
Okay.
But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it.
Yeah?
You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face.
Yeah.
Look at the date that this picture was taken,
That's
ladies
true.
and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013. 15 days after this incident.
But there's still a bruise.
So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more.
So
This
she
is
took a
2-week-old
picture
bruise.
15 days later?
And she texted, look who she
What?
texted that to. She texted to her mom. They say she never told
bringing
anyone.
up 2 dead moms. That's good.
Text to mom, March 23rd,
Wow.
2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, and no, sorry, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer.
Wrong page
of
the
what
script.
He called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer.
Ah.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
That's not true.
There's way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington.
That didn't happen.
Whitney Enriquez and Amber about him trashing the trailer.
How can you just lie like that?
The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The
He said
man's
he didn't
admitted
reach
that he
out.
smashed
No.
hotel rooms. You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
From 1995.
So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
It's impressive. He's not even stopping.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Keep telling the story. Weave us a tale.
That's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. Remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013.
Stream snipers.
When Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his
Amber Alert. Oh my God.
Lily Rose, his daughter.
Oh my God, bro.
Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this. That he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom.
Oh my God.
Held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment.
Damn.
That's what he said.
How could he do such a thing?
And then you remember what happened. Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of
Amber Alert during our closing.
Calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter.
Yeah, there it is.
Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to
Officer
Squarehead.
Squarehead.
About this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp.
The
she
one
learned her
time.
lesson.
It's only
when
once.
he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger.
He only takes his rings off whenever he hits her.
And so, in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp...
Is this me or them? I'll refresh.
On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp...
The fuck? Is it on them? It's them? Okay. Give me a second. I'll open up another one. Bro, like, this shit's so laggy, I don't know what this is. This is nuts. I might just pause this, open up the other one.
Mentioned in this case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Well, this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes off with his friends and he twists off, as he calls it, and goes on a multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that, and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident.
Sorry, we're good now.
Mr. Depp was jealous that she was filming a movie with James Franco. Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane, and it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window. She was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out.
Again. That's the real monster.
221, please.
The werewolf. Evidence? No, that's Johnny makes the evidence, not me. Or not her. Okay. It sounds like somebody who's drunk and high on an airplane.
He expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happened throughout, where he doesn't remember what happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA.
Yeah.
No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't throw everything out.
He expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at his text to Patti Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day. Shame and regret. Of course, I'm sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her.
Dude, I'm trying to make it as good as possible. I had to swap it again.
Showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time. This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai.
I mean, he said insulting and screaming.
Slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her. And he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
Yep.
February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it.
Okay.
He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding.
It's a bad joke.
These are excerpts from DX353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial.
Why?
They're
Couldn't you have called on him to testify?
And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy.
That's kind of frozen.
And no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10
How many
over
fit
the
in your
course
hand?
of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said that she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception.
Okay.
They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure on my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken.
Tell her story in the most dramatic way possible and hope they believe it. That's very cute.
This is the next morning.
Wow.
This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been
the bloody stump of his finger.
To cut the finger off. But frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations.
The Elden lore.
Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle.
I think that kind of matters.
Where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence.
The expert doesn't.
But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again. And they try to blame her and say that she wrote Call Carly Simon. She didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career.
What?
He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013,
this is
he tells his
outrageous.
sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording.
This is outrageous. What is this?
If you look at the bigger picture,
I become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist. Called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil.
This is the vibe
Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one who's hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Deuters. This is the way he thinks about women.
Oh,
this,
now it's
about
all women.
That. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati. I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Okay, here we go.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger.
Don't go the
Doom
Doomfist
wielded
route.
like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen.
Wouldn't it be so thin?
That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. He went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good.
Yeah.
But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up. Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax.
Yeah.
If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises.
People on TikTok did,
the red
and that proves it
lipstick
wrong.
that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Henriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket.
So it was
every
Johnny's
day.
knife.
We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from.
That's right. Johnny was going to stab her.
I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him.
Okay.
And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out.
Oh my God.
And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Mm-hmm. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down.
Oh my God.
Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having.
He knocked it down.
He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice the police denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway.
We saw the tape,
and
man.
They said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful.
Okay.
It was awful. I'm not going to play it again. But it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming.
Oh my God, bro.
One time. That's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you.
Of course, that's exactly what we meant to say.
Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to
But that's what you're doing to him.
You have to find in order to prove or in order to rule for Mr. Depp. You would have to find
this is
that
applicable to
Ms.
both
Heard
of them.
made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her.
I don't think they must.
But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that
that's
doesn't
why
matter
she did it.
But even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp,
my God,
the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here. We'll
Holy
talk about Mr.
shit,
Waldman
man.
in a second. But that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, that he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory.
Yes.
Nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused.
Yeah. Oh.
Then think about the testimony that you've heard.
Stop hitting yourself.
Business manager Joel Mandel said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact,
no,
Catherine
she
Arnold,
didn't.
Our damages expert, testified that the paper
she said she wasn't
version
aware
of
one.
the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day. The paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire them, and blame them for things.
For stealing his fucking money.
But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers.
Of course.
Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
You're right.
It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Bredehoft about the counterclaim.
Oh my God, dude. So the whole thing was like stand up for freedom of speech? So like he's not even denying that half of the things are true, but he's just hoping that they'll just say, oh, freedom of speech, we're gonna let her say what she wants. Like, that's, how is that even an art? That is not very good. I'm surprised that they let him just go up there and just kind of misrepresent the testimonials that people gave. Like the woman at Disney didn't say that there were no records.
I get to say good afternoon.
She didn't
and I know
say
you've been
that.
listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point.
Okay.
But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team.
Another technicality.
When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will.
Okay.
It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020.
Oh my God.
The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stop then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't
Isn't
get
this a bad idea to say?
After that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that.
This is a bad argument.
The court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back.
What do you think?
It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one.
Wait,
because
why would he be here?
We are. 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time. For what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
This is so. This is such a. This is so bad.
She finally has said enough, enough, and we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world.
No.
His agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day.
You're welcome.
We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment.
Okay.
These are Adam Waldman's statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, why aren't you suing Mr.
This is
Waldman?
so stupid.
Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But
he's going to blame the guy that said it,
very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things.
Attorney, not agent. Why
Mr.
would she
Depp
say that?
says, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him.
You did a good job.
He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring
Can you stop?
The first statement.
Could you stop? Like, oh my God.
It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
That's true.
Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults.
Yes, it is.
And using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp.
Yes.
That's the clear implications of this.
It is.
Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK.
Well, that changes everything.
Instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia.
It's gotta be at least a few,
can't
right?
remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean,
Thanks,
imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts.
He was
here.
out of it, so he was malicious.
You can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Witkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Witkin said. One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Witkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Witkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when he would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober. You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second
I would
statement,
feel that
Michelle,
way.
if you can bring that one up.
Taking pot.
Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber.
Smart guy.
The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ. That umbrella guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, you know, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard.
Well, thanks a lot. I just got ego.
Ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber.
Yeah, wow.
So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police, and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here. They did. And went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine, and they, you know, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly.
God.
But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time.
Relentless.
There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin.
Yeah.
So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going.
She's going off.
This is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they
She's
laugh.
doing a good job.
That
to be
makes
fair.
him mad.
I think she
then
is.
he throws the phone at Amber.
It's
Amber
stupid,
screams
but
out and
she's doing
says,
all right.
"Ow! You just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts." Io says, "Amber, get out of there." Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, "Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up." Loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing.
Still got more gas in the tank. Let's
Remember
go.
their testimony. After that, he goes and he has to,
She
he
saved it all
always
up for
leaves
this.
a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway.
God.
He's splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him into Penthouse 5.
Yeah.
That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, "Get your bitch out of here." And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows
love
Josh.
this.
She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can.
This is
and Josh
Johnny's
gets out of there,
impressed.
too. Then what does he do? He rearranges
It's like,
the furniture,
damn.
or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something. I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming.
Please do more voices.
Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York Police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in L.A. and says, "Please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast." So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea
your bitch
that
outta
the
here.
second one was coming.
God.
The first one's come. And, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures.
We saw the video.
Police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer
could have
Haddon
been.
was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that
Discrediting
if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Bro, don't stop her. I mean, she was just going wild. Oh my God. Like, bro, she's just fucking going ham. This is insane. It's like, yeah, but it's awful. But like, no, I actually think this is way more, it's way more entertaining. You know what I mean? It's like, this is what that law firm obviously hires her to do. questioning the witnesses. Who cares about that? She has no fucking idea what she's talking about. But just give her the fucking podium and let her go on a rant for an hour, and she's got voices, fucking like acting it out, and like fucking she remembers the lines.
You recall
she remembers
Josh
the lines that Johnny Depp did.
The police officer told him.
That's why he's
If
impressed.
you give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that.
Oh
but in
my
any
God.
event, she would not.
She doesn't need an earpiece.
She would not cooperate. She didn't want. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence has the cycles, they come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs, so they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there, and you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine.
We saw this.
Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibit 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, "My profound apologies" in one of them, and "my apologies are eternal" in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it.
Why didn't we see it?
So that's
with the body
the
cam
next
footage.
So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now, let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow, she wasn't.
The approach?
God damn it, I'm on a roll. Like, you can't stop me again. I feel like maybe Ben is just like, he sees whenever she's really kind of building up energy, and he just calls an objection for something that'll probably get overruled, but just to fuck her up, Yeah, just to mess with her head a little bit. Yeah, it's funny, man. She gonna forget her lines? I don't think that she will, man. Yeah, Paladin stunned on, but yeah, she's got her cooldowns up. So just give her a little bit of crowd control, man. Oh my god. She's going wild on this.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has
Unless she goes to the
why
courtroom.
on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up?
Then
Why
explain
on earth
the
would she
courthouse.
not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys
Unless
saw
she
her
knew
here.
that TMC would be there.
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake
That's
happens.
fair. That's
but
fair.
you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room
It's not
without
so- no,
concealer
but
and
it's true.
foundation.
Everybody
She
knows
knows
that.
how to
It's
put these
true.
things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not.
She only did it
Now-
the one day she went to the courthouse?
Let's
That
go to
she
the
said she
third
didn't
one.
know TMZ would be there? What an interesting
And
coincidence.
this is
What a very interesting
abuse
coincidence
hoax.
there. Wow.
He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax.
Yes,
But there
it
is
is.
no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you.
Okay.
And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that. You
Well,
don't
that
get to
makes
see
it
them,
way more
but they
credible.
testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs.
This feminist
she kept
and Spiegel?
contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber.
must be true.
And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012.
Two
both
clowns make
physical
one extra.
and sexual
Objection, Your Honor.
that Dr. Hughes testified to that.
It's just like, yeah, it's like, how is this like, both of those people were just like the most uncredible clowns that you could possibly imagine. And this is what they do. It is like, as you see, it's the foundation of lies built upon lies. So it's like they just repeat a lie and then they repeat another lie that's contextualized by the first one, or it's built on top of the first one. And then they have like a big house of cards and then they're like, well, see how high it is? I mean, there's no way this could only be one card, right? Yeah, that's it. Oh my God. Do you guys want to keep smiling? Well, I think that it's probably entertaining for him as an actor to see her just completely fucking go wild like this. It's probably, I mean, like, the truth is, it's probably entertaining in a way. You know, to see this, like, I mean, I'll be honest, like, if she had acted like this more throughout the entire trial, it would have been more entertaining, you know, like, whenever, because there were a few times where she'd use, like, she'd try to, like, lower her voice to sound like Johnny Depp, and it was funny, right? It was really stupid, but it was funny, and that's why it was good. But, like, yeah, she just kind of stopped doing that, and it's like, oh, man, that's too bad. Oh, my God. Remember when she did the Dark Knight voice of him? Yeah, exactly. That was great. And makeup and body language is acting poorly? Well, I don't think so. I mean, like, and it's not even about acting poorly. It's about trying to act, right? Just popping off. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I find to be interesting, you know? 15 Minutes of Fame was funny, too? Yeah, it was. That's it. And some more skill in her than in Amber, let's be honest. I wonder if that's what's going through his head right now. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I feel like she made such a stupid mistake by trying to talk about... I'll talk about it later.
So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized
I'll give it time.
Dr. Jacobs, Dr.
It's
Giovanni
okay.
Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse
Fuck.
and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same.
Oh, well,
When
then
I
it's
asked
right.
Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, She said yes, but she had no comment. And
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
There she is. Now she's getting mad. Good job. Keep her on the ropes, man. Keep her on the ropes. And so I thought she did a really bad job of talking about how much money Amber Heard would owe to Johnny Depp and like contextualizing it inside of a certain amount of time frame. Because in my opinion, I think that's talking past the sale. That's like whenever a car dealership asks you what color you want the car in. Like, it was such a, like, she shouldn't have said that.
Reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
That's not how I would have sold it at all.
I asked Dr.
It's a bad idea.
She said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. And remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it. And
Absolutely.
She put it in great detail.
Of course. 100.
Let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been.
Of course.
But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax, or creating any of this, or making any of this up?
What could it possibly be?
They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money, because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage.
Right.
Unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you've already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69.
Okay.
It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
There it is. Okay, let's see it again. Well, it's like she literally sent him a letter before all this stuff went public, extorting him for more money, a car, and 3 of his houses. So, like, to say that is just so silly to me. Yeah, it's just so fucking silly to me. That's what's going to happen. I mean, like, goddamn, man. Like, yeah, she really worked hard for that. Well, no, it's like, that's just the way it goes, right? But, like, it's not, like, I don't think it's about the money for Johnny Depp probably doesn't give a fuck about that, right? It's just about the fact that she's doing this and then saying it's not for the money. And I think that if it's not for the money, then why didn't you give the money away to the charities? Well, I know why. It's because it was for the money partially. It wasn't really just for the money, but the money was like, you know, now that we put it into context, it's definitely matters. It's important. Let's bring that up too. Exactly. She didn't want her horrible audios to leak. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, she didn't want to look bad. I think that fundamentally it's like she obviously was looking at like having a career for a long period of time. So obviously that kind of made sense that she wouldn't really care that much about it because she'd want to look good. That's what it is, man. And it fucked up. Elaine's going to be the last person from the other side and she'll have such a bad impression. They don't have time. I don't really think so. I mean, I feel like she's doing as good of a chance as she can. Like, I think that this is the best that they possibly can do. And they're just, in my opinion, I feel like these are half-court shots, Hail Marys. You're just trying to, you know, like, close your eyes and fucking let Jesus take the wheel. We're going to go and try to just assert the most crazy shit possible. And then maybe one person believes it. And if that happens, we win. You know, that's basically it. You know, it's like the whole idea that somebody's like, you only need to sell one thing for $1 million. You just need to find one dumb guy.
So
First Amendment, yeah.
Do the math.
Throwing shit at the wall, hoping that one thing sticks.
1.5.
Yeah.
What does she take? $7 million. What does she do with the $7 million? She
Keeps
gives it
it
to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it, and because she was getting paid over the time.
But 13 months would be 2 tax seasons, and there was only one donation.
That the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact,
tax fraud? No,
both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired, she can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to.
What do you think, they're going to say no?
She has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that
he's misrepresenting it intentionally,
and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then they did change the script.
She's going to say he's an idiot?
And yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell,
Oh
the
my
young
God.
Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements.
2.4 now.
It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films.
True.
It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion.
True.
This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators, who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it.
Yeah.
And the reason is because of the defamatory statements.
Oh, that's the reason.
So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3.
Then
she
16,
used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had, instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is, Dr. Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes
Oh my
through.
God,
And
$50 million.
She's called a liar. Every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions.
$17.
But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Holy shit.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch.
Food.
And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other.
It's food time.
And do the outside research, okay?
It's food time. All right, so listen, we got to talk about this shit. All right, so, bro, she just went off. Like, I was actually kind of surprised. Like, she just went fucking wild, man. That woman was going crazy. Yeah, it was nuts. Like, it's just lunchtime, yeah. Like, and so it was just schizo ranting. But the thing is that, like,
so let's
entertaining.
Come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
6.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay?
Yeah, you lost track ranting.
All right.
You were just going wild, and you lost track of time. But wait, 6 minutes left? Yeah, they've got 6 minutes left in the case, man. That's where they're at. And so, oh my God, she's out to defend her own career? Yeah, it's just, bro, like, I have to admit, I wish that she would have acted that way throughout the entire trial. Because, like, this just absolutely unhinged, flailing her fucking arms around, doing voices for the different characters, repeating the profane language, like, get that fucking bitch out of here. Like, that was some real fucking solid quality content, man. That was. Moms, thanks for the 10 subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was some fucking solid quality shit. I was loving it, man. I was absolutely loving it. Do they say the verdict live? I believe they do, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, better than a lot of audible narrators. Yes, exactly. What's this here? She wanted to, but they objected. Yeah, I was hoping that she would. It was great, man. And so Depp's team can make a solid counter against all the shit she disputed, whereas Turd's team just wasted theirs. That's pretty much right. Yeah, because she was, just, you know, like doing the voices and all of that stuff, man. And like, that's what it was. And like, my favorite part about it is like, whenever she was doing that, like doing the voices, Johnny was like looking at her, and it could tell, like,
more
you know,
than just physical.
there was a part of it where, I mean, she was, I feel like she was kind of impressing him. He was like, wow, man, she's really going for it. This is impressive. You know, you don't see this level of animated behavior every day, man. I mean, he's probably thinking, damn, this woman's a better actor than Amber. Holy shit. And what's this here? 6 million. She's a big fan. I don't know if she's a big fan or not. People have said that before. Her spaghetti story completely blew Rottenborn's story, so they don't remember what he said. Yeah, I know. Like, what's this with this? Oh my God. So yeah, this is just nuts, man. They're gonna cast her in the next Pirates. Yeah, he was impressed by her ability to bullshit. Yeah, I want Johnny to have no feelings towards Elaine, get her to do a cameo in a movie. That'd be pretty fucking funny. It would. I don't think that he, I don't know. I mean, I feel like obviously it sucks to have that happen, but you gotta know, I mean, it's their job. It's just what they're gonna do. It is what it is. You know what I mean? And you get mad about it, but you don't have to. Do you think Amber will ask to be friends after with Johnny? I think that's probably not going to happen, man. Yeah, I don't think so at all. And she nearly took 45 minutes. And the best part about it is it was 45 minutes non-stop. Like, there was no, all gas, no brakes. Like, fucking going on, and another thing, and just fucking pop it off. No pauses, no breaks, nothing. Because, like, the whole time she was she was, like, talking as, like, one of the lawyers, I was like, what the fuck do you have her up there for? Like, why is she even on the team? This woman is just, like, she's no fucking idea what she's doing. And then she comes on here for the closing statements and just goes fucking wild, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's like the equivalent of, like, they use her for that, and it's great, because she just goes off on these fucking rants. Yeah, she goes goblin mode. And it's the same thing as the Wizard Destroyer. It's like he doesn't do the closing arguments, he doesn't do the opening arguments, he doesn't really talk to the witnesses, probably doesn't do a whole lot of other things. But if there's somebody that wants to go up there and pretend that they know what the fuck they're talking about, he's gonna bully that nerd into the fucking dumpster. You know, and that's all there is to it, man. I thought it was great. And what's this here? I'll read some of this. Keep my client's name out of your fucking mouth. Yeah, exactly. Amber's lawyers are very compelling. No, Depp's lawyer didn't connect with the jury very well. I don't really know about that. I mean, I think that the more that you make an emotional argument, it's always like a big risk whenever you make an emotional argument with something, because when you hit, you really hit, but when you miss, you're not even close to the target. That's kind of like what happens, is that like you can make an emotional argument that's like just, you know, like whatever, and that's fine, but yeah, it's you really miss with some of those too, because people might not share the same feelings as you do. So yeah, when's the verdict? I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get the verdict today. Some people were saying Tuesday. I'm not sure, but I think it'll probably take a little bit of time, and then after that, they'll figure it out. Johnny Depp's team is 35-ish minutes. I think they have 45-ish minutes, if I remember right. Closing arguments are more about emotional appeal than logic appeal. I feel like the Rotten Boy closing argument was very much a logical appeal. He was very much saying, he's like, if you don't let Amber say Johnny Depp was an abuser, do you really care about the Constitution? Do you really like, does anybody here hate the Constitution? No? Well, I didn't think so. So you don't want to go ahead and do what I want. You know, you don't want to do what they want, or you hate the Constitution. It's just that simple. Now, in my opinion, Rottenborn was honestly good. I don't think it was that bad. I think that Elaine made kind of a pretty big fuck up. I'm going to be honest. This is my opinion as somebody who does things like this, is that she was talking past the sale. And I think that is something that, like, for example, you know, you go to a car dealership and you're talking about, what do you call it? You're talking about what color car would you want, or you're talking about like trying to paint a fantasy in like the client's mind of like them driving the car to the beach or something like that. And I feel like she kind of did that whenever she was talking about how much money does Johnny Depp really owe her. You see what I'm saying? And contextualizing it around, let's see, is it the same time of day? Yeah, it's the same time of day. I don't know why this happens, and every single time after it's done happening, I stop thinking about it, so it'll probably never get fixed. But anyway, so yeah, she's talking past the sale. And I think that by doing that, the reason why you talk past the sale is to plant the assumption in the into prospect's mind that they are already going to do what you want. You guys have ever heard this or seen this before? It's a very, very like, for example, like one way that I would do things is that, like, whenever I was going to sell something to somebody, instead of talking about like how much they wanted or what they wanted to do, that wasn't it. I would just immediately go and be like, well, what time do you want to do it? When are you free? And I immediately get them thinking beyond the sale. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? It's a very good way of making a sale and making things happen immediately. And I think that's a very good way of doing things, and I think a lot of people do. Of course. Is this something your father taught you too? Not necessarily. I don't at least think so. I'd have to really think about it myself. But, I mean, maybe. I probably would assume so, yeah. And so that's one way to handle it, of course. And then beyond that, let's talk about some other stuff too. And I think Johnny Depp clearly knew about the statements that Adam Waldman made. In my opinion, I think their defense for the statements shouldn't be that they were made with malice. I think that, Donnie's texts weren't directed at Amber, but someone else. How can that be evidence of direct abuse? Well, it isn't. And I think that's another thing, is that a lot of the text messages that were written were text messages that were written from Johnny to one of his friends venting about his wife or his girlfriend. Now, contextually, even then, the text messages were really bad. They were really, really bad. And of course you shouldn't say that about anybody, and it's awful. But that doesn't mean that it's abuse towards that person. That's what it is. And so it's like, yes, obviously that was bad, but that doesn't mean the same thing. And I think they were hilarious. Some of them were pretty funny, if you want. Yeah, they definitely were. Some of them were. So here's what I think. I think Johnny Depp probably had an idea that Adam Waldman was going to make those statements and say that stuff. Did Johnny Depp really tell him to say that? Did Johnny Depp write it out and then ask him to be, oh, I want you to be my messenger for this statement? I don't really think that happened. I find it to be unlikely. But there's a good chance that he could have known what was going to happen. And I also think that it was a mistake by referring to him as his attorney rather than his agent, because that's entirely what this all hinges on. Is that basically what their argument is that because Adam Waldman acted in a scope beyond what an attorney would do, that he is then Johnny Depp's agent, and by being Johnny Depp's agent, it makes him liable. It makes Johnny Depp liable vicariously through the actions of Adam Waldman. That's effectively what they were saying. So using the word attorney in there, I thought was stupid. But, you know, it is what it is. In my opinion, I think that the argument that they should make, this is the thing that they should say, is that Adam Waldman thought they were true. That's what I think they should say. Because you have to willingly disseminate false information or disseminate false information without doing a thorough check for it. And the truth is, it's early. Guys, unmute. It literally says earlier today right here on the screen. It literally says that. It says earlier today. That means it didn't happen. It's not happening. Okay? Like, that's what it says. Stop. Anyway, so this is basically what I think, is that they should try to use that mainly as their defense, is that, you know, he thought these things were true. It was very evident that he thought they were true because he explained, like, all the people that were there, and it seemed to me like he was giving, it seemed to me like he had a very, very clear understanding of what the story was. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, do you see kind of what I'm saying here? Does that make sense? Well, let me read the rest of this. The clip Amber was filming Johnny smacked the cupboard. She was not very scared. Tells something? Well, of course not. Agent implies Waldman was acting for and in accordance with Johnny Depp more than a lawyer, not? Yes, that's basically what it is, exactly. And so, yeah. The first applies to Amber Heard lying and defaming, but not to Johnny talking to a friend. No. Well, that's technically two different things, so that thing would definitely make sense. And acting on his own volition, not because Johnny was puppeteering him to do so. Yeah, so it seemed very obvious to me that Johnny Depp was, or Adam Waldman, looked at all of the evidence that the case had, and he formed a conclusion, whether this was with or without Johnny Depp. He formed a conclusion that was based off of evidence and not just reckless disregard, that what was told was false. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, do you see kind of where I'm going from here? Yeah, do you see what this is? I explain for Europeans how the American jury system works. Basically, they decide if they're guilty or not. That's fundamentally what it is. Every photo of drugs has Amber's cut from the cabinet video in it. Staged much? Well, I think that it's obviously staged because she's the one that's doing it, right? She's the one taking the pictures, of course, right? Yeah, when is decision expected? Probably sometime next week. Yeah, that's what I would in general guess. What's this here? And I didn't hear you? Yeah, sure. And doing wigs? Stupid to have no proof? Why can she win this? Because basically defamation, the truth is that defamation is very hard to prove in court. That's just the reality of it. Now, I get that it's, you know, people might say like, oh, well, that's not how it should be. Guess what? I agree with you. I completely agree with you. I think that that's not how it should be either. However, that's how it is. So because of that, it makes it harder for people to actually prove defamation. So it's basically like Johnny Depp. It's like, all right, imagine playing like a video game. And like, you're playing a character, and your character has to hit every single shot, right? You have to hit every single shot on the enemy. And meanwhile, the enemy, all the enemy does need to do is not get hit by one shot and hit you once. That's what it's like trying to claim defamation. Is that what Rottenboy was saying was that if there is just literally one instance, if there is one instance of Johnny Depp being abusive towards Amber Heard, that it is not defamation categorically. And that is, I don't know, guys. I feel like that's kind of bullshit. I do. Sounds like what's his path of exile? I mean, I don't know about that, but like just in general, yeah, I'd say so. Let me go back over. And consequences of fast verdict? I don't know. It depends, right? But all I'm really trying to say here is that freedom of speech is a thin line. Of course it is. It's always going to be a thin line. There's always going to be technicalities. There's always going to be things like this. But I think that what they should use, and this is what I would probably look at if I was on the jury, I would say that there is a good chance that Alan Waldman maybe made them with malice. I would say, like, I don't really think so, because it's like, are you really making the statement with malice, or are you making it in the context of what you believe to have happened? I think that, like, malice almost, it seems like it means that, like, you're not going to do something because it's true, right? Or it's misrepresenting it. So what I'm saying is that the one thing that I think that you can't say, especially after his testimony, is that it was a reckless accusation, and it was also because he didn't believe it. It seemed very obvious that he believed it, and he researched it, and this was the conclusion that he came to, whether it's right or wrong. So that alone, I think, also makes it to where there's no way that she can sue him for defamation. You see kind of what I'm saying? Does it have to be a unanimous decision? That's what my understanding is. Let me see here. 12 agents on a jury get to decide the case. They have no idea about the law or anything related to malice or defamation. That's sometimes the way it goes. Yep, there it is. They need to be careful with the rebuttal. Free speech has nothing to do with defamation. Free speech only has to do with how the government can or cannot interfere with such speech. A civil matter, individual. Well, the government does regulate that as well, so I don't really think that's entirely true. Is there going to be a season 2? She clearly intended to defame him, though. So the only question is, did he actually do what she claimed? I agree it may be a sticky question hanging on technicalities. I find it to be probably maybe a little bit more likely that Johnny Depp is going to win, especially from like what I heard that people said about the jury. Maybe that's the case, but like if it's more likely, I'm talking like 51 to 49%. And I think that reasonably you could expect that there's no chance that he wins. There are people who think that there's no way he's going to win this because basically it's like you fired 100 bullets and it's like the odds are at least one of them is going to hit. Like that's basically what the that's basically what the whole defense was, is you're firing so many bullets that there's no way that he can refute every single one of them. I also think that it was weird, and I didn't like how he misrepresented the text messages about Amber that Johnny Depp sent to his friends as if it was things that he had said to Amber, because he wasn't doing this directly, but he was using these two things interchangeably. So like he was talking about, oh, well, this is what he said, and it's like, does this person look like an abuser? Look at this. Does this count as abuse to you? I think that's what it was, right? He said, does this count as abuse to you? And the fact is that how could it if it's not actually towards Amber? So you see kind of where I'm coming from here? I'm one of those that doesn't believe Johnny will win because it's actually the reason Rottenborn mentioned they need to find a single instance, Sag. Well, it also depends on what the jury is saying, because the jury can easily say, I think this is fair, right? Is that this is a person who has been found to fabricate evidence and fabricate stories in many cases. And in the cases where there is some question as to whether this happened or not, we will assume that she also fabricated those as well. I think that's a reasonable assumption to make. That's the assumption I would make, is if there's a person who's willing to fabricate evidence, and on top of fabricating evidence, also fabricating stories that are disproven by their own fucking witnesses, then yes, I would assume that they're lying about the other stuff too. I think that's common sense. Absolutely. The main purpose is to bring light of who Amber is as a person, regardless of the outcome. I feel like he's accomplished that. Disagree with the just one instance argument, because that would convict every single person in the world. Proportion is important. No, it's not. Not in this case. Your disagreement, I disagree with that too, personally. But I also know that I'm not talking about disagreeing. I'm talking about this is what's written in the book. You see kind of what I'm saying? Your word's one thing, you can never really go back. Don't waste it on lies. I mean, I don't know. You always find new people to believe you. There's a sucker born every day. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. Johnny's already won. The world knows the truth about Amber. She doesn't have to have the money anyways. I don't think Johnny is going to get the money one way or another, man. Like, let's be honest. Like, he's not going to get this money. There's nothing he's going to recoup from Amber. Amber doesn't have any fucking money. So it's not like this is even a possibility to happen in the first place. Rottenborn and Elaine are claiming the trial proceedings themselves are evidence of abuse, and that doesn't seem admissible of court. Yeah, basically what they are implying is that by asking her... Or sorry, but by suing her, he is abusing her because she has to lie on the stand again. Like, that's effectively what she's saying, which is just crazy to me. Like, how can you possibly fucking say something like that? It's unreal, man. And she spent $6 to $7 million to pay for dog shit attorneys. I mean, well, I guess so. Yeah, it's catch-22. Yeah, it's such twisted logic. Well, this is the same logic. This is what these people do, right? Is that they attack you, and then whenever you defend yourself, they say that you're attacking them. And that's what happens. And that's exactly what the entertainment person on Amber's team, that woman there, this is like 2 days ago, said. She said that basically the reason why studios don't want to pick up Johnny Depp is because of the lawsuits. And this is like the implication that Johnny Depp filing the lawsuits makes him less attractive to movie places. But the implication with that is that he shouldn't have the right to defend himself. And I think that's what makes people pissed off, is that you can't just you can't just like say that for no fucking reason, man. Like, I find that to be ridiculous. Like, it's just crazy. I feel like Johnny just can't lose. No way he loses this case, and his reputation has been mostly restored. I think that there's a good chance that he loses. I absolutely think so. I think it's at least 40% that he loses the case. Now, I don't think Amber's going to win the case at all. I find that very unlikely. But I do think that it's a good chance that Johnny Depp does lose the case, because there are just so many instances that Amber brought up that it's very, very hard to disprove every single one of them whenever she's talking about defamation. Aren't they both abusers, to be honest? It's only me that thinks that. I think that there are people that say that, but I think that it's like a hand waving. It's like you're saying, oh, well, they're both abusers. Like, well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there was things that went both sides, but as I've said many times, it's kind of like, I guess like one way I would kind of like categorize that and make a similarity to that is like, you know how in schools they have like zero tolerance policies where it's like if you get in a fight, you're automatically expelled even if you're defending yourself? Well, I don't agree with those. I think that defending yourself is not the same thing as being attacked. And I think that whenever you defend yourself from somebody and then you're considered also the bad person, then I think that's ridiculous. So yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that if you initiate a conflict against somebody else, that person has every right to follow through with that conflict just as much as you have. And that's kind of how I see it too. That's how I've seen it in general. Difference is Johnny is trying to be a spokesperson for Me Too. I don't think Johnny was ever trying to be a spokesperson for Me Too at all. I think that he was just simply telling and talking about like his story. And yeah, that's it. Let me go back over here and look at the rest of this stuff. While you're explaining everything, it's common sense. Okay, just watch trial. You saw with her, just leave. Don't ever step outside. Thank you. Well, I think there's a lot of people that I think the reason why people watch commentary on things is because while they might agree on it, they don't necessarily know how to say it. And I think that's why they watch certain content creators and other people and like listen to other people's opinions, is because they have a thought in their mind and they're looking for somebody who expresses that in a way that they in a way that's agreeable with them. That's basically what it is. And so he's an advocate for Me Poo. Sad turd. Yeah, exactly. Depp loses case, but doubt the inserted all her claims restored most of his rep. Well, I think that it's very obvious that it did. I mean, like, look at all the people and everything like that are like really happy to see him, like from, you know, waiting outside the courtroom, etc. Obviously, it's not like a super strong argument, but I do think that it makes some bit of a difference, right? And what do you predict if Johnny loses? Will there be rioting and people being mad? No, of course not. Nobody's going to get mad or any riots or anything like that. The fact is that like, people will be mad about it, sure. There'll be a lot of Facebook posts pissed off about it. There will be people that are using this hashtag loading about it, and then things will just move on as normal, and people are still going to disbelieve it. And I think that also what this will do, and I've said this for weeks now, is that this is going to shed a shadow of doubt on every future domestic violence accusation. It will. Because you have a situation where I think that like over 90% of people think that Amber Heard is in the wrong. Like, they 100%, 90% think she's in the wrong, and she's still, she's still obviously got a lot out of being able to lie about Johnny Depp. Does that make sense? So that's how I see it. And 98%, yeah, I think it's vastly beyond 90% too, at least online. I think there are some people. I think the majority of people think that Amber Heard is the abuser. There are some people that think that they're both abusers, and there's almost nobody really that thinks that Amber Heard was not the abuser. So I think that's really what it comes down to. Fuck off, poll. I'm not going to poll it. There's no reason to poll it. This is an audience full of people that are watching my stream, and I've been pro Johnny Depp ever since pretty much the beginning. So it would make sense that you're going to cultivate an audience of people that are agreeable with your viewpoints. So there's no reason to poll it. Most people are going to agree with me. We already did that yesterday. So is today the final verdict? No, it is not. There's a chance, like, I don't know, like maybe it could be the final verdict, but I find it to be very unlikely if it is. And why don't we try blaming social media for once also? Because social media has no accountability. That's why. Like, let's say you want to blame, I don't know, like, what do you want to blame? You want to blame Twitter? You want to blame, like, Facebook or something like that? Well, like, who do you sue? Who has accountability there, etc.? And there's nothing you can really do. And that's not it. It has to be the person, like the buck has to stop somewhere. And that's what it comes down to. Vice news and opinion columns are still backing Amber. Well, of course they are, because that generates more controversy and it makes more money for them. What you have to understand with like a lot of these news publications is that, yes, I do believe that they're doing it primarily to save their own reputation, because basically if these news publications, if it's found out how transparently biased they are, then a lot of people are going to stop watching them. And effectively, a lot of the power that news publications have right now is being able to control and decide the narrative behind information. So whenever a story comes out, they're the ones that get to write the headline. And then that headline influences the way that people think about things. And what happens whenever people stop reading the headlines and stop caring about what they think? Well, the truth is that they lose all their power overnight, because all they have is their credibility, really. Like a news station, all it really has is its credibility. So if you don't have credibility as a news station, nobody cares about you. It doesn't matter, except for people that are also biased in the same exact way. And that's the way it goes. Amber Alert on Twitter now because the phone's going off? Yeah, I bet. And imagine if Amber loses the case, how will she ever pay the bills? She won't. She'll just file for bankruptcy probably, or something like that. I have no idea, but she's probably never going to pay it. It's not going to happen. And let's see here. You guys are okay with Elon using child slaves in Africa and treating his workers like shit, but draw the line to Amber Heard? Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying. That's 100% what we meant to say. I'm glad that you were able to discern that. Yes, thank you so much for your insight. That's very useful. Absolutely. Anyway, so listen, as I've said many times, I am not if you're not going to come in here and create some like weird narrative like that, and then I'm not going to defend this. I'm not going to defend myself against you. You're just a moron. It's the same as whenever a dog barks at me whenever I walk outside. I don't think to myself, what did I do wrong? I just get into the car and roll up my window, and I stop listening to the dog. And to be honest with you, you're worse than a dog, because at least I can pet a dog. So, fuck you. Anyway, I don't give a shit about you. It doesn't matter. You're a moron. Fuck you. Get away from me. Anyway, cast Astrogration stream. I'll watch it after this is all done. Yeah, of course I'll look at it. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't ever waste my time with that. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, point is that I think that, yes, that's why news publications and people like this are spending so much time and effort defending her, is because their reputation is on the line. And if this narrative crumbles, the reputation crumbles along with it. And I think that this has happened. Like, I'll give you an example with like esports, right? And this is what happened with Slasher, is that Slasher said that he knew why Dr. Disrespect got banned, and because he never produced the information about it, he never said anything about it, that people stopped taking him as seriously after that. I think that's genuinely what happened, is that they started memeing on him, that they started memeing on his reporting, etc. So I think that's a very good example of somebody who has, and I like Slasher, by the way, but I will say that this is what happened. I don't think he expected this to happen, but, you know, that's what it was. And anyway, this happened, and whenever it did happen, his credibility went down. So that's an example that, like, we know pretty well of somebody in the media, and it's like as soon as their credibility starts going out the window, they're done. That's about it, man. And so, yeah, what's this here? Being ready to defend obvious guilty person is a pretty great protection to have in their line of business, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think so, too. And then there's also another factor here, and this is an important factor that I will continue to bring up every single fucking time that we have a controversy where people are deliberately posting divisive information. Is the fact is that these people are writing these articles, they're doing these things because the news publication is effectively using them as target dummies. They're saying, hey, look at this person, they're typing out this crazy weird thing, right? And almost every single one of the news publications that publishes articles about this stuff, it's always from people that are not always, but like in many cases, it's from people that are not like very directly connected from that news publication. It's always people that are kind of satellites that submit information in. So that way, if this person does get a lot of bad press, if the media company does get a lot of bad press for it, all they have to do is throw this person in the garbage, and then that's it. Do you see kind of what happened? So yeah, they immediately discard them the moment that they become, not mentioned, not useful, or a liability. But how do we explain something like Waldman being banned for harassment on Twitter, despite him actually bringing forth evidence, not merely making stuff up? It doesn't compute for me. Well, I don't really put Twitter, I don't think that Twitter bans people fairly. I don't think so. I think that there's a very good chance that there could be somebody on Twitter who thinks that Adam Waldman, by questioning Amber Heard's story, was trying to downplay sexual abuse and harassing her, and so they just banned him. I don't trust Twitter as getting banned on Twitter, this is somehow an indication of guilt. No, absolutely not. I think Twitter, yeah, it's a private company, and I think this is one of the biggest reasons, why people were happy that Elon Musk is buying Twitter, is because they feel like Twitter is run without a high level of accountability. I think that's clearly a big factor. So yeah, I don't agree with that whatsoever. What's this here? It'll be a good day? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm chilling. Keep at the chocobo. I already did today. I might pet him again. We'll see what happens, okay? Conflict of interest. Elon owns Twitter, and they're citing Twitter. Elon does not technically own Twitter right now, but either way, what I'm saying is that this kind of story and this kind of stuff happens, and I know that people, and this is kind of what I think a lot of their defense is built off of, is it's built off of lies. It's built off of one lie that is confounding in another lie that is reinforced by a third lie, and then a fourth lie after. He's a good boy. And then a fourth lie after that, and it just keeps going, right? It's a house of cards, exactly. And I wonder if this trial is why his purchase on Twitter is on hold. No, I don't think so at all. I think it's a multi-billion-dollar deal, and it probably takes more than a week. I have no idea. Musk is getting sued by Twitter for tanking the price. I mean, having a lawsuit filed against you does not really mean a lot. There are a lot of people that have lawsuits filed against them all the time, and nothing ever comes of it. So it's like, you can file a lawsuit against somebody for pretty much anything. So I'm not really going to take that seriously until I actually see some real information about it, you know? Won't Johnny Depp make a great Vesemir? I wanted Mark Hamill to play Vesemir. I did. I thought Mark Hamill would have been the perfect Vesemir. It would have been, oh my God. Either him, I know he's probably too old now, right? But like either him or the fucking guy that played Captain Kirk. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. And yeah, the guy played Captain Kirk, the original guy. Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins would be crazy good. Holy shit. Not Chris Pine, the one before, William Shatner. God damn, we got some Zoomers in chat. What do you mean? Chris Pine, yeah, he's probably way too, isn't he like 90 years old or some shit like that, right? And that's crazy. And Classic Andy's being bad in chat, bro. Oh, there's always going to be bad people in chat. We've got over 200,000 people in chat. We've got to have some bad boys in chat. We do our best to ban them and get them out of the chat, but there's always going to be bad actors and troublemakers, and this is just the way things go, man. And I've already said that. Did you see Ray Liotta's died? I did. I saw it yesterday. It was awful. It sucks, man. And can Paul Bettany sue for slander because of the druggy comments by Amber's lawyers? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think so at all. As I said, defamation is extremely hard to prove. In my opinion, it's too hard to prove. I think it should be much easier to prove defamation against somebody. And I think the amount of damage, the reason why I think defamation should be reevaluated and reexamined, and I'd be curious to hear what other people's perspective is on this, is that I feel like the dissemination of information is much larger than it used to be. Like the power to disseminate information is so much more powerful than it was, like, let's say in like 1930 or something like that. Like go back 50 years even, or especially 100 years, it's a completely different fucking universe. So like whenever somebody says like, oh, it's defamation, it's like, well, I mean, like 50 years ago, like if somebody said something bad about your work, it's like really hard to prove like kind of what happened, and so there's got to be a lot of rules with it, etc. But like the power that social media has and the power that like viral online media has, I think makes defamation much easier to do. It's very, very easy to defame somebody and make them look really, really bad. And I think that's what happens a lot. One guy cussing out the guy and telling him he's dirty, whatever he said. I have no idea. Check out stream, currently trying to keep watching. Oh, there's a lot of people that watch. I think the reason why a lot of people watch, one of the big reasons, is because it's because I remember a lot of stuff about the case, and I've kept up with this media stuff for years, right? So like I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal expert or anything like that, but I remember what happens in the cases, and I also remember a lot of things that happen, you know, in like subsequent cases and things that are like, you know, like loosely involved, and so I can make good comparisons. I think that's really what it comes down to more than anything. And use satire and comedy. Yeah, I think so too. And also goofing and joking around, right? And like just making a joke out of it, not getting super mad. I feel like in general, you know, this is something I've tried to do in general, coming back to streaming for like this recent time with like whenever I came back whenever Lost Ark came out, is that I was just going to just simply take everything much less seriously. I was going to take comments against me much less seriously. I was going to take comments for me much less seriously. I was going to take the stream less seriously. And I was going to just do whatever the fuck I wanted to do. And that was it. And I think that I've done a pretty good job at that. And so, yeah, that's it. And I think that also, like, there's a lot of people that make moral arguments, and I find that moral arguments fall flat for a lot of people because everybody has different morals. And I think that for a lot of moral arguments, like for example, stealing or you know, like breaking things, or you know, different things that people might feel like are like Robin Hood activities, they might feel like, oh, well, this is something that's a good thing, but you can explain why things are bad. And this is what I do, is I can explain why things are bad without using morality. And I think that's a very important factor to communicate with a lot of people online. Because it's like you can make just objective arguments that having certain things in society are bad. And if you can do that in a good way, then it helps people understand it in a lot better case, right? It's logic. But yeah, there are a lot of laws that are just simply logical. It's like, well, this has to happen or things would be crazy. Let's see here. And immoral and amoral people exist, therefore moral arguments are often ineffective. Yeah, even if they're correct or valid. Yeah, exactly. But I think that with many things, you can actually find a logical argument that's lodged inside of those things. And that's what I was going to say. And the OG nihilist, I don't know about a nihilist. I mean, like, maybe a little bit. But it depends. It's impossible for Johnny to win here, but who's to blame is the cancel culture and corporation like Disney who shoot first and ask later. Well, you want to know who another person who's like a really big, not person, well, it is now, Citizens United, person who's a really bad offender of this is Blizzard. Blizzard has on multiple occasions shot first and asked questions later. except whenever, obviously, it was in the case of somebody who was doing something wrong, then somehow they protected them for years. And, like, for example, the actor of Kale Thos, like, there are two examples, right? I'm going to use Swifty and the actor for Kale Thos. So, Blizzard, there's a person who's a voice actor for a very well-known character in the game, and he's basically kind of like a, you know, like, I don't know, like... He's like a B character in the storyline of the game, right? And he's been like this for like 20 years in the game. And there were accusations that came out against this guy. And what ended up happening? Well, the guy disproved the accusations. He went to court and he was found innocent. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Blizzard never went back. They never gave him his voice lines back. They didn't do any of that stuff, man, because they didn't give a shit. Because all they care, yeah, it's Quentin Flynn. That was the guy. And this is the kind of things that these corporations do. And I think this is why it's so stressful for people. Because everybody can put themselves in the shoes of that person and think to themselves, holy fuck, this could be me. And I think that's why people react so negatively to somebody like Johnny Depp's or like Quentin Flynn's story, or Swifty's story for that matter, because this could happen. Pro Jared was another one. This could happen, and it could just completely destroy your life overnight. And the people that are doing it are only doing it out of an abundance of caution, and it completely dehumanizes you out of the equation. And yeah, of course people are going to be pissed off about that. They should be pissed off about that. I certainly am. I think it's awful. Didn't Pro Jared cheat on his wife? I don't remember exactly what the details were, but I remember I think cheating on your wife is much different than abusing somebody, right? I mean, they're both bad, but one's worth canceling somebody over, the other one's not. The way that I look at canceling somebody, these are the things that I would say you should cancel somebody for. The things that would put them in jail. Like, obviously there are exceptions, but like, I don't think that it's not cancel culture whenever somebody gets arrested for being a rapist. Like, this is not cancel culture. This is the fucking law. This is common sense. And that's a completely different fucking thing. But the fact is that there's plenty of people that get canceled for all kinds of dumb stuff, right? Or just big mistakes or whatever. That's about it. Let me go back over here. And Pro Jared dick pics on girls? No, there was a bunch of other people that did do that, though. And Quentin Flynn asked for his lines to be removed after seeing the lawsuit against Blizzard. I thought that happened afterwards. I'm not sure exactly what the details were. And another example is the Free Taiwan, Free Hong Kong esport incident. Yeah, exactly. And let's see back over here. Remember they took Swifty's NPC? There's a chapter in my life I finally got to appreciate how low Blizzard standards could go. Well, the problem is that the people that believe Amber Heard are the same people that work at Blizzard. These are people who categorically believe these ideological extreme viewpoints, like, if she accuses him of something, then she's right and he's wrong. That's it. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, by the law. Yeah, it's literally that fucking simple, man. Yeah, they're activists. They're people that use the game and they use their position to further their political agenda, or not political agenda. It's more or less a viewpoint on the world. That they use it as a tool to maneuver and push things in that direction. I don't think that they believe that. They just do it for PR. They don't really care. I think that they do care based off of a lot of the conversation. I think that the higher-ups care, but I think the decision to remove his lines was not made by higher-ups. Because they don't, like, do you think Bobby Kotick gives a fuck about the voice lines of World of Warcraft? Probably doesn't even know who Kale Thos is. So why the fuck would he care? It doesn't matter to him either way. So yeah, I do think it was something that they did, and I see a lot of posts that people like that work at the company make. And a lot of them think like that, absolutely. Do you think Will Smith could ever get uncanceled? You know how Will Smith can get uncanceled? Is by divorcing that woman. I guarantee you that the moment Will Smith divorces her, and like you see like, some paparazzi photo with Will Smith with like this hot young woman, everybody's like, my fucking man. And then people are going to be totally fine. They're not going to give a fuck, right? That's what it is. And again, it's like, what is the persona of Will Smith? Very cool guy. Very cool fucking guy, right? Anybody that grew up in the 2000s and the 90s, it's like Will Smith was always the cool guy. He always had the right things to say, the funny fucking lines. He was a good actor, everything like that. He was always a fucking cool guy. And so the reason why people were like, well, fuck Will Smith, it wasn't because he slapped him. It was because of why he slapped him and the context around like his wife cheating on him, etc. Not cheating on him, having an open relationship, and it's seeming visible that it's bothering him. And so he went from being the cool guy to being the cuck guy. And people don't respect a loser. That's all it comes down to. If you want people to like you, win. If you want people to hate you and resent you, lose. It's just that simple. That's it. People love winners. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, that's literally all it comes down to. A large part of it was a slap. If he didn't do that, no one would be talking about him nearly as much. Yeah, but people still had, like, they wouldn't be talking about him as much, you're right. But people still had a negative opinion about Will Smith even before that because of all the cuck stuff, right? And in my opinion, I think you can have an open relationship and that's totally fucking fine. And if both people in the relationship are okay with it, who am I to go and tell people they shouldn't or should be able to do something? I'm just, that's not my life. I can do whatever they can do whatever the fuck they want. But the fact is that it seemed to the audience, right? And this is just the truth. I'm not speaking about my own personal opinion. I don't really know them. But from the audience's perspective and a large amount of people's perspective, they saw him and they looked at him as a broken man who's being taken advantage of and his soul is being sucked out of him. And I can see why people think that, even though I can acknowledge that I don't really know. Yeah, of course. So I respect him and I heard about having an open relationship and getting humiliated like that by his wife. I don't think it's a fundamentally bad thing as long as it's okay, so the problem with the open relationship type thing is that the implication with it is that it is initiated by her and that he's not okay with it and it's not reciprocated. It's not like he's hooking up with a bunch of like hot chicks all the time and she's just sitting at home watching Sex in the City. No, it's the opposite. And so that's why people look down on him for it. No, that's so weird. That's so weird. There are a lot of people who look at it that way. But in my opinion, I don't think that it would be viewed that way by the majority of people. I don't think that people would really care. I think the reason why people look down on him for it is that the decisions seem to not be consensual. Do you guys can kind of agree with me on this one? Am I right about this? Like, yeah, I that's how I feel. Yeah, I've said many times, I have no problem. Like, I wouldn't want to be in an open relationship. I think that's a little bit too far for me, but I have no problem with, like, a girlfriend doing OnlyFans or something like that, or Fansly or Patreon or something else. Like, I don't really care about that. It doesn't really matter. But everybody draws the line at different places, where this could make me uncomfortable. It could make, or not make me uncomfortable. It makes somebody else uncomfortable. I think that in general, it's just important to find somebody who has the same values that you do and is on that same wavelength on the spectrum that you are. Because if you're not, then you're just going to constantly have frustrations and be mad, etc., right? I don't think you're right, but respect your opinion. This is not something, what I'm saying about this is that it is not something that is a right or wrong decision. Whether or not something makes you uncomfortable or not is fundamentally, in many cases, involuntary. All I'm saying is that this isn't something that I can be right or wrong about. This is just simply something that I feel. It's a purely emotional perspective. That's all there is to it. And a healthy version is more like Destiny and Moena. I have no idea. I don't really know about that at all. And let's see here. Show a timer, please. It's not really about that in general. But all I'm really trying to say, did you take philosophy or something? I took one class of philosophy in community college. And the guy there, holy fuck, that guy was insane. Oh my god, this guy was nuts, man. Holy shit. Show it, the timer. It's not going to start in 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's not going to start. It's just another part of the thing. And so, yeah, I get what you mean. A lot of people do it their own in personal lives. Exactly. But, and this is kind of what's happened with other people too. So, yeah, I think that with Johnny Depp, the public did not really cancel Johnny Depp in the same way they did with Will Smith. Like, I would say the public kind of canceled Will Smith over the slap thing, and the public didn't cancel Johnny Depp because they don't think that he's in the wrong. And the truth is that a lot of guys agree with him. They agree that, like, you know, that the way that Amber Heard was acting was like slutty or something like that, right? And I'm not even saying whether this is true or not. In my opinion, I think you should let people do what they want. But the fact is that whenever there's a lot of people out there that believe something, it doesn't matter whether you disagree with it or not. You have to still acknowledge that you are the minority. And I do think that for many, many, many men, this is that's the way they look at it. And let's see, put off your job for 2 months, paid minimum wage to listen to someone say objection over and over. Yeah, really. I can imagine that. Well, they did cancel him in 2016. We're just trying to retract from that now. We did have the truth. I don't remember. Did you guys feel like, and like I wasn't really paying that much attention to it in 2016. Do you guys feel like Johnny Depp was getting canceled in 2016? Like, yeah, did you guys feel that way or not? And this is a genuine question. I actually don't know really how I'd feel about this or not. I don't know. Yes, I did, for sure. In Hollywood, yes. I didn't know he was sued. Yeah, it's like, yeah, in 2016, I was thinking about the election, right? And so, like, the Johnny Depp thing was just like a little footnote. I didn't even think about Johnny Depp, right? I mean, it's like that was like at the bottom of like the third page after like the first 3 pages just being fucking massive tweets from Donald Trump and like some crazy shit that he said or did, right? And that's it. So, yeah, I don't remember it that well at all. Not really until Me Too, Washington Post article. Yeah, I feel like the trial was a big factor too. And everything I wanted to be in, he wasn't going to be in anymore. Well, that sucks. Yeah, for sure. People had mixed feelings. I think so too. Okay, yeah, I wasn't really sure about that in general. What are the odds of the jury not ruling either way and no one winning? I think there's a good chance that this could be a no-win situation, exactly. How do you feel about the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? Well, I think that it's very telling. In my opinion, what I think they should do is just open up the books, see what all the information is, have her name names, and then go from there. But I don't think they're going to do that just because the people that run the show are the ones in the book. And so that's not going to happen. That's my opinion. And so, yeah, I am in general a believer of that kind of stuff. I think that if the guy didn't kill himself, he probably would have, you know, said a number of things that could have made people look bad. And yeah, sure. All right, let's see here. When our Marilyn Manson trial is going to go, it got dismissed apparently. People talked about it. You know, a voice left of the wise guys. Thanks for embracing ways of logic and showing it to people. I don't like to be called like the like a voice of reason or anything like that, or like a. You know, I don't like whenever people like elevate my position beyond just like a commentator on the internet, really. But I do think that there are a lot of people out there that say stuff like that because what else are they gonna say? Sure. Yeah, I don't really like doing that because it's like kind of an ego thing. I don't really like having a big ego about that kind of stuff, and I think then people get mad about it. It's like at the end of the day, I just comment on stuff, I talk about stuff, and I look at things from my perspective and I talk about them. If people agree with it, great. If they don't, they won't. There's gonna be, I can guarantee you guys, if you're a new viewer from the trial, I can guarantee you that if you stick around, you will find things that I say that you disagree with, and that's fine. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much, man. And come up with logical reasoning. I think that's, again, what I would say is it's about the reasoning and the logic. You know what I mean? Look both ways, not just this is it period. Yeah, sure. I've been called an oracle of wisdom. No, I don't. People say stuff like that occasionally, and it's a little bit weird. Yeah, I just talk about it from, you know, my perspective and what I know about it. You know what I mean? And that's literally it. I try to look at the facts, look at the evidence, think about it, you know, give my opinion on it, and just kind of go from there. But I do think there's a lot of people that agree with that because there's a lot of people that are probably... I think that there's a lot of people out there who are kind of like sick of having obvious things not looked at. Sick of having something that is in plain sight and you're told that it's invisible. Sick of being able to see something right in front of you and to be told that it's not there. And I think that in general, this case is evidence of that. A lot of my commentary is evidence of that. Just saying, hey, look, it's right there. Everybody fucking knows it. That's what it is. And yeah, it's gaslighting. Yeah, I think that the public has been gaslighted by politicians. They've been gaslighted by celebrities. They've been gaslighted by news outlets, etc., into believing these outrageous fucking narratives. These things that are just complete fucking horseshit. And then if you don't adhere to the narrative, you become ostracized by society because they've tied it into some identity issue, and people can somehow find a way to call you a phobe or ist because you don't believe in it. I think this has happened a lot. And I think that, like, for example, this has happened with, like, police stuff especially. That's been kind of a factor of mine. I don't really like the way that's gone. But I think that, again, it's very complicated. I remember reading a little bit about the shooting recently. And the shooting, the Uvalde dick boy that shot up the school, the police apparently were there for like an hour and they didn't go in or something like this. Like, I heard about this, like, there's a bunch of people there and, like, everything. Like, there's a bunch of people there. Like, basically, the cops did everything wrong. Yeah, and not only, that's a good point, not only did they do everything wrong, but they also, restrained forcefully the parents from trying to protect their children. He barricaded himself in. Oh, I'm sure they could have figured out a way in. Do you really think that a lot of police officers and people like that couldn't have found a way in? It's just fucking crazy, dude. Of course they could have. I guarantee if you put, a lot of people in there that weren't absolute fucking pussies, then they would have been able to find a way in. Absolutely. They could have shot the windows. There's windows in the classroom. Yeah, exactly. There's not walls. Yeah, there you go. And so, yeah, break a window. A parent got handcuffed by the cops, got uncuffed, jumped the fence, was able to rescue her kids. I saw that. I saw the picture. So I do think that there is nuance to it, because it seems to me, and I saw that Biden said this, that they're not going to launch an investigation into that police team. Why? Like, why? Like, in my opinion, the only real purpose that the police have 9 times out of 10 is to protect people from violence and to be the administrators of self-defense. That is the main thing that they do. And the majority of the other stuff that they do is just horseshit. Arresting people for doing drugs. This is not very useful. Trying to give people traffic tickets. I think that, yes, obviously in some cases this is more than fucking necessary, because people can get killed from that too. But, speeding a little bit over the limit, trying to, fill a quota for how many tickets you give out each month. This is just horseshit, right? The main thing that the police are there for, the one thing that the police can do that nobody else can do, is they can fucking shoot somebody like that and put them down. And the fact that it took an hour to do that is just crazy. That's the only thing that they can do. That's the only thing they're useful for, man. Some cops went to go in and grab their own kids. Jesus Christ. It's so... Like, I can get it. I get it that, like, okay, you're a police officer, you're scared for your life. I get it. But at the same time, I think that should be your last day of being a police officer. Because if you can't do that, if you can't, you are a trained, and like, they do go through training, shooting the guns, exactly. And if you don't believe that, look at all the fucking people they shoot. So they do go through training. They know how to shoot the fucking gun. This is, and they're going up against a completely fucking untrained, at this point, 18-year-old kid. I don't care if he has Kevlar on or not. Like, you should be able to easily shoot him in the leg, shoot him in the face, shoot him in the arm, shoot him somewhere. Of course. And this is also accounting, they don't have their own stuff either. What the fuck is all the money going to the police if they can't have a Kevlar bodysuit? What the fuck is this? Yeah, shoot him in the dick. There you go. Yeah, blow his dick off. And so anyway, it's just, I think it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing and shameful, and people died because of it. It's unbelievable, man. It really is. USC needs more Rambo police officers. I'll tell you one thing: if your kid was in a fucking in a school and there was a shooter there, you best believe I'd want Rambo in there. You're goddamn right. That'd be great. Yeah, yeah, you need some people like that. Abso-fucking-lutely. And you would too. Yeah, John Mays, what's this here? Showing a difference in a cop being scared of the wife and a cop being scared for their wife. Well, all I'm saying is that I think that if you can't go and defend people, especially whenever you have the training and everything like that for it, you shouldn't be a police officer anymore, because people can't just trust you. And that's all there is to it, man. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Husband of one of the teachers died of a heart attack. I saw that too. I did. It was awful. And let's see here. Supreme Court ruled the police have responsibility to protect citizens. I remember that ruling, yeah. One cop was telling kids to shout for help. One kid did, and the shooter shot the kid. They acted so poorly. Yeah, and there's going to be no investigation for this. There's going to be no accountability for this. I find it to be incredibly frustrating. I'll say that for sure. Incredibly fucking frustrating. This threat is all the kids that were killed. I don't really want to... I don't want to talk about, like, that kind of stuff, because I think it kind of just empowers the bad actors, the people that do this kind of stuff. I think that what you should look at is, like, look at what we can do. Look at what we can fix. You can fix the police stuff, and I think that this is a decision in general that I think Biden completely dropped the ball with. I think that he should have launched a full, like, federal investigation on this. Like, massive, like, pull out all the stops. Like, pull out all the stops, do everything. And to be honest, I think that probably any other president would have done that. Like, I would assume Trump would have done that. Obama would have 100% fucking done that. George Bush would have done that. Clinton probably would have just come in there and fired all of them. They would have been fucking gone. And the fact is that Biden didn't do that. I find that to be so disgraceful. It's like, this guy's supposed to be our president, and he's tweeting about how we need to make things change. Hey, surprise, fuckhead. That's your job. It pisses me off so much, man. I hate that shit. And yeah, when's the verdict? It's probably going to be next week, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like, imagine tweeting this shit and you're the fucking president. It's so annoying. At least Trump wrote executive orders that got overturned. He doesn't even do that. He just tweets about it. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking annoying, man. And saying, yeah, at least he put that stuff out there, absolutely. And for president, I don't know if I want to be president. I was going to be careful, Jesus. There's nothing I'm saying that's wrong, and I think most people agree with me. I think there's a lot of people that, oh, are we back in? We're back. A lot of people that agree with me. There's a lot of people 100% fucking agree with me. Okay, here we go. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Here we go.
Hello?
Sorry about that. That was me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officers Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. They mischaracterized the testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Schell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying.
Of course she did.
She lied 6 years ago on May 27th, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again that she donated all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
Yep.
You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors
She's not
everywhere,
the victim of it.
and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down.
Yep.
She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship. Even though this first year, she had testified previously,
Another retcon.
was magic and bliss, with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never stays the same. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, Ms. Heard has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused. And she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth.
Damn, okay.
I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words, the words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this, in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer. Of course I agree with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame people.
Exactly.
And there's a difference. Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her when that isn't true. That's not protected speech.
No.
Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech.
That's horse shit.
And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty.
Imagine that.
There is a presumption of innocence in this country.
There was.
A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself.
Yep.
That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim.
Fucking agree with
Ms. Heard
that.
was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding once and for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base the claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax.
True.
Make no mistake, though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse on the stand in front of each of you.
She called it a performance.
But ask yourselves,
I love it.
who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth, and that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp.
Yeah.
Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, he worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Miss Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor.
Uh-huh.
Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Miss Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines, an LA police officer with training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, yes, in his first week, studying to pick up on these signs of domestic abuse. Officer Gatlin, Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Miss Heard's former personal assistant.
Damn.
Tara Roberts. Alejandro Romero.
Another Pitbull intro.
He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work. It didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager.
Yep,
Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place.
Yeah.
These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose.
That's true.
You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements was simply that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies.
Yep.
That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. And that means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong.
Uh-huh. That's
She
right.
has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words, she has to prove that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice.
Mm-hmm.
It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth.
That's what I was saying.
But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax.
Yeah.
You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence he found persuasive.
So what?
The numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice.
Mm-hmm.
He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record.
Mm-hmm.
It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within the scope of the agency of the employment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's responsibilities as Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
Oh.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her.
Of course.
But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying.
Again.
Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative.
Yep.
Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test.
It wasn't controlled for
You saw
PTSD
them,
from being a kid.
including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable.
Yeet. Get it out of here.
Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Ms. Heard speculates wildly that she has somehow been damaged by Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements.
That's true.
There is evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face.
Ooh.
But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
Nope.
And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements.
She's still
In
an
fact,
Aquaman
you heard
too.
from Warner Brothers president Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2.
There it is.
You heard it straight from him.
You know, the president.
Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job.
He's in the
not testifying
trenches.
Here for a paycheck.
Yeah.
Does deals in Hollywood.
That's the trench guy.
And Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman.
He was.
Chris Pine,
Captain
he was
Kirk.
Captain Kirk. Gal Gadot,
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Zendaya,
Spider-
she's been acting since she was 13 years
Spider-Man's
old on
girlfriend.
the Disney Channel.
Yeah.
And she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further and more fatally,
Got it
to
with
Ms.
the
Heard's
ego,
damages
too.
claim is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements.
Yeah. It's impossible.
There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she hasn't suffered any damages from those statements. Buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail.
Yes.
And the statements are substantially true, since all they do really is point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false.
She's only got 6 minutes.
Ms. Heard's
Elaine.
counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language.
Which she did.
That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience.
Yes.
Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Let's look at it. Let's see it. She's done. They got 6 minutes to put all this to bed. It's not going to happen.
This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post."
Uh-huh.
She didn't quibble with the title.
No.
She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. That is enough for you, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible for that statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. Mr. Rottenborn argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered.
Asking questions makes you bad.
That is a twisted argument.
Yeah.
First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping.
Nah.
She documented lines of cocaine.
Awful.
Featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs. That's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusations with actual evidence. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you is that given how brutal and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries.
Yeah, of course.
That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it?
No. No.
We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive.
Yep.
That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
Obviously.
On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse.
It's very
she
obvious.
was alleging physical and sexual abuse.
It's good that she's saying
Ms. Heard
this.
cannot
Very
run
good.
away from her own allegations now.
Yeah.
You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016.
It's good
And
she
you
said
have
that.
all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse.
Oh, yeah.
That story was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse.
She sure did.
But extravagant, over-the-top allegations of abuse that would be truly brutal, horrific, if true.
Yeah.
You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it.
Yeah.
Either she's telling the truth,
Yeah.
including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped.
Uh-huh.
And if she would lie about that,
What else should we lie
what
about?
wouldn't she lie about?
That's right. That's
You
right.
can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
You're gonna cry. No.
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once.
Uh-huh.
It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators.
Yep.
Words matter.
Show that.
Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing.
Yeah.
He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea,
I like him.
but it's who he is.
I like him. Yeah.
And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser.
It sure doesn't.
And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence in her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor.
Yep.
But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Hitting your husband is evidence of abuse.
I think that's true.
Mr. Rottenborn talked about
Yeah.
the burden of proof.
I think that's
Let's talk
true.
about that for a
Yeah.
minute. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is
Yep.
more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication, that it
Yep.
is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp.
That's you.
And the evidence on these points is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public, tipping off TMZ. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Rottenborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was timed to be released at the same time as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was timed to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. That's not a coincidence. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's.
That's right.
It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse.
Oh, wow.
And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that
she was
wasn't
there.
abused.
Yeah.
She has direct knowledge of that.
Obviously.
She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert. This is a woman who burns bridges.
Yeah.
Her close friends don't show up for her.
That's right. Because they're not her
Mr.
friends
Rottenborn
anymore.
tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting they're all on Mr. Depp's payroll. So he doubled down on the hoax theory, that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight. None of those people are on his payroll.
Walter
And
Amato
Kate
wasn't
Moss,
either.
Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Yep.
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record.
Wow.
What sort of person records something like that?
Yep.
What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with
She's
sobriety,
smiling because they're talking
nodding
about how
off
crazy she is.
with ice cream dripping down his leg,
Yeah.
his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that?
A fiend,
Definitely
a
not
demon.
someone that's afraid of him.
Yep.
And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting her. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her.
Big mistake. Big
He
mistake.
had been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off.
Yeah. He feels bad.
Ms. Bredehoft also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today.
Well, it's because she wanted to
She
hold it over
walked
his
into
head.
court with a visible mark on her face, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Was that protecting Mr. Depp? Or was she trying to destroy him?
She wanted to use it as collateral.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Mm-hmm.
What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
He's asleep. He hit
Ms.
me
Heard
right afterwards.
herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos.
Yeah.
Just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse.
That's
and
right.
Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse.
It's me poo.
That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away.
Yep.
While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of.
It's a good point. Yeah, why would you do
We
it?
ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
That's right.
Closing?
Aww. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Oh, they're gonna put him up.
Yes.
That's a good idea. If they were gonna have her go up there, that 6 minutes would be gone so fast. That 6 minutes would be like, boom, there it is. It's gone. All right, let's see it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing, that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why would they be corroborating everything that she says?
Who's telling what they heard?
It's this simple.
Oh, God.
If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that
it is what Amber implied, though.
Constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and
smart
vile.
thing for him to say.
Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false. But that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was. And their witnesses, even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice.
Oh.
Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice.
Of course.
He acted with actual malice when he made these statements.
Sure, bro.
Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman.
Withstood it.
And his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard.
Oh.
But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase.
Oh.
And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decide to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial.
Oh my God.
You've heard Amber and her agent,
Wrap
Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career.
Mm-hmm.
She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation.
A promise made is a promise kept.
To paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day.
Do we have time for a metaphor?
We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors.
Where's 12 Angry Men?
In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just 2 files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case.
Okay.
Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have 2 sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately, okay? So when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page, okay? Now, if you come to,
Dictionaries. I'll explain
if you
why
decide
afterwards.
yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is for damages. So, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, you still go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5, okay? So that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay?
All right.
All right, now,
here we go.
For the tough part. You may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left. And the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. Aww. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. Okay. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. Okay. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, and then you'll be free from your obligations, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? So at this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay?
Okay, so now what? Do they fight it out with like a sword? That's what they do, they go to war. Engage in glorious combat. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is this happening? Did both of these get cut? Let me refresh it. Video died? That's crazy, bro. Like this shit. I'll just do this one.
One attorney is close enough within a 10-minute range for any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. Yay. It's much easier being a judge when you have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me.
Good
okay?
boys.
And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star. Okay, so, yes. Well, that's a first, okay.
Your staff and the deputies have been absolutely phenomenal all the way through, just
Aww.
All right. All right.
That is one thing on which Ms. Bredehoft and we respectfully agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad on the last day we finally have an agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
He's so used to it. He just like goes into it. He's like, all right, respectfully disagree. He just like knows what it's gonna be, right? Yeah, good one, Ben. Yeah, there you go. No, I mean, for them, they're fine. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just business for them. I feel like that's not really something they'd be mad about or anything like that. That's just, you know, that's the way it goes. You play the game, and sometimes you get it, sometimes you get got. You know, that's about it. Let me go back over and see how I get this shit working. All right, I think I just look and see with this. So now, damn, how did everything just get fucked up all at the same time? When's the verdict? The verdict could be any time. As far as I know, the verdict could be literally any time that they have it. Like, funny, everyone applauded except Amber. I mean, a lot of the people on her team didn't applaud. I'll say that fucking for sure. It's be on Tuesday. It's going to take hours. I have no idea, man. I really don't know. A 15-minute verdict. Imagine a 15-minute verdict for Johnny. Like, that would be some squad W shit. Be like, yep. Yeah. All right, let's go. But yeah, she lying, bro. Everybody knows it. And that's about it. Yeah. Fuck it. Just let them know what's going on. They'll be back in 5 minutes. No, I think actually it'll take a long time. I do. I would expect it to. And the reason for that is that, like, I mean, there's a lot going on with a case like this, man. There is. It's very complex. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of little different things going on. So it's not a surprise that it will probably take a lot more time to really kind of figure out exactly what's what. And they'll have to look through all the evidence and look through all the information. Why not having dictionaries? Because different words are defined differently in different dictionaries. Like, I'll give one example, and please, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion about this example. I'm just going to give an example, okay? It's the same as how people say racism is sometimes prejudice against one's race or another race, and then other people say racism is only usable by people that have a position of power. So these are two different definitions of the same word, and that's why they don't want to deal with dictionaries, because it could potentially add in that extra layer of uncertainty. Okay, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion on which one is right or wrong. I don't care. No one does. But that's an example. That's why I think. Now, I'm not sure, right? I have no idea, but that's kind of what I'm guessing, okay? And defense dictionary is a pledge and donate thing. That's, yeah. In the defense dictionary, there's the same thing as pledge and donate, exactly. And let me go back over. I gotta look at a number of these different posts and everything that you guys have left for me as well. It's fucking crazy. I gotta be honest, guys. We have a lot of shit to get into, man. Holy fuck! It's just. I don't even know where to begin. If you want me to be totally honest with you guys, I straight up don't even know where to begin, because the whole reality with this has just been so fucking crazy that all of this has happened. It's gotten to this level. There's been like this much, like, I guess, drama, you could say, with all of this. It's just incredible for me to see how many people are like talking about this and how many people are interested in it, etc. And I think it goes to show how important it is for a lot of people because of what it means. You know, what it means to guys out there who have had similar experiences, what it means to women out there who have had similar experiences, and see Amber Heard co-opting their movements and things like this for her own personal and selfish gain. It's been quite a lot. What it means for the First Amendment. Yeah, exactly. I think that, again, the ability to disseminate and spread information now is just simply not the same as it was whenever defamation laws were created. And I think that the laws should be updated and changed in order to reflect that. I absolutely think so. The First Amendment argument was bullshit. Well, the thing is, like, here's the way I looked at Rottenborn, right? It's like you have... It's like, you know, whenever I'm doing one of the ability stones, in Lost Ark, and I make cuts that I shouldn't make in it because I know that I have to get extremely lucky to salvage the stone to even make it good, right? I'll take like a blue at like 35 or 45% early because it's like if I don't hit this blue now, like the stone's already dead, right? So it's the equivalent of taking a half-court shot at the buzzer. It's the equivalent of just fucking throwing it. Throwing the ball as far as it can possibly go. Throwing it as far as it can possibly go. Yeah, I feel like maybe people might not understand the fucking ability stone reference. So we'll just do a sports reference, right? You're throwing your Hail Mary. You're trying to take your half-court shot at the last second. And that's all there is to it. And Kurt Russell escaped from LA. Yeah, with the basketball, exactly. And Amber's lawyers focus heavily on the calculations for counterclaim because they're probably agreed that a percentage of the judgment, if she won, they aren't getting paid. I have no idea, honestly. I really don't know. I think a lot of entertainment lawyers go off of a percentage. That's generally what it goes off of. That's my understanding and what my experience is, at least. And so, yeah, today's the anniversary of all the bullshit Amber started and his daughter's birthday. So, wait, she filed the restraining order on his daughter's birthday? I didn't even know that. Is that actually true or not? Yeah, is that a real one or is that some horse shit? I'm not even sure. Yes, I mean, as I said, guys, she is a demon. Like, this is some straight up fucking exorcism demon shit. Oh my god. But let's see this here. What is this? 2018. What is this? Why am I looking at that? I don't need to really look at that at all. But anyway, yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's like, what's this here? Is this Lord of the Rings? Yeah, it is. The First Amendment won't count in her case because she lied on the stand saying she did not publish it, but she gave thumbs up to publish it and also share the link. Well, I thought that what happened, see, like, this is my understanding of how the article was written. I think that the skeleton of the article was written by the ACLU, and then Amber Heard added in and edited in her own personal opinions into it and, like, her own personal touches, and then it was published onto the newspaper, right? Like, I think that's what happened. So I don't think that she necessarily chose the title. I don't think the title matters. I think that here's a good way to tell whether the article was damaging or not, is that in their own research, the uses of the Johnny Depp is innocent or justice for Johnny, that it went up the day that she made the post. So why would everybody be tweeting this if it wasn't fucking obvious that it was about him? And on top of that, it's if everybody was thinking this and everybody was shitting on her and everybody was getting mad at her, why didn't she come out right then and make a public statement and say, listen, Johnny and I, we didn't have anything like that. I'm talking about previous experiences in my life. It was totally fine. It was not about Johnny. She didn't go out there and say that. Why is it? It's because that's what she meant. That's why. That's what any reasonable person would have done that. And this is one thing that I look at from like a lot of these things is that what I believe a reasonable person do? And you know what I think a reasonable person would do? Is that they would put out a statement and then the statement is misinterpreted and then they would correct the misinterpretation as soon as they possibly could because it makes them look bad. It causes unnecessary drama. I think that's it. And you have to look, this is what I do again. You look and see what would an average, reasonable, rational thinking person do. And the fact is that that's not what she did. And I think everybody knows that. And that tells that she had malice. Exactly. Yo, what up?
Yo, you know what else a logical, reasonable person would do?
What's that?
They would subscribe with Twitch Prime right now.
Oh my god. Whoa, you really get to shit again? Oh my god. Look, it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there not, there's gotta be a cooldown on this shit. People not gonna fall for that shit twice, man. There's no way. Well, I guess, alright, there is a little bit of a way. Okay, alright. Yeah. Well, look, I want to say, Mari, thank you very much for 50 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. I have to say, like, okay. Okay. It crashed my chat, by the way. Yeah, it crashed the chat. You guys want to see a number go up? Here you go. Yep, you can see right there. Please call me Daddy with the 5 get the community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Ain't that crazy?
That's crazy.
The regular with the 50 gift the community subs. Thank you very much. KG with the 5 gift the community subs. Holy fuck. It's not even updating. Yeah, it's not even going to update. Okay, holy fuck. Thank you, guys. I do really appreciate it. Oh, my God.
That's a lot of primes.
That's a lot of fucking primes. God damn. That's a lot of, like, new viewer moms that just showed up. They're like, hey, I have Amazon Prime. Okay, I'll give it to Baldy here. Yeah, why not? Vulcan, Super Murloc, thank you guys for all the gifted subs. Thank you, everybody. I fucking appreciate it. Thank you guys all very much. As I said, this has been, like, really kind of a big deal. I never really expected this many people to... Whenever I originally started watching this thing and, like, keeping up with it...
Witness?
I didn't really, is this...
I'm sorry.
This is earlier testimony. It's not actually part of the event, okay? I just want to say that right now before people say unmute or whatever. That's clearly what it is. Kendra Orphan, thank you much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Holy shit. Thank you guys all so much. I fucking appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Drezzy, thank you much for the 20 gifted subs. So I want to say, like, guys, this has been crazy. Like, it really has been... I didn't expect to see so many people that were just looking for, you know, like this kind of an opinion on things. I really never expected that. That's absolutely insane. So thank you guys all so much. I fucking appreciate it a lot because like I've wanted to cover like more news and I talk about more stuff like this for a long time. I've made that very clear. And it feels great. It does to have such success that we've had with doing this and have so many people enjoying the commentary and really having fun with it. So I think that's great, and I look forward to doing more stuff like this in the future. Yeah, our news anchor, Sir Bogut, thank you for 20 gifted subs. As I said, X-Tech, Eradicate you. Thank you guys. Holy fucking shit. Thank you guys so much.
Jesus.
Yeah, these guys just don't stop. Oh my God. Wow. People are tired of mainstream media. People are tired of the Emperor's new clothes. That's what they're tired of. They're tired of seeing it. They're tired of looking at it. They're tired about hearing it. And they're tired of having it in their life. And they're tired of being told that it's not there. That's what it is. That's what it fundamentally is. People are tired of being told that they can't see what's right in front of their fucking face. And I think that's it. And they're tired of being tired of it. Exactly. And I think that's why this happens. That's why the public adopted Johnny Depp as a person to be the champion for this kind of stuff. An obviously imperfect actor. A person who has had multiple problems, issues, dramas, controversies, here and there along the way. But they look at him, your dad, OW. Oh, shit. Thank you very much. God damn. Thank you very much. God fucking damn. Thank you so much, bro. That's a hundy. That's a 100. God damn. Thank you so much. I fucking appreciate that, guys. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Yeah, that's why people don't. Yeah, that's why the media wanted people like me to not comment on it. Is because they know that, as I said, I think that the best thing is to have a free exchange of ideas, right? The best thing is to be able to talk about ideas and to be able to express them and then have, those ideas be, responded to in a fair way, right? Obviously, I'm not saying every single opinion that people have is legitimate. But what I am saying is that I think that it's a good fundamental thing. Matavor with 100. Holy fuck, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Holy fuck, that's a lot. Gift me glow. All right. Calm down. Twitch is a great platform. Opinion 1, we can chat back with our opinions. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why people like talking about this stuff. That's why people like watching commentary. It's not just like mine. It's like any streamers, right? Whether you're watching me, XQC, Pokimane, Ludwig, people want to hear an opinion that they feel is authentic. And I think that's something that a lot of people have lost over the years because things have become too commercialized. Things have been turned... again? Bro, thank you so much, Dan. God damn, bro.
Again.
Another one. Oh my God. So yeah, I think that's what it is. Authentic. Well, I've always said before, right? Every Twitch stream and everything that you do to a certain degree is a level of performance, right? You're acting a certain way. You're trying to have a certain kind of fun. You're trying to put on a certain kind of show. Absolutely. I do the same thing, right? But I think that at the end of the day, people can expect that you're getting generally what you're looking for, you know? And I think that's why there's so much excitement about it. That's why people are so interested. Notorious, thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. I appreciate that. So yes, I will continue to do this. And to the extent that the mainstream media and other more mainstream publications are critical of it, I will continue to do it even more. Because I think that the reason for that is not because of any sort of credential that I may or may not have, that I think many other people do not have either, the fact that they're doing it because they're losing, and they know they're losing, and that's why they're struggling, and they're in their death throes of their influence, trying to defend an obvious fucking abuser. That's what it is. And it checks sub count, it's like 41K. Yeah, it's 41K. And what's this here? How did I dodge every single gifted sub, man? What the fuck? Sorry, dude. That's the way it goes. Ectelian. Gift maker with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Say what?
You say 41,000?
41,000, yes. 41,000.
41,000 subs.
Yep, that's right. What do you want, a new computer?
No, I'm just saying that's a lot of subs for one man.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, all right, I agree. It's a lot. It's a good amount of subs. Absolutely. Yeah. First day of the trial alone, it was so boring as hell. Well, the thing is, like, a lot of people, I think that, like, online, there's a lot of people out there that want to, like, they don't have time to keep up with everything, and so they watch news shows, and they watch, whether they're watching me, whether they're watching Hassan, whether they're watching Philip DeFranco, whether they're watching the Young Turks. You know, they're looking for some place on the internet that they can watch and keep up with and, you know, like, get their idea on what's going on. I think that's what it is. Your dad, 300! Holy shit, that's a lot. Jesus. God fucking damn. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another one. Oh, I'm not talking about whether you agree with them or not. I'm just talking about that these are different online news sources that people have. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to say that everything that these people say is right, and I'm not going to say everything that they say is not wrong. Is wrong either. I don't think so either. So yes, what I'm trying to get at here is that people are looking for authenticity. They are looking for a narrative that exists independently of what companies and media conglomerates and the political elite class wants you to hear. I think that's fundamentally what it is. And so that's why you see so many people flocking to streams and content about this, and why you see such a strong, what's the word for this? Such a strong, like, pushback, I guess you could say. It's easy enough. A pushback against the mainstream narratives about not just this, but everything. You see people pushing back on the mainstream narrative about almost everything, and I think that's a great thing. I really do. And yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. And Refresh and Take already talked about giving, what's this here? Part of money away? I give a lot of money away. I fucking do. Absolutely. This shit's usually boring, but I'm looking for someone like you to spice it up. There it is, man. Yeah, it's just that fucking simple. Mainstream narrative, weird champ. Yeah, exactly. Spit with the 10 tier 2 subs. I don't think the mainstream media gets it wrong every time. I think that's silly to say, right? It's just as silly to say the mainstream media gets it wrong every time as it is to say that they get it right every time. I think both of these are not true. But I think that people have a distrust for it, and that's the biggest factor. And unmute the stream. There's nothing new. There's nothing new about this. This is all the old stuff, and this is all things that we've already looked at before. It says literally earlier testimony. You see that? And let me see this. What's this here? Get out to get to help you out with an entertainment news show. To be honest with you, all I need is somebody to send me articles. Like, send me articles, send me topics, I'll talk about them. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't need like a whole fucking... I don't need an industry to do this. Just send me something on Reddit, post it, and if it gets upvoted, I'll look at it. You know, that's about it. Yeah, it's not that complicated. Absolutely not. And when will there be a verdict? I don't know. I'm assuming that we're going to get a verdict in the middle of next week. If I had to guess, I think that's basically what it comes down to. It's how Alex Jones started. Well, I know that. Alex Jones came from Austin, and I live in Austin. And so my mom was a huge fan of Alex Jones. And so I was listening to what Alex Jones had to say in like 1995. It would also really annoy me because we'd have to watch that and not Ed, Ed and Eddie, you know, or something like that. It was quite a time. I would always complain about it, man. And mainstream media, being journalists, have to adhere to higher standard. They've been failing to do so for a long time. Well, I think so. I think that most people believe that. Yeah, I absolutely think so. And I think that divide will only grow larger as the... And there's also like a certain level of like underpinning of like kind of class warfare with this too. Maneuver Gap with the 5 subs, I appreciate that. And I think that people view streamers to be like... Let me just tell you. You are a lot closer to me than I am to Rupert Murdoch. Like a homeless, like I am farther away from him than like a homeless person is that's living in like fucking under a bridge. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like this guy, you know, these guys are just massively way more powerful than I am for now. Well, I mean, Rupert Murdoch is fucking massive, right? I mean, that's just a fact. Lucky War with the 5 good subs, I appreciate it. And I think that in general, you know, people view streamers as being much more like them than, let's say, you know, some billionaire or something like that. Does that make sense? And what's the difference in a million and a billion? 1,000 millions. About that many, a lot. And do I take on things being stationed overseas? I have multiple videos of you, I appreciate it. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, thank you so much. And that's why I'm watching a stream and not reading the BBC. I mean, there you go. And I think that's going to become more and more the case. Because I don't think that it's going to be that hard to be able to like cover stuff and talk about stuff like this. And the more time I give to it, the more it's going to improve. I think that's it. And what's this here? Twisted Squid with the 5 gifted subs, and Canardin with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And, yeah, it's actually 999 million. Well, I don't know. All I'm really saying is that I think that people view streamers as being a more authentic and closer to them type of feedback than, like, let's say these like large elite companies, because they feel like they're two different classes of people, and people, I would say, view streaming as being the more close thing to their own stuff, right? And witness tier list, that'd be funny. Maybe I'll do a witness tier list maybe tomorrow or something like that. I don't want to do it quite yet though. And both classes chose wrong party. And what's this here? Remove social support? Oh, I get it. You're talking about politics. Okay. Never mind. Gay Boy Oswald, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, I was reading it. I was a little bit confused, like, what is this? What's going on? But yeah, that's about it. Get the TMZ dude on your stream. I don't know if you'd really want to talk about it, to be honest with you. And if I were him, I wouldn't want to come on my stream because TMZ could use something that he says to sue him, right? So it's like if I were him, I wouldn't do that. And like, I wouldn't want to put somebody in that position either. It's like you have to look at, yeah, bad idea legally. It's just the unfortunate reality is that like this kind of stupid shit can happen. And that's all there is to it. And let's go back over here. And you should look at Impon Navy, highest enlisted leader, told sailors working George Washington, or Spanish in speech about a fellow sailors committing suicide. I don't know about that. That's something that happened a long time ago. I care about what's happening now. Like, you can always go back and talk about, you know, this older stuff. Let's read some of the takeaways here, and then I'll look at some of the stuff on Reddit, etc. Apparently, the co-op mod just dropped, and so we're gonna have to figure that shit out and actually make sure it works this time. Following the trial, people worry about the safety of the jury if they side with Amber herself, and the Amber team. No one is seriously worried on Amber or Depp's lawyer's safety. Think about whose side the violent mob is on. Tell me again she's crazy. I think this is a stupid thing to say because people could have said the exact same thing about the trial for Derek Chauvin or also the trial for Kyle Rittenhouse in the opposite way. And people said the exact same thing. I feel like this is not... This is a completely transparent argument that can be immediately disproven in seconds. And also, they said they were sealing the names for an entire year. So yeah, that's it's a horrible take. I know, like it's so dumb. Like I don't know why people would use that at all. It's dumb to say. Yeah, it's dumb to say. And I think also not only is it dumb to say, but it's also easily disprovable. What about violent mob? Where's the evidence of any violence? Oh, there's none. Yeah, there's no evidence. Like, you're not going to get evidence. That's not what it is. TMZ needs to be shut down for real. I will say that I don't agree with the idea that people that are very popular, like effectively celebrities, lose their right to privacy based off of something there's like an arbitrary condition that somebody loses their right to privacy. I really dislike that. I think that taking pictures outside somebody's house, waiting for them to go somewhere, and in general just harassing them, etc. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a bad thing. And I think also it fosters a society that I think is fundamentally sick. I think that it's a sick society. I don't like it. And I wish that it was against the law. I think it should be against the law. And I think that the ability to allow people to do this kind of stuff is just really weird. And I think it's just bad for the entire environment. That's basically what it comes down to. TMZ's like Keemstar. What's this here? And it's freedom of the press. We just heard it. I hate freedom of the press. In this circumstance, yes, I do. I don't think that it's freedom of the press. I think that it's taking advantage of people, and I think that it's just abuse. It's abuse of the press. I don't think that just because you're the press, you should have the authority or the ability or the right to just go in and invade people's privacy, and especially inside of their own homes. It's an invasion. And I think that people's privacy as an individual should pretty much be paramount to everything else. Because if you lose that, then you're just going to lose everything else to a larger thing, right? It's almost like there's always a bigger fish in terms of what people believe is the greater good. And that's why I don't like having that happen. So yes, I don't think there should be any sort of paparazzi type stuff like that at all. Let's read what some people are thinking. I think this would be very interesting, right? Let's go back over and look. Freedom of privacy is more important than press freedom. Yeah, and I think also freedom of the press, like this is talking about like exposing Watergate, not exposing a celebrity for being fat, okay? Like, let's be honest. What's this here? Words cannot express how proud we are, how much we love you. Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure that's exactly what people think. If Johnny Depp was innocent, his team wouldn't have spent so much time trying to humanize him to the jury during closing arguments, going all the way back to his childhood. That's right. Yeah, that's right. If he wasn't innocent, people wouldn't have looked at him that way. Sure. And this is the kind of stuff that people say. And I think that you can tell that these kinds of people here at Trinity, thank you very much for the 100 gift community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, they turn the replies off because these kinds of statements can only exist in a vacuum. These are not statements that can exist independently inside of a free market of ideas. These are only things that people can say on their own, and that's literally all there is to it. Give me 1 second here, and I'm going to make sure I get everything ready and set up. Okay, good. I said to make sure I had something responded. Go to Dumoy for more brain dead takes. I'll look at some of these first, okay? I think we'll just stick on Twitter, etc. Do you think these statements come from people that have been victims of abuse? Yeah, I absolutely think so. I think that these are people that have their own story, and some of these people, maybe Reaper Huntsman, thank you for 5 good subs, I appreciate that. I think this is what a lot of these people have happen. And I think that this is actually what happens with a lot of people that believe into a lot of conspiracy theories. Like, if you go back and you listen to a lot of the QAnon stuff, right? And you see the interviews of these individual people, one of the things that's a commonality between a lot of the people that believe in like QAnon conspiracy stuff is that they are abandoned by society and they feel like society has ostracized them. So whenever you see a commonality like that, there's a reason for it. Missed 100? Holy fuck, did I really miss 100? No, there's no way I missed 100. If I did, let me know who it was, and I'm going to make sure, because I'm trying to scroll down, I don't see it. Thank you guys so much for all the gifted subs. Like, I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Swansea with the, what do you call it? 5 gift community subs. Thank you so much. So here's kind of what I'm saying, is that whenever you look at this, and you see these people who are saying things like this, these are people who are probably talking about a personal experience maybe they had, and that personal experience was not handled by the law. Thanks, Trinity. Oh, is it Trinity again? Holy shit, thank you twice. God damn, thank you so much. So the QAnon conspiracy people are people that fall into one category. And I think that because of that, it makes it easier to understand where those people are coming from and all of that stuff. Like, I remember I've talked to a few people like this, and these are people that are usually boomers that feel like society has moved past where they are from, and they feel disconnected from society in general. And that's what happens, and I think these people are a lot the same. These are people who have their own personal cross to bear, and sometimes it's an authentic one. And they see somebody who they put themselves in that person's shoes, and their emotional attachment to the issue makes them not think about it and not look at it rationally. So they're not thinking about this from like a rational or a logical perspective. They're thinking about it from a perspective of themselves and how they felt in her situation. You see what I mean? You see what the difference is there? What's QAnon? That's just some bullshit from a couple of years ago. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, that's about it. I feel 100% disconnected from a rational society. Well, I think there's a lot of people that do. I think that also it's not a surprise that, like, for example, ISIS. Who are the people that join ISIS? The people that join ISIS are primarily young men. Almost every single time it is young men. It's sometimes, obviously, you have older guys in there as well, but the majority are young men. And the reason why that happens is because those young guys, and also look at the, what do you call it? The usual profile of a school shooter or something like that, right? Usually these are, again, young men. Yes, you of course have some other, people like that, but very rarely is it women. And I think that many cases it is young men. And the way this happens in general is that people, you have to look at why these things happen and what causes them to happen. Whether it's people like this standing with Amber Heard for this situation or people that join ISIS. I think that if you can find these commonalities, you can start to dissect where the impulse is that causes them to take a certain action. Does that make sense? What's a commonality? A commonality is just something that people share. It's something that's common between other people. Yeah, it's very simple. As comparison? Yeah, it's... The thing is, like, you can't always make a comparison. I think the QAnon thing is a pretty good comparison, right? But I think that it's beyond that. I think that in general, that's the kind of stuff that happens. Yeah, there's nothing specific. And I think that, again, if you're going to... It's, again, I feel like a very low intelligence thing is that whenever somebody makes a metaphor, you focus on the importance of the different things that are being compared rather than what the idea is behind it. I find that to be very low intelligence thinking. I don't like it at all. I find it to be stupid. And anyway, let's look at the rest of this stuff. We'll look at a few more of these, and then I'll look at the stuff on my Reddit, okay, guys? And there's a societal expectation to be the man instead of any man that they want. I think that's a big issue with it. Absolutely, I think so. I agree with you with that. And what's this here? When the wise man points to the moon, the idiot looks at the finger. That's smart. I've never heard of that. What I thought about that makes me sad is Johnny can't win against someone who's obviously lying, who's able to prove his own innocence. Johnny put up a very strong team of experts and witnesses. How can a casual person win if he can't win against Amber? It's simple. They can't. And that's the facts. That's why you hear all these stories about guys who have had their lives destroyed by accusations like this. And some of them rightfully so because they actually did the bad stuff. But there are also some that did not. So let's see here. I love the logic of, if a robber enters my house, I have the right to shoot him dead. But if a woman regularly beaten her husband has to just take it, any retaliation is abuse? Nobody said that. Let's see here. I agree with both. If somebody's hitting you and you hit them back, they're wrong and you're not. If somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them, they're wrong and you're not. That's right. This is Texas, brother, and that's how we fucking do it. So let's look at this. Be honest, I didn't consider myself much of a leftist in terms of politics. I do my best to educate myself in things that makes a decision I feel is correct, yet I stand with Heard. Why? Because I care about victims, women, and justice. Yeah, you care about everything except for using capital letters. Let's see this. Again, usually people that are... I know it sounds kind of like dumb to say this, but whenever somebody makes a stupid statement and it shows that they're illiterate, well, I assume that they probably aren't able to process the information because they're probably illiterate. Like, and this sounds like a bad thing to say and a mean thing to say. But yes, If somebody is illiterate, I immediately assume that they're stupid. That's right. There is a huge, huge exception if somebody has English as their second language. That's totally fucking different. But I'm talking about people who live here, they fucking went to school here, they know all that. If English is their first language and they're illiterate, I am going to assume that they're stupid. That's right. And you know what? I think I'm right pretty much every fucking time. And, okay, Jim Crow? Okay. Okay, that's a bit much. Dyslexia? Oh, really? Does dyslexia prevent you from being able to right-click the red squiggly and being able to fix things? Or remind yourself to be able to hold down shift after you put a dot on the screen? No, it fucking doesn't. I have dyslexia. I was tested for it. I don't want to hear other people's excuses for not being able to communicate properly. I don't care what your excuses are. And the odds are, what's to say that their dyslexia didn't cause them to misinterpret what they read in the wrong way? So if they're dyslexic, what do you think? So if they're so dyslexic, they literally can't properly communicate. What are the odds that whenever they read something, they can't figure that out either? Yeah, I don't want to fucking hear about it. You can't fucking type right. English is your first language. I'm going to assume you're a fucking moron. That's right. Cry about it. Yeah, there we go. What if you, what's this here? Oh, well, let me read a few of these. I know people might be mad about this one. What if you misinterpret what you misinterpret what you read? I think that happens. Yeah, absolutely. Well, they misinterpreted. That's still stupid, right? Yeah, self-diagnosed, feel better about being an idiot? Yeah. Yeah, most people that say they have dyslexia are just stupid. You're right about that. What are the odds they're even dyslexic? Yeah, exactly. Very good fucking point, man. And anyway, let's go back down over here. Either Camille Vasquez is going to hell or hell doesn't exist. There is no other option. She has been so fucking vile. Depp's other attorneys haven't even stooped to the depths that she has. Did they all just leave with all the dirty work for her, or is she that vile? No, that's for the Wizard Destroyer. That's his job. Let's see here. She has the right to tell her story. This woman is the epitome of survival. I believe you and I stand with you. Again, this is all it comes down to is tell her story. That's right. She can tell a story. The only thing that people are saying is that it's fiction. It's still a story. She told the story. It's just people have decided that it's fiction. There's plenty of non-fiction stories out there. I mean, Game of Thrones. I mean, you've got plenty of stories like Lord of the Rings. Millions of these, right? The Witcher. Yeah, it's no problem. Okay, let's go look at the other ones. Johnny Depp wants his life back, so I had an idea for him. Stop wanting to bring global humiliation to your ex-wife by constantly re-traumatizing her in court. It's as simple as that. That's right, because when you defend yourself, you're traumatizing somebody else. These are the kinds of people that hate you and say that you hurt their hand. It's pathetic. What's the rest of this? Triggering rape. Either Miss Her was raped by a bother, or she's the kind of person that would lie on the stand about rape. And if she lied about that, what else would you lie about? That's right. See, what upsets these people so much is the fact that people finally are not afraid to just say it. Yeah, people are just not afraid to say it. Yeah, that's exactly right. People think she lied about the whole thing. That's right. That's right. People are actually, yeah. Because these people, like, yeah, they thrive on, what's the word for it? They thrive on fear. They thrive on pressure. They thrive on being able to be the arbiters of things and being able to discredit you and kick you out of things and control you. They rely on control in general. And the moment that control slips, so does everything else. So does the whole narrative. And that's it. Yeah, moral grandstanding. Exactly. And yeah, they're not moral arbiters anymore. They didn't let the Wizard Destroyer talk to the jury so they don't perish before him. I think that's a good thing. I feel like that guy, he has a role in that firm, and I think that he is the perfect guy for that role. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's exactly what they need. Let's see the rest of this. Did you see Amber laughing in that video? She's not laughing in that. Depp in a courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as this video is being played. Who does that? Boom. The look on Depp's face. Wow. Wow. That's right. So what's the logic behind this? That he thinks it's funny because he was upset in a video about him, but this somehow means that he's an abuser. Okay, there's another one. We ask you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for domestic abuse victims everywhere who suffer in silence. Give Amber Heard her voice back. That's how you close. Oh my God, man. Again, replies disabled. Pussy boy like that can't even handle anybody disagreeing with him. How fucking pathetic. And the reason why is he knows he's going to get called out for it. I think domestic violence victims should be the ones that are most on Johnny Depp's side, actually. And the truth is that based off everything that people have sent me privately and publicly, that's actually the case. Because you have a lot of women out there who have these cases happen, and then from now on, everybody's going to look at it with a little bit of doubt. Oh, is it like one of those Johnny Depp things? You know, like, you can never be sure about this kind of stuff, right? I mean, as the evidence is like, yeah, but like, it could be photoshopped, etc. You see what I'm saying? This is the worst thing. Amber Heard did the worst thing that she did more damage to the Me Too movement than any other person in history. She has done more damage to the movement of women coming forward and people coming forward and telling her story. She has done more to that than anybody else in the entire world. And it's not even remotely close. Yeah, it's a disgrace, yeah. It's so sad that these people can't see it. It's kind of complicated, though, because historically, women don't find justice in this situation. Historically, men are convicted of crime more than women. That's true. And that's still the case, absolutely. And whenever you look at historical things and statistics and things like this, you dehumanize the individual. That's what happens. So I don't care about what historically happened. I care about what happened. You can't live your entire life in the context of what happened 100 years ago. It's impossible. You have to move forward. Yeah, it's simple. Everyone got fucking life very hard? Yeah, a lot of people have, absolutely. But I think women did get the shit into the stick in a lot of times in history. Absolutely, they did. Yeah, it's important to keep that in mind. It's saying that we shouldn't leave our life around it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It absolutely did fucking happen, and it was awful. Yeah, it was terrible. I think that women were the last to get their right to vote, right? I'm fairly certain about this. Because, like, obviously, like, you know, white men could vote, and then black men could vote, and then women could vote. Yeah. So, I mean, this is not like it's not true. It's not like it's not true, but now we're here today, and this is a different world than it was back then. That's all there is to it. Let me go back over here. And all the lawyers are happy because they get paid and fame no matter what. That's very true, man. And let's see here. And you're wrong. Forcing killed his wife and dog, and he's still a free man with no consequences. I think you're thinking of Sam Hyde. That's actually not true. Yeah, that's close, though. And let me go back. I'll read a few more of these. And when I ask for evidence, the only thing they can pull is Adam Waldman's edited video that caused him to get kicked out of the Virginia court. And wait, but they had the police video. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Camille's treatment of Amber during the trial was only made more vile and abhorrent due to the fact that now we should acknowledge Depp. Now we know she acknowledges Depp as the abuser. The lack of ethics or morals is chilling. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Like, this is just so fucking funny. Public opinion turns as it eventually does, and she's outed for what she's done to victims. People should never let her rest and remind her forever, nasty individual. That's right. So these people have already assumed, like, now they want to have, like, a lifelong vendetta against this person. Isn't that fucking amazing? Wow. What have you heard about jury responses? I haven't taken any time to do any research on that whatsoever because I find it all to be conjecture and based off of body language. And I also find it to be toxic to look at, let's say, the ages or genders or races of the people in the jury and then trying to judge off of that. I find that to be extremely toxic, and that's why I haven't covered it. It's not that I don't care, it's that I've intentionally not covered it because I think that it will cause shit stuff, right? Yeah, shitstorm, basically. Ban appeals is going to be great from this. I feel like not a lot of people got banned. Like, there were a handful of people that have gotten banned just for, like, popping off. But for the most part, I don't think that a lot of people have. I think they've been chilling and everything's been okay. And yeah, sure. Congrats on passing the bar exam. Thanks, man. I've uploaded 50 YouTube videos about this, so I pretty much have. I think that's the way it works, right? I'm pretty sure. And let's go back over here. I'm going to look at this. Thanks for the unban. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure, man. That's a guy DM'd me yesterday. And let's see here. He's an icon, a legend, and he's in the moment. Well, at the very end of this guy's testimony, I honestly felt like the next thing that he was gonna say is that he was running for fucking office, public office. Did anybody else get that same vibe, or was that just me? Yeah, was that just me, or was like, yeah, I felt like, yeah, like these platitudes and everything like this. Oh my God, man, for Congress, yeah. Absolutely. Let me see here. He's an icon? I don't know. I mean, I think these people are pretty bad at picking icons, but again, these are the people that picked Amber Heard too, so what a surprise. No, my money can make up the emotional psychological damage. Amber lived with the rest of her life. I do wish she took the $30 million she was entitled to in the divorce, no. Yep, she probably should have. Yep, exactly. And maybe then she would have just shut the fuck up and left him alone. I can guarantee you, if you asked Johnny, what would you rather have? This or $30 million? He'd say, please, I will pay $60 million. Get this woman out of my fucking life. You know, like, let's remove this, and it's not gonna happen. Yeah, easy choice, man. Exactly. I think anybody would feel that way, honestly. Yeah, for sure. Amber looked close to tears a few times. All I can see is Depp's importance are online laughing. Along with Depp and Camille, there's a severe mismatch between what's actually happening and resulting human reaction. It's extremely disturbing. That's right. You know what's disturbing to these people more than anything? Is that they can't control the population and discourse with their emotions. That's what it is. These are people who are unhappy and sad that they no longer have a complete, stranglehold on everything based off of how they feel about it. You know, it's like, yeah, people don't give a fuck about how you feel and it doesn't matter. That's about it. Let's go down to the next one. And let's see here. Following a trial, people worry about the safety of the jury. Oh, I already saw that one, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. Let's scroll up. We'll look at like maybe 5 or 6 more. And then I want to look at some of the stuff on Reddit. I love reading these comments because I feel like this is one of the most interesting things, is actually seeing the opinions of people who disagree with you. Invite the Escarlo girl on your Twitter. She's been hella vouching for Amber. Why the fuck would I want to do that? What, just so I can argue with somebody and have them call me a bunch of fucking names? Like, yeah, I don't want to fucking do that. Why? Like, anybody who the odds are that if I bring somebody like that on, they're gonna be fucking unhinged. Why? Well, because they're supporting somebody who's unhinged, right? It's like, oh, we should bring on a Charles Manson supporter. No? Why? Because they're fucking crazy. I'm not gonna do it. No shot. Content, brother? I think that it is content, you're right, but I feel like it would be... it's just... I don't really want to do that because I feel like what's going to end up happening... Like, here's what I know is going to happen, right? Is that... And this is true. If I bring somebody like that on, that person is going to get harassed like fucking crazy. Like, there'll be fucking thousands of people messaging them. And those people, a lot of those people will be banned. They'll be banned in my chat, but they will still be messaging them and like saying this bad stuff. And it's just something that I don't want to deal with, right? And especially with something that's so emotionally charged. That's why I said it's different from like, let's say the React thing, right? It's something I'd be much more willing to discuss because people don't have as much of an emotional attachment to it. I don't like dealing with people that are emotional, to be honest with you. I find it to be very exhausting and annoying. And so let's see here. And let's find the rest of this. I find it very convenient. The first time a man comes forward as a victim, everyone instantly believes him, but it took a swarm of women and a whole movement, Me Too, to start giving them the benefit of the doubt. Yet that still resulted in nothing. Wow. Terry Crews? Who's that? Yeah, does anybody know who that is? It's the first. Yeah, it's the first time. Wow, that's crazy, huh? It's just so fucking stupid, man. Absolutely so fucking stupid. Yeah, Will Smith. I don't know about Will Smith, Brendan Fraser. I don't know about all those different examples, but I know for Terry Crews it certainly happened too. I think a lot of people have seen the hypocrisy, and that's why they feel that way. And let's see here. Amber represents many of us. That's why the case feels close. It's almost like we're all on trial. The victim blaming the mockery accusation of lying. So many of us have been there. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Is people like this. This is exactly what it is people that are not speaking about the case. They're not speaking about the actual situation. They're speaking about their own personal experiences and then putting themselves in her shoes and defending her as if they're defending themselves. That's what they're doing. It's got nothing to do with the case. It's got to do with their own unresolved trauma, and that is different. That, yeah, it's projecting. They're literally projecting. Exactly. And remember the time Camille said Johnny's abuse was just dark humor? Yeah. Yeah, I say bad shit like that all the time. Like, I do. Like, not really like that, but I say other stuff that's probably worse in different contexts. Yeah, I say stuff like that constantly. Yeah, 100%. And I'm not sorry. I'm going to keep doing it. That's about it. Let's go back over here. We're going to look at some of the stuff on Reddit, okay? A lot of you guys have had comments on this. Oh, it's all coming together. What's this? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Oh, it's muted? Oh, there's sound for this? Okay. Wait a second. Let me mute this. Here's the sound. Wow, well that changes everything. Thank God I got a chance to listen to that. Yeah, thank fucking God I got a chance to listen to that. Oh my God. Let me go back over here. And what's this? Oh my God, what the fuck? So this literally just came out. This was like a tweet. Several motorcycle officers rushed to the front of Johnny Depp Amber Heard courthouse, jumped off their bike, and ran inside. No word on what this is about. Somebody is monitoring this. That's fucking crazy. Man, I'm trying to think, like, what do I think this could be? What do I think it is? I have no idea. Like, as I said, they said there that both of them left. Watch via pass feed. Heard Amber probably went apeshit crazy. It seems like that's not the case. Let me go back over here and just look. I mean, I guess we'll wait and see what they say. I mean, if they bring it up or if they say anything else, we'll find out. That was 18 minutes ago, too. And thanks everyone involved. Oh, I think that's probably just yeah. Okay, never mind. And yeah, responding to the Amber Alert. It could have been anything, right? Like, for example, somebody could have called in a false, a false alarm or something crazy like that. I don't know. I feel like that's probably not what happened, but it just seems odd. Yeah, it certainly fucking seems odd. There was a, yeah, what's this here? I'll go back and I'll figure out the rest of this stuff. It's an Amber Alert? Yeah, sure. Okay, I got it. Guys, I got it. All right? That's a good meme, okay? Now, let's move on past that one, all right? Yo!
Amber Alert, dude.
God damn it.
Like Amber Heard?
Oh, yeah, because it's the same name.
Hey, you get it, though?
Yeah.
You get it?
Now that you put it like that, that is actually pretty funny. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a good one. Holy fuck. Yeah, that was a good one. You guys are smart. Yeah. It's Turd Alert. Oh, that's even better, man. Oh, dude. Okay, what's this here? Mainstream media? Yeah, we saw this. Seems like a certain classic game would be appropriate to play. I never actually played this. I don't know what it is. I have no idea about it at all. The boys know what's up. Wait, was this actually like... God damn. Look at that. He's like, yeah, they know what's going on. Yeah. Alright, where's the rest of this? I'm not sitting here in the courtroom laughing, making snide jokes, and also her laughing. Yep, there it is. Amber Heard's lies debunked. I was scared for my life. Listen, bro. Bro, it's just... Like... God, I mean, it's just... It's obviously bullshit. Everybody fucking knows it. She's lying. Yeah, that's all there is to it. What's happening now? I don't know. There was some police scare. Nobody knows why. She does not attack. She does not prosecute. She butchers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Let me see here. I'm gonna miss trial screens when we rewatch them begin on YouTube. Oh yeah. Well, the best thing. So I was talking to somebody about this, and they're like, man, you know, I guess, you know, like, you know, you have to look for like other content when you finish, and it's like, not really. It's like, you never, if you cover drama, you never run out of content. Because people are fucking stupid, and they're always gonna be fucking stupid. There's always gonna be something new. There's always gonna be some new thing, some fucking crazy shit that happens. And yeah, you're just literally never gonna run out of time. Let's see, check the Twitter again. Sure, I'll look at it again. Let me go ahead and refresh it. I don't think there's really too much going on, but I'll just double check. Just alpacas and pirate hats. False alarm, guys. It's okay. Yeah, false alarm. Yep, alpacas and pirate hats. Okay. Asmongold, the modern day philosopher. What is this? Let's see here. Modern day Diogenes. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, sure. I've heard that 500 fucking times. Okay. As we need to write philosophy, it should be famous in the future. I don't think that I am much of a philosopher. I am just a person who talks about things on the internet. That's pretty much about it. Yeah, it's not that hard. That's suicidal thoughts. Looks depressed all the time on a second stream. Is a model for happiness. Well, I think that, yeah, of course, right? I mean, yeah, I think that there are a lot of people who suppress the way that they feel about things. And I think they just don't share it. For me, I just tell people however I feel, and that's about it. Yeah, that's about all it comes down to. And I think it's pretty simple and it's pretty fucking easy. Let me see here. Lawyer following the case said it doesn't seem like a serious disturbance. He's been in a courtroom before. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's see here. Amber, oh God. Amber Turd, okay. How it feels losing the case. Yeah, she doesn't like that at all. I'm not surprised there. Okay, I could say the same thing about Amber Heard as a client for you. That guy was just like, he loved it, man. Holy shit. Okay. Amber Heard fans. And destroying Amber's life, logic, and evidence. Yeah, of course. Japanese man spends $15,000 on dog costume to fulfill lifelong dream and transforming into an animal. I'm gonna be honest. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a pretty good outfit. I mean, like, this is a real, like, in terms of actually looking like a dog for a second, it caught me, especially this one laying down. I thought it was a dog for a second. That's money well spent. Thanks to the 5 subs, Peter. I appreciate that. Oh, my God. Okay, that's a bit much. Halo fans complaining the Halo TV show is a terrible adaptation, doesn't respect the source material. Resident Evil fans and anime fans. Okay, yeah. That's very true. You're an anti-wizard, Wayne. I'm a what? I'm a what? Yeah, that's about right. Okay, is evidence submitted by Amber Heard proving Johnny Depp abused her. Holy fuck, man. That's great. Ultimates and WoW? Well, they did have an ultimate boss. They did this. It was called the Crucible of Storms. And it was brutal, and it killed many, many guilds. Let's see here. I think I looked at all the rest of this stuff. Ben Shu had a baby alpaca stuffed in his pocket. Yeah, somebody tweeted that to me this morning. I already saw that. We don't see this happen again, what COVID did to people. Oh, yeah, the viewer setup thing. Yeah, I'll rate viewer setups. Why wouldn't I? Sure. Of course. And let's see. Okay, I'm not going to listen to that. No shot. Stream party, stream watch party when? Yeah, I've never heard of this this movie before. Okay, let's watch that video and see what that is, okay? Give me 1 second and see if I can pull it up right now. Okay, this is a video some person made about me. Here we go. Let me go ahead and mute this, and we're going to take a look at it. It's a short video, too. New Ashes of Creation stuff. I'll probably look at that in a bit. Let me watch this one first.
The modern-day philosopher Asmongold. I only started playing WoW in 2020 during the modern-day philosopher Asmongold.
Wow. Nothing says philosophy like that, huh? Yeah, guys. I mean, that's the real good stuff that cuts deep and really asks the questions that, you know, the world needs to know, right? Oh, absolutely.
I only started playing WoW in 2020 during the pandemic. I got bored, so yeah, what else should I do? Some say that I started playing WoW at the worst time ever, during the Battle for Azeroth. Still, I kept playing until Shadowlands, and compared to that, Battle for Azeroth was actually a masterpiece.
Compared to Shadowlands.
Anyway, whenever I start playing a new game and got really into it, I started watching also YouTube videos and streamers. So whenever I watch WoW streams, this guy named Asmongold was the most viewed streamer. He also had a different approach to streaming. It was more like a live show, there was a lot of interaction with the chat, He was telling a story and guiding the viewers in a direction. And because of his storytelling skills, I got hooked.
Having somebody that'll just shut the fuck up and...
I started watching his streams a lot, even if 60% of the time I was not even listening to him.
I like how, like, I'm just literally just, like, randomly talking about something that has nothing to do with it. I'm off on, like, fucking the 7th level of tangent, doing Scarlet Monastery for the 30th time to level my character up. This is just totally normal behavior. Yep, oh... Alright, let's just
him
move
as a
on.
background noise. Whenever I discover a new creator, the first thing that I do is to check for how long he's been doing this for. And my man was grinding for more than 10 years. And over those years, he improved his storytelling skills and content a lot.
A job thing? Last in a transmog competition. Yeah, my content, like, I've definitely tried to spend more time saying things and doing things in a way that's more entertaining. I mean... Fuck yeah, of course I have. I mean, it kind of goes without even saying, but yeah, 100%.
I thought to myself, maybe I should never go back to NA.
But
these big streamers or YouTubers all have like a different persona while they're on camera.
Yeah.
They put on this high energetic persona that makes viewers stay for a longer period of time and have them engage with their stream. And based on that, you know if a streamer is someone that takes this more seriously or if they're just doing it as a hobby. Anyway, what made Asmongold stand out for me was the thing that he was saying while not in character. Once in a while, this man dropped some real gems on his viewers, real life tips that many people never got.
You guys act like you have no control over your life.
I've said this,
like, the cards are just already set for you.
That's me.
Like, you just, like, you know, you can only do this little small thing in your life, and you have no control over your own destiny.
And one of his most successful YouTube videos was about this exact topic.
Why do I live a simple or why do I live a humble life?
Everybody has this idea of how millionaires should look like. They need to wear designer clothes, drive Lambos, and be surrounded by 30 models while doing those things on a yacht. You know what?
Yeah, that's expensive. That's why I don't like doing it. It's expensive and it's a pain in the ass. Like, it sounds really cool, like, oh yeah, this is what I want to do, right? But it's just not, it's not going to be there. Verdict? Why are people doing verdict? Why are people saying that? Are they going to give the verdict out? I feel like there'd be a million people saying that they're going to give the verdict out. Why are people saying that? Yeah, wait a second. Why are they saying that? Yeah, just a second. I want to figure this out. Because if it's not true, I'm gonna have my mods go back and retroactively ban every single person that said it.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I do it for fun. Yeah. There we go. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Yep. Just go back. Ban them all.
Where everybody now aspires to be rich, live a luxurious life, and be famous. Asmongold reminded people that money is not everything.
I didn't really give a shit about that stuff anymore. I didn't care what my shirt said on them. I didn't care what car my mom drove.
Yeah.
These things were just completely meaningless to me.
You can have all the money in the world and be the most famous person alive, but if you don't keep your friends and family close, you have nothing at the end of the day. I live in an Eastern European country, so things are different here. You're expected to live with your family until you want to get married and settle down with that significant other. But it seems like in the West, things are a little bit different. I know many people that by the time they're 18, they move out to really experience life and be mature. At least, like, that's the popular belief. Everybody's focused on making a career, making money, living life.
One of the real reasons why I never wanted to move out whenever I was like 18 is because my mom would make me food sometimes, and I would have to, like, that was good whenever she'd make me food. That was pretty much one of the big reasons why I was good about it. Yeah, absolutely.
And stuff like that. The only issue is that you forgot about the most important people in your life, your family. Also, you waste a lot of money and get into debt, but yeah, that's just for another story. You move out because that's the popular belief, and maybe you see your parents like 4 or 5 times per year. The only people in this life that care more about you than anyone else. Well, this is one of the things that really made me respect Asmongold so much. He was living with his mother, he had millions, he was a well-known celebrity in his niche. He could have lived this luxury lifestyle that became the new standard for millionaires, but still he chose to take care of his mother and live a simple life, which brings you more joy than any material thing or plastic people that might surround you.
Bro, she actually, like, let me tell you guys something.
Don't need any of these.
Like, she straight up spent, it took her 50 days / played to get to level 60. And by the time Burning Crusade came out, she had almost like 100 more days / played than I did. Like, she was farming that fucking game more than me. It took me until like Cataclysm or Mists of Pandaria or WOD to catch up with her. It was ridiculous.
Stuff to
she
be
was
happy.
grinding.
You buy
yeah.
things just to flex them to others most of the time. You dream about driving a Lambo past someone who made you angry in high school. You dream about the moment when you will have like $1 million in your bank account, thinking that you will be happy then. No material thing will make you happier, no amount of money will make you happy, but don't get me wrong, money is good, it makes your life easier, but it doesn't really solve all of your problems. If you still don't
money solves a lot of people's problems, and I think that you can tell people that money will solve their problems until they make up to like it's like $120,000 a year. Like money is correlated, more money is correlated with increased happiness. At a pretty strong ratio correlation until like $100 to like $150,000 a year. Like that's absolutely true, but the difference between like $700,000 and $800,000 a year is like it's not the same thing.
Believe me, check out the story of Notch, the creator of Minecraft. The man who became a billionaire with a B, had mansions and celebrities around
got a lot of
him,
money.
through the biggest parties, had all of the supercars that your mind can imagine, and all of that for
returns,
nothing.
yeah.
Because deep down he was miserable, no one really cared about him, and all of his friends left him. Now you tell me, who do you think is happier deep down, a guy that has a decent amount of money and is surrounded by his friends and family, or a billionaire who is alone, has no one around to share his money with, and all of his closest friends left him? Asmongold, even if you might not see it at first, it's a great role model to have, especially if you're young.
I am not a good role model. I'll say this right now. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I am a fiend, a degenerate, an animal of fucking just complete, like, I don't even know what the word is for it. I am a degenerate. There are some things you should never make people your role models. Make actions your role models and ideals that people embody your role models. So, like, you can look at somebody's actions and be like, wow, this person's really brave for doing this. But don't look at every single thing that this person does and say, wow, this is such a good thing. Like, for example, like Gandhi was a huge racist. People think Martin Luther King cheated on his wife or something, right? There are a lot of people that have great positive legacies in history, have other things that they did that were bad. And it doesn't make what they did any less good. Just think about the good things that those people did and focus on that.
Of not taking a shower.
Oh yeah, that's whenever I went a whole month without taking a shower.
He got to where he is because of his hard work, perseverance, and constant improvement. He was not promoted by some huge influencer and popped out of nowhere. He was grinding for the past 12 years. He became a millionaire by doing the things that he loved. He continues doing them to this day, while shattering the idea of how a millionaire should act or look. He's still playing games, he's still having fun, and he's still making shitloads of money.
Well, that's true, but not playing games, at least. That part's fake. But yeah, I don't really think that's necessarily it. For me in general, I just kind of do what I want to do, and that's about it. Like, I've always made videos and like streamed and like talked about stuff, etc. That's why I have like so many super old videos. And this is just, you know, another one of those. Look how old this fucking video is. I've got my old donation goal thing. I got $3,000 that day. That was a good fucking day. Look at that. I got $2,000, dude. Just a second. Like, wow. What are you talking about?
But most importantly...
Wait a second.
...of money.
I got $2,000, dude. Just a second. Like, what are you talking about?
But most importantly, he takes care of his close ones, which is what a real man should do.
Aw, yeah. It was whenever Cody gave me the picture.
He created OTK to do the things that he loves, together with his closest friends. He took care of his mom and his family, and he is still involving his childhood buddies in his streams and even promoting their channels all for free.
Sure.
Asmongold is everything that Hollywood and mainstream celebrities are not. While mainstream celebrities will do anything to get more clout, more money, more collaborations, Asmongold kept on doing the things that he enjoyed and loved while promoting a lifestyle filled with values that has been forgotten in a world filled with plastic people and principles. Of course, I would love for him to...
I think that a lot of times, like, I do things that, like, will help my channel a lot, right? I mean, of course, right? I'll follow, you know, trends and do stuff like that, too. But I don't follow every trend, and I don't do every single little thing, right? I think, like, for example, I never really did the GTA RP thing. McConnell was fucking pissed about that. And there were a few other things I didn't really do. Yeah, this is back whenever, we went out and we worked out together and everything. It was a really good time. And it was a different time back then. I'll say that for sure. Yeah.
be more healthy and actually go to the gym and promote a healthier lifestyle, Asmongold is still a fresh breath of air in the community and a great model for young men if you listen carefully to what he says between the lines. We keep forgetting about the essential things in life and we only focus on the things that we don't have, like money, fame, relationships, so I can go on forever. Be more like Asmongold and keep in mind that life is short. Do what you love and work hard and keep your friends and family close. Do not buy stupid things just to impress other people. Don't do stupid things to prove stupid people wrong. And this is kind of all for today's video.
That's a really good point.
I hope this video provides some value to you. And as always, do more, talk less. I'm Raz. Cheers.
That was good. Short video, quick, you know, easy, right to the point. I thought that was nice. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, there we fucking go. Let me go back over here. I want to go ahead and I'll link it to you guys. Yeah, this is a really, really high quality picture right here. I really, really like this one. And do more, talk less. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, isn't it? Absolutely. Let me go back over here. Let me give it a like. Yeah, it was a nice video for him to do. Don't like the idea of sending your mods to ban for you. Everyone to have different opinion. You. Isn't that narcissistic? Well, it's not because I'm banning people for having a different opinion. I'm banning them because they're stupid and they communicate it in a rude or a stupid way. I know that there are some people out there that think that because they disagree with you, that then they are entitled to a response. This is not true. If that was the case, I would never be able to stream because I would still be referring and arguing things from like 3 years ago. I'm not going to sit back and explain and fucking argue and be like, oh, this is wrong or whatever. So yeah, I think that whenever somebody interprets what I say or whatever in a way that I find to be disingenuous, misleading, or just in general stupid, yeah, I just ban them. I don't want to read it. I don't want to hear about it. And I don't think that I'm wrong either. I don't think so at all. And Nasman Base, yeah, there's no way. And there's no way you can do that. You can never deal with that and like argue against that many people or have any sort of a way to look at that. Yeah, a rebuttal stream. It's just, there's no shot, man. So like, yeah, there are a lot of people that try to argue and like counter what you're saying and try to like, you know, get a word in edgewise and try to, you know, like make you look stupid on stream or something like that. I don't do that. So if I read something, it's like it's a disagreement that people have or whatever, I'll be honest, and this is my opinion about this. I think most of the time people disagree with me, it's for stupid reasons. I'll read people's disagreements and like their logic, and it's just broken. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They didn't listen to what I said. It just made them mad, and they inserted their own fan fiction in there anyway. So yeah, I don't think that I'm wrong. And if somebody says that I'm wrong, then, you know, I might read it, I might not. But people don't have you do not have a, what's the word for it? You're not entitled to a rebuttal, okay? That's basically what it is. And disagree, I don't want to make you look dumb, but Diablo 2 is the GOAT. Well, I'm glad that people liked it. I just didn't really like it that much at all. And let's see here. You never fucking think you're wrong, though? Of course I don't think I'm wrong. Why would I think I'm wrong? Why would I think something and then think that I'm wrong about it? Well, how would that make any sense? Why would I go and like start thinking that like, oh yeah, this is, you know, like this is something that I think and I knowingly think this is wrong? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, what do you mean? Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Why would I believe something if it's wrong? Yeah, of course, man. And that's why you're not a role model, because you don't have all the information? Yes, you're right. So for example, have there been cases of me continuing to... All right, let's do this. I know that there are people that get upset about this kind of stuff. Give me one example of a wrong opinion that I hold despite evidence to the contrary.
You think Ret Paladins suck?
At what?
You think they're worse than warriors?
In a lot of ways. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
In general, in a lot of ways. Yep.
There you go.
There we go. And of course, what's this here? You won't shave your head because you know you're bald as fuck. That's true. Garrosh did something's wrong. Lost Ark isn't pay to win. Yes, it is. You play WoW despite being WoW. Okay. What's this here? The moon is made of cheese. WoW is still good. I said WoW is still enjoyable. I find it good. I think that's a personal opinion. It's not an actual argument. And let's see here. New World is good. I enjoy New World. This is a personal preference. This is not an opinion I am asserting as to whether it's right or wrong. Let's see here. Johnny's addiction doctors would have cured him in that time. I think that they were working for him for quite a long time, and it's not about them curing him. It's about people's opinion and like also his friend of 40 years opinion that he felt like the doctors weren't doing enough effort. And I think that makes sense. And I think that also, whenever you have a $100,000 paycheck behind something, it does make sense for you to keep somebody in the loop, whether that sounds pessimistic or cynical or not. I think that's true. And whenever people make money off of something, you never should rule out ill intent. So yeah, that's true. And let's see here. Yeah, that's an opinion though. Let's see this. Bro, your dick definitely ain't clean. Ask your mom. Let's see here. Eat shit food despite evidence it's bad for you? Yeah, but I like eating it, and I know that it's bad for me. It means questioning the conclusion you came to. Been to fool yourself, never question your opinions, nothing to be proud of. Oh, I'm not full of myself, and I do question my opinions all the time. Yeah, I question what I think all the time. Absolutely. I read different opinions and shit like that all the time, constantly. There's nothing new or nothing special or anything like that. It's just what I do. And not saying I think that it's a statement. Yeah. Not saying you think that it's just a statement. Everything that I say is fundamentally my opinion. You understand? Like, you don't have to say it's my opinion whenever you're saying something is a good game or this is a great game. It is assumed that it is your opinion because you're having a conversation inside of the context of personal taste. This is common sense. Any reasonable person would believe this. And this is why I don't respond to a lot of the arguments, is because I think they're fucking stupid. This is why. They're just fucking stupid. And I'm sorry, guys. You know, maybe I'm an asshole, all right? Yeah, there it is. You're on validation rant, killing mental health. Stop giving negative people attention. A validation rant. I'm killing my mental health? I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. It really doesn't bother me, man. There's plenty of people I read every day, every single day. I probably read over 100 people telling me that I'm wrong. Whether it's wrong about this trial thing, whether it's wrong about my opinion on video games, whether it's wrong on something. I read this constantly. It's not that big of a deal. And yes, people get upset about it, and that's all there is to it. And my teacher said saying something is stupid, it just means you don't have something to say. I don't know. I think that there actually are stupid things. Yeah, absolutely. And let's see here. And true Asmongold, yeah, as I said, if people want to actually come up with any sort of like real argument or whatever for things, I usually will read it and respond to it, but that's about it. You're actually wrong about doing dailies in 1 hour and lost 1K in a bet. That's a good point. Yeah, and I admitted that I was wrong, and THD stole my fucking money. I paid for that wrong. Yeah, I paid for my wrong, exactly. Think you're more open-minded than you portray to people, but you just don't like to talk, don't like to openly admit you're wrong or lack info about certain things. I say I lack info about things constantly. Anybody who thinks otherwise hasn't listened to what I'm saying, or they think they know more than I do. Or yeah, that's all there is to it. I say that constantly. Anyway, I think we got pretty much all the rest of these. Let me go back and look at this too, and then I want to see if I can try to download this thing and go for there. Verdict watch. AOC new video is amazing. Let me see. Ash of Creation. I know that they came out with something new. Where is it here? Okay. Dynamic seasons and weather developer chat. This is a 34-minute video. Okay. I guess. Let me just see a little bit of it. Let me see a little bit of it. I'm assuming they probably don't have 34 minutes of full gameplay. But I want to listen to what this is, and then we'll probably try to download that Elden Ring thing. McConnell, do you know where to download the Elden Ring thing? Somebody said it was on Nexus Mods. Can one of the mods link it to us?
Ooh, you know, I was gonna try to set that up with you tomorrow.
Okay, you don't want to do it today?
Nah, because I want to make sure it's working and everything like off stream.
Okay, yeah, it sounds good. All right, we'll do that. Give me a second. All right, let me start this. Unreal Engine, okay. Let's see it. Seasonal weather system preview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another update with Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
And today is going to be a special one. I am joined by 3 amazing artists. Our lead environment artist, Tristan Snodgrass. Hey, Tristan, how you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing very well. Thank you.
Now, is this your first recording? Even though you've been with us since the beginning, 6 years ago almost.
Guys, we're doing this thing again with the verdict stuff. I'm not going to do permabans this time, but I'm going to say right now, mods, from now on, if anybody starts spamming that shit, immediately time them out for like a week. Time them out for like a week or a day or something like that. I don't want to hear it. They're not going to give the verdict today. Stop it. Because as soon as one person starts spamming it, then everybody starts spamming it. And it's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's been since 2016. I don't think I've ever actually been
Triggered? It does. It triggers me. It fucking annoys me. I don't like it.
Outside of our studio tour, where I think we had one where you were a sriracha bottle for Halloween.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah. I've been mostly behind the scenes, behind all the cinematics. And
that's right. I think our community often asks where Nodes 3 is at. Because one time, remember we were at that panel at PAX, and people were like, when's Nodes 3 coming out? And I'm like, Tristan's back at the studio, and he's editing it.
Yeah, I remember that, and I was like, what's he doing?
Okay.
That's so good. We decided to
So
go
what's this?
But
You can skip it 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead.
There you go. We're just going to skip.
All right, here we go.
That is one of the biomes that can experience...
So here we go. Let's see it.
Kind of a really traditional season change, like what we're accustomed to, right? That people can see across all 4 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of... We decided to take this to the extremes. So extreme weather, everywhere from like harsh, snowy, blizzardy kind of environment feels to lush green landscapes. So we decided to tackle the hardest part first, which is making it very, very different between seasons.
Yeah.
So how does that happen?
VEC right now. Some of you saw the VEC in the character creator, but haven't seen it yet in game.
This guy looks cool.
This guy is just wanting to experience the amazing immersive world that you guys have created here. Okay, so we are in the Riverlands, and we are currently in the winter season. So we have obviously a couple things.
This is just in the winter.
The landscape itself, the environment itself has changed. Where there's no leaves that are on the trees, there's snow that's piling up on the rocks, the ground. I mean, go over what you have to do to transition a biome like the Riverlands into a winter season.
So it's the terrain materials, and there's many materials that can apply to the terrain, and each one, accepts snow at a different rate, a different intensity. And, there's the assets that all get kind of the same material function that applies snow.
I really like that lighting. I think that looks really, really good. God damn.
The tops of them.
There's
the particle effect that moves with the player camera that handles both snow and rain and any kind of precipitation. There's the volume fog that just went away, as we saw, as it cleared up. The volumetric cloud in the sky has a material that needs to respond to season changes and weather changes. There's a wind actor. I could keep going for a while.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of stuff here.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into changing a region of the world.
I bet.
Is that a little bit of thunder?
Oh my God.
Oh, take a moment and just enjoy the view.
Oh, is this okay? So right now we're transitioning into like a storm, as well as the climate. This has been kind of sped up, right, to showcase the different season transitions.
Wow.
Correct. Yes. So right now we're getting some rain, which will usher in springtime, and so
holy shit! Look at this. Holy fucking shit!
No snow.
This is unbelievable. And now we've added some additional particle effects.
Oh, wow. They've got butterflies even.
The butterflies.
I love
the bees
that.
And the insects.
Yep.
And in addition, it's like all the leaves now have grown on. There's a bunch of flowers that are present. James, talk to me a little bit about kind of how you're determining the flowers that are appropriate for each season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
the little mushrooms.
Things for setting this up was essentially making 4 biomes.
I wonder if you can pick those up.
One every season, and we kind of started with whales as like a reference point,
Okay.
My home country.
Oh, I thought he meant actual whales.
Yeah,
Country whales, correct.
Oh, I thought you were saying. Well, technically, both are
Yeah,
both
I was
are
about to
relevant
say.
to you, Tristan, because not only are you
Okay.
our lead environment artist, but you also are a very avid professional environment film guy, right? I've seen some of your stuff; it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Outside of this kind of stuff, I tend to spend my time filming nature, so it's kind of appropriate.
How often do you give that to the environment team as reference material?
Not often yet, but I'll be visiting Wales next week, so I'll be taking plenty of photos.
This is incredible.
This is no joke. Tristan got right up into the eyeball.
Yeah, I really like the way this
whale.
looks,
It's
man.
staring
This
right
is
in the
cool.
camera. That was so cool, dude.
Holy fucking shit.
Okay, I've noticed that the animals have changed. The ambient sound has changed, and Kat has done an amazing job with the ambience in the Riverlands biome.
Wow.
Because I feel like I am here, and not only that, but also kept it adapted.
So WoW
for
Classic should have been
seasonal
released?
changes as
Yeah.
well, right?
Yeah.
But there'd be
I
no
think we
raid
also actually
finder.
missed the winter bear back in the day, or back in the winters at biome, but that's okay. We'll
Holy
see another one.
shit,
next
man.
Yeah. But
This is really nice. Video quality max? Let me do
James,
it.
sorry, I think we kind of cut you off.
No, that's cool.
But,
Yes, it is.
If you want to continue talking about how you went about the art process for this.
Oh yeah, no, it's just iterative like all art is, and
Yeah, this is really, really
Hal, one
nice.
of our really
It's
great
not.
environment artists and
Okay,
myself,
all right,
you know,
all right. I'll swap it over.
worked really closely together to try to homogenize everything for the seasons.
Oh wow! Actually, you know what? That does look a lot better.
There's not much else to say. It kind of. You can
Holy
see it.
shit!
That's true.
Do the flowers bloom at a particular time of year?
They do.
It's already going to be compressed down, but it will look slightly
all
better
the
for you
flowers
guys.
Will, decay and die in the fall and turn colors, and
God
even
damn.
the animals like Kieran right there will shift based on the time of the year.
Oh, I love the glow on the
The little deer looks nice too.
Good job.
Yeah,
on that, Brian.
shows what Moody's in.
Yeah, like some of the particles about like the hair is like not
Yeah, we'll see
ideal,
that
but it looks
Kieran
cool.
change in real time later on.
That's right.
Yeah.
So part of the relevance of this, not just from a beautiful aesthetic perspective here, but what makes it so unique is the dynamic element of these seasons and the weather systems changing to the behavior actions of the player. Right, so
how does that work?
Part of the triggers that can create seasonal change is not just time related for each of our biomes, but they are also indicated by events that occur on the server, whether that be certain raid bosses forming or a relic being acquired by a particular node and being activated to change potentially the weather out of a winter state into a spring state. And the reason why a node might have interest in doing that, of course, is because weather and the seasons also affect skills and abilities. They affect crops and gatherables, vehicles and mounts.
Wow! Holy fucking shit! That's insane. One thing is I hope they increase the draw distance or the ability to increase the draw distance into like open fields, so it doesn't look like this doesn't look like Unreal 5 and that looks like Unreal 2. That's really nice.
Creatures and loot tables change. Their behaviors might change. Resistances and weaknesses or synergies might be relevant in certain seasons or weather systems. Targeting might change. The AoE radius might grow for a fire effect if you're in the middle of summer, or it might shrink if you're in the middle of a storm.
That's crazy. So you could like wait until it's raining or something like that to fight like a dragon. That sounds really cool.
So much that goes into this system, and that's why you guys really spent a lot of time
like Zelda. I didn't
making
know that.
sure that the environment reflects both at the quality we want and isn't just kind of an afterthought weather system, because a lot of games that I've played, you get just the visual effects kind of playing and you get some rain or you get some snow. But what we've seen here in that transition from winter to spring was significant, and it persists. And each of these zones exist in these different states at different times across different servers. I saw those birds just fly by, and it's
right. Yeah, sure.
Like, what was that?
This is great.
Expect that. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely
Holy
one of the
shit,
more
man.
traditional weather biomes, I guess you could say, in terms of seasons. But we will be taking things a little weird with some of the other biomes as well.
Yeah, I mean that right there. Like if you just cut and just like look at that frame. This looks very, very good. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, this looks extremely, really, really, really fucking good. Like, amazing good.
Oh, I
Here you're gonna see, yeah, I think there's fall coming.
Yeah, it's shit in the fall.
Oh, I see the leaves starting to spawn. Oh my gosh, and the little dust devil. Oh, that looks great.
Oh boy.
That's cool.
Oh, I love
I want
it.
to watch that again. Actually, it's just happening over and over.
Wow, look at the colors.
That's great.
Colors. That's my favorite
Look
part
at that
about
shit,
everything.
dude.
It's just the colors.
Look at that
It was
shit,
really hard to
dude.
nail down the color change, but I think we pulled it off.
That is
I
amazing.
think you guys more than pulled it off. Yeah, even
Imagine,
internally, like,
bro, imagine how crazy it's going to be if this game actually comes out. Like, that's the thing, is that a lot of people, I feel like only the most cynical of cynical people can look at this and say, like, oh, this isn't, like, I mean, this is cool. Like, this is fucking cool. I think it's awesome, personally. Only the most cynical people can say that this doesn't look cool, but there's a lot of people that are worried that it's just way too ambitious. You know, it's got a release date of 2043, you know? It's great. I love it.
A very early version of this to the entire company, what was maybe like 3 weeks, 4 weeks ago. There was people that were like crying practically.
Yeah, that I mean, I'm watching the updates every week, every day actually.
Yeah.
And I just keep getting like goosebumps watching this, thinking, and again, just to reiterate, these and I'm sure I've already said this on the stream, which is tomorrow, but these transitions are sped up in order to demonstrate,
so people can see what's going on,
what that move for the world looks like.
Yeah, I want to see another weather
these
transition.
Seasons exist on a weekly basis unless they're event driven or have other triggers, right? They might last longer if you don't deal with the dragon, or if you keep that relic active.
Oh wait, bro, look, there's actually a dragon out there.
These on a cycle,
Holy
on a
shit.
cyclical perspective, as a normal season transition might
He's just chilling.
exist within a 1 week time frame, right? And then it transitions over
That's
a
cool.
period of hours. But right now you're seeing it sped up over the course of 30 seconds.
Yeah, correct. I mean, in
Yeah,
real
there he
time,
is. He's
it's
just
going to be
chilling.
almost unnoticeable to the naked eye, you know, like kind of naturally how it is in real life.
My biggest worry about this game, to be honest with you, is core movement, functionality, and combat.
Yep.
If they nail the core movement, functionality, and combat, because the combat in the original Tech Alpha was kind of floaty. It wasn't like super clean and visceral in the same way that like Elden Ring is, or even New World or WoW is. It was not that great. And so that's the main thing, that if they can nail that, this game is going to be fucking massive.
Yes.
We're not going to do it over the course of a year, of course, but, you know, a couple hours, maybe half a day.
Ooh, is that a dragon?
Yeah, it is a
That
dragon.
is so cool.
You might want to take it
Which boss
cautiously.
is that? Oh man, it's starting to snow.
Ice dragon?
But yeah.
Oh, look at I love that.
So the weather events will usher in the different seasons as well. So you'll know when the new season is going to change, just based on the weather that's happening. But to the naked eye, you're not really going to see
Preach
it
video on
happening
Lost Social
this
Contract?
quickly.
I'll watch
Obviously,
that
this is
afterwards.
just a very visual demonstration of what's available and how we can work with it.
Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
There's the bears.
The bears.
God damn, man.
Oh, that guy's probably cold right now.
God fucking
he's-
damn,
he's
that
out
is
there.
crazy.
I love the
Holy
I love,
fucking
the
shit,
dirty coat
dude.
underneath the bear.
And then it's got like the
It
grand
sounds so
floating
good.
platforms.
They're currently planning with weather to have
That is so cool.
rain and snow be kind of a thing where it snows more often in the winter and
Makes sense.
you know, rains more often in the winter in some other places, and basically leveraging some of the new features of Unreal Engine, like being able to sample the global distance field in the material to be able to have the snow accumulate in the crevices of objects as you know, as summer comes on and melts away the snow, it melts in the crevices last. Or if it starts to snow, then it kind of accumulates in the outer areas first, and the crevices fill in later, kind of thing. There's
or even saturates.
So it's just like little stuff like that that people can do. I think that's fucking great, man. I really do. Because it's all these kinds of little things that make the world feel like it's actually living and breathing. One of the big things that I really like about this is the fact that they have the dragon flying around. And the reason for that is it creates scope. It's like whenever you're like level 20 or 30 and you're questing and you see that big boy flying around up above you, you know that one day you might get him. You know, I think it's one of the most important things to have like these end game badass bosses that people can see very early on, so they can kind of put into perspective where they are in the game and where they're trying to get to, right? Whether it's the Fell Reaver, whether it's Lethon and Duskwood, whether it's, I'm trying to think of some more examples. I think those are two of the obvious ones. Yeah, just different stuff like that. It's great.
Yeah.
Earth while it melts.
The Tree Sentinel.
It's so soggy.
Not really,
Oh,
but
this
yeah.
looks great.
A little
It
bit.
looks like even the ground is getting
Holy
wet.
fuck.
I can hear the footsteps change to the water.
Bro, I
so good.
love this aesthetic,
I mean,
man.
one of the things that makes like a world come alive.
This is some
not
straight
just-
up fucking
Did the
Viking
wind pick up
Norway
in the
shit.
storm?
Look at this.
It did.
My hat is going crazy.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, like all the elements coming together really sell it. Like you can take away.
That's
one of the things and
insane.
everything just kind of falls apart. Like no wind, the life or the environment just
Oh,
doesn't feel
wow.
alive.
So that's
Add some wind and suddenly
that's like
everything comes
spring, I guess?
Oh, this is beautiful, guys.
Holy fucking shit,
Yeah,
man.
this is unbelievable. One of the things that is huge about this season system and how it affects crops and the gatherables
There's
in
a
the game
boat.
is the impact it will have on the economy, right? When a particular area no longer is capable for a week's period of time or even potentially longer of producing a certain type of crop or harvestable,
Yeah.
and that has to change across the world regionally. Now the transit system of those materials, of those gatherables, they become more relevant and they're subject to potential risk, and the prices might go up in certain areas. It is something that is actually very instrumental in the overall design of the economy in the game. Speaking of economy, are those two merchant ships?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like maybe the strait opens up. And
I think that also having stuff like this, like having ships sailing around, and just like one thing that WoW does really well is it creates the feel of a real living, breathing world where you have NPCs patrolling around, moving around, interacting with each other and stuff like that. That is so fucking important to have, because it just makes it feel like the game is actually alive and it's not just a bunch of placed assets that are just waiting for you to react to them, you know?
they're able to transport goods a little faster.
Right.
We're playing with the idea of freezing over rivers and things, but
Yeah.
the implications, it opens up a lot of can of worms.
Okay.
Someone could get trapped under the ice. But we'll figure it out if it's possible.
I think you should trap them.
Yeah.
Yeah, try and
or
shoot 'em.
even also something that's very easily done that we've talked about since 2017, and such a big component of this system coming to
It was a
life.
long
and
time
seeing
ago. It was
at the
before I was
quality
following
bar
it.
that it's at. I mean, like, again, I say this, I haven't seen this really in any other game, let alone MMORPG, where seasons impact so much of the design. And part of that also, again, on the economy front, is you might have a mountain pass, and during winter that mountain pass is always closed, and so the trade route.
Bro, like, that's some straight up fucking Lord of the Rings shit. That's some straight up Lord of the Rings shit, man. Remember that in Fellowship? And they couldn't go up there, so they gotta go under the mountain into the mines of Moria. Holy fuck. It'll never happen?
Routes on land change.
Yeah,
with
but what if it does?
and that's something that
But what if it does, though?
can not only exist on a cyclical
maybe.
level, but also dynamically based on player activity. I mean, that is a very big difference. Can I play with the wind? Can I help those ships out a little bit?
Yeah, that is
I
crazy.
mean, we definitely gave Steven some God mode controls here to demonstrate some more of the system.
Cheating.
Real-time way. As he ushers in some
Let
thunder.
there be rain!
Wow.
Look at this. This is great. I love how the distance visibility changes and the night, the kind of
I like how the
overhead
draw
cast
distance
comes
isn't that much different, yeah.
You're going to sink the boats with all that water.
I know.
One thing that, this is like a personal opinion, maybe I'm wrong on this. You know what my favorite maps in PUBG were? Whenever you would zone in and it was fog. And you could only see to like right here. I loved also whenever they had like the it was like the Arathi Basin Blizzard thing. I would love if they had like a really, really foggy version. Like, that would be super fucking cool. And it sounds weird because like usually I hate that stuff in games, but like in PUBG, it was so fucking good. I loved it, man.
Yeah, I forgot. My bad, guys.
Oh no,
Yeah, it was so good.
The fresh water anyway. So.
Oh, can I play? Let me dial up the wind a little bit. Make it a little bit crazier. Oh, I love the grass movement. This is
that looks really
crazy.
nice.
Look at my hair, or my hat is going wild. I love the cloth physics too.
The fact that like the Unreal Engine can like, obviously it registers like wind that comes from a certain direction, and they have like assets in here that interact with the wind. So like, for example, like the little feathers interact with the wind. This little ribbon here interacts with the wind. The grass here interacts with the wind. That is incredible.
As the sun hits the grass when it's windy, it looks really cool.
Let me do that. I have some God controls that they gave me for this demonstration.
Okay,
so
let's see it.
Let me turn the rain off.
Yep.
And turn on maybe the wind by itself.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at the like wave movement across the grass. How did you get that to occur?
So like, one opinion I have is like the draw distance, it makes it look more artificial whenever there's no grass over there. You see what I'm saying? Because like you can clearly see like there's a line for the draw distance in front of the character. Like if they can fix that and like have that ready, and like it might just be a technical limitation or something like that, but if they can make that less pronounced, holy fuck, this would look amazing.
So there's
it's probably adjustable. Yeah, 4090.
That we've got in both materials and in blueprints, so that eventually later it needs to be converted to C++ because it's like 300 times faster when it goes into C++. But basically the same function is duplicated in two places. So we have it in the materials that generates the noise in ripples that goes across the player, and in the program, the CPU side of things, the value of the wind at the player location gets sent to the audio system, so the wind picks up audio.
Wow! I want to see more fall.
A wave of winds.
Holy fucking shit!
I'm going through the seasons like that. I just did a quick transition for the audience to see how much control I have right now.
Oh my god!
Yeah, so we gave Steven a sped up timeline.
It's lit. Show autumn? Yeah, I want to see autumn. There it is.
Get a little crazy with it. But
oh yeah, I see that.
Wow. I hope they show more of it.
I can pause it.
Yep.
So each day, I guess, inside of the cycle is going to be more of like one transition. That is incredible, man. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, again, look at that. I love the fog. And the effects now start kicking off the ground.
Oh yeah, so everything's built into the system, with the sense that like they can change dynamically. Like yeah, you're not going to get that gust of wind in certain locations when it's summer, but when it's winter.
1 week of season apparently.
We should watch this.
I'm sure they'll probably fix it.
Can we do that?
So go to the ones actually turn around and.
My opinion on this is that seasons should either be the same as they are in real life, or there should only be 2 or 3 cycles per year. So like, for example, like let's say there's 3 cycles. Each month would be a different season. Like I would like that, because like if seasons are like once a week, like each week is one season, then I feel like they're so transient that you don't really get to look forward and be excited for the one that's going to come after that. You know, I think that that one season a week is it's way too fast, and I feel like it starts to feel gamey. You know what I mean? Yeah, it feels gamey. It's like, oh, well, this is like more of like it's like, oh, I'm going to wait for 3 weeks. And then, like, I think also the faster you have the seasons come together, the more you're going to have people that don't really like feel the economy effects of the seasons. Because like, for example, in WoW, did you guys ever buy a lot of snowballs in like the winter event in like Burning Crusade and then save them to sell in July? Like, that's what I did. And, you would do that and make these plans like long term, and I think they were more fulfilling that way. Yeah, of course, right? Everybody did that. That's why I never really made any money with it.
The view in the background, I think.
Yeah, that's
follow
a good,
some
good
of the
call.
ones down there.
Let me go
If someone hates winter, what if someone hates guns?
Hopefully
then they shouldn't play Call of Duty.
Play nice.
Kieran, we're little friends.
There they are.
All right, I need you guys in the shot.
Uh-huh.
I need you guys to step over here. Hey, can you move to the left, please?
We need a feeding system where you can just like walk up and like hold out your hand.
Or some
and,
type
like,
of husbandry.
Oh, that'd be good, yeah.
That's right.
Hold out your hand, it'll
Hey,
eat out of
listen,
your
it just took
hand.
him a second. Yes. All right. Let me grab
Jinxie did a
this.
great job on those guys.
Okay.
Shot. All
Yeah,
right,
these
here
are
we go.
fantastic models.
Watch the Kieran change. Oh, look at them. They change
Nice.
with the seasons.
That was fun for me to figure out.
It's like the ancients.
Oh, that looks so good, James.
Oh my
See,
god.
like, you know,
Look
in
at
our
that!
original cinematic that I believe
It's like the
we've shown,
Wandering
or we
Ancient.
will be showing during the live stream. Like,
That's
where
crazy.
We, you know, talked about seasons in our Kickstarter.
Yes.
Those were just dissolves between environments that we did in post-production.
I wonder if
and
they'll
I'm
show
sure
like
we'll-
really
we're doing
heavy
the same
rain.
thing in our new cinematic, but
I think like Morningdale Rain in New World is probably one of the best rain effects I've ever seen in like an MMO. I love the Morningdale Rain in New World. It's fucking phenomenal. So I hope they have something that's very similar to that.
no, it's actually happening real time. There's no trickery, no fakery.
And then seeing the dragon's fucking shadow, dude. That's so badass.
I love it. Let me.
This is the major leagues now.
Look at this.
Yeah. I love it.
Oh my god.
Okay, tell me a little bit about the
my god.
the weather effects. And I know that the effects team isn't here right now, but we might be getting some insight to their work next
That is
month, maybe
nuts,
on
man.
stream. We'll see.
Those affect PvP?
But
I don't
you also
know.
have the effects interacting with the environment. Like I was seeing some streams of rain that was coming down that Adrian did some work on some of the portcullises.
Yeah, there's
Was this released?
individual particle effects that can be placed on
2043.
some of these assets that kind of responds to changes in weather that are looking
Realistically,
like,
probably
you know,
2
rain
years.
collecting in areas or like sheeting off of
Probably 2 years.
flat surfaces. If you go underneath like a tunnel or something, you see it dripping more intensely. I think we'll have a
That
tool
like
to
I
auto-place
really
that,
like the
but, worst
like
case,
obviously the patches of snow look kind of what's the word for it? They look kind of artificial. Whereas everything else, I think, looks much more realistic. And I think that's probably something they could work on. But just in general, I really like how it exists inside of the season changes, too.
I think we'll have a tool to auto-place that.
God
but,
damn, man.
Worst case, we can have it be hand-placed.
Holy shit, this is cool.
It looks pretty cool.
I love this.
Same thing with the dust devils, the butterflies, the bees.
The leaves.
I wonder if they're going to have tornadoes. Just like a straight up fucking tornado that's just coming through the entire zone. And it's like, remember back in Cataclysm, whenever Deathwing would show up at a zone and just fucking set everybody up on fire? God damn, that would be badass. Like Darkshore? Yeah. But moving around. And less formulaic.
Playing with this wind a little bit.
I think
love
that's
the
also
stream.
another really important thing with having these like artificial systems like this is like a lot of times the proc gen, which is like it's procedural generation for the game. A lot of times whenever that happens, it's never really as good as as the developers think it is. It's like really you're going through like 5 or 6 different variables, and players that go through the proc gen are going to experience everything that there is to experience within like maybe a couple of weeks. So it's really important to add in as many variables and possibilities as you can to make it to where it actually truly does feel organic and it's not just kind of a roller coaster or an on-rails experience. This is cool.
You know, it's so funny. In a lot of the games that I played, the wind effects can either look really, really good, or they can look really, really bad, and usually not much in between. But but I like how our trees, you have this variance in movement from the trunk itself.
I think also like the trees, it's again like kind of what I said before. Since the draw distance is so far out, you can clearly tell that these trees don't have the same level of detail in them that like this rock has in it, or even that tree has in it. So like making sure that you can get a good view at the world and nothing is like compressed down if you have a good enough computer, I think is really important to creating that like super immersive experience. Because the moment that you create like draw distances and this kind of stuff, you turn it into like a artificial experience. Obviously, performance has to come before anything. However, I think that for people that want to turn it off and want to have that, and I think it should be a goal to make it to where as many people as possible can turn it off. Gameplay comes before that, way before that. I'm purely talking aesthetics.
We actually had to home roll our own solutions. So the trees were made in a program called Speed Tree, and we had a little bit of trouble getting the Speed Tree nodes and the materials for the trees to function correctly. So we just made our own.
Steven in chat, what up,
for
Steven?
now. But yeah, we just kind of take the tree position, and
we're loving
a lot of
cool.
information about the tree is encoded to the UV coordinates. There's about 7 or 8 UV coordinate spaces. And each one has, like, you know, is it a leaf? Is it a frond or branch? How far down the branch is it? And we just use that data to drive a bunch of rotations. Some of the information encoded in the UV coordinates is what's the pivot point of this branch. So I just kind of rotate around that branch.
Yeah, that looks great. That looks really cool. I love that. And then there another thing we're talking about was having like wetness effects and snow pile up on, you know, rocks and buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
That's one thing we're doing for wetness of the terrain. If you look at the dirt path, as it gets wetter, and I'm not sure how visible this is because it also gets cloudy and dark.
How does this work?
Maybe they can stream compression. But as it gets wet, we use the height element of the terrain materials to figure out where puddles should form. And
oh, here's the rain.
It should.
Okay,
should
here.
See it.
Yeah,
it
I was
do
wondering
it so much
about
on a
this.
slope, so it might look more visible on a flat terrain.
There we go, right here. I see it
But
there.
yeah, at the lower areas of the terrain height, it gets kind of glossy like puddles.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that looks great.
And a similar thing for snow. As the snow is melting, it
I really like
evaporates, or it
that. Like this like color theme and everything reminds me a lot of Stormheim in Legion, and that was like one of my favorite zones aesthetically. It was my favorite zone aesthetically in Legion. I thought it was amazing. Like it's got the same color theme. It's so fucking good.
is removed from the areas of where there's high material ambient occlusion.
Think about constant wind noise.
It removes
it'd be cool
it
if you
from
could
the
put on a
high
helmet and get it
occlusion
turned off.
places, last.
Like a different helmet, like that would cover your ears, would turn off the wind sound, or a muffle it.
Switch to snow. I wanna talk a little bit about.
I don't know if that'd even be possible.
Yeah, so I was going to say we also had our other artists working on
wind
some
noise.
modular sets and various things that we can use to construct a lot of the ancient ruins of the Ayla race that were once here in Vera before the how would you describe it, the event where everyone left?
Yeah, I think, like, let me go back.
For the
like, that looks fucking crazy good. Like, that's some straight up Lord of the Rings shit. You've got, like, the sun in the background of, like, the floating rock with the dragon flying on top of it. That is just, oh my god. Like, whenever people are talking about how they want fantasy games, this is what they're thinking about.
How would you describe it, the event?
That's
where
so cool.
The Exodus, the apocalypse, the end of the world.
Yep. Wait, hold on.
Wait a minute.
What's this?
Oh, this is an example of, like, obstructions.
Yeah, so, and then design, you might not be able to access certain areas in Legion, but there's something there.
Open for me. I command you.
So he's gonna, change it.
You might want to.
Oh yeah, there it goes.
Abracadabra.
Yes, melt. Oh, there's a door.
Oh,
Why is it so
wow.
bright in there?
I don't know.
What is
Holy
going
shit.
on? Wait a minute.
It's like,
oh my
In
god.
there, to be fair.
Hold on, you might have to change the weather here. We might.
He's gonna go meet Jesus.
Reveal yourself, Snow. I command you to stop.
Wow.
I feel like there is something.
Sometimes during certain seasons.
What is that? Oh,
no.
oh my god.
is
Oh, it's a sandal.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. That is so awesome. Who did put
That's
that
a
in?
new achievement?
Yeah, that
It's
was
the
done
Island
by
Heart, yeah.
Artist Hal. She
Oh
my
my
Hal.
crank that out real quick for you with a nice little inscribed S there.
That
looks
so
really cool.
Oh, that's.
I think the lighting and stuff like that, the
For
immersion
sure,
is
we're gonna
like
auction
really,
off,
really
like,
nice.
your sandals at
I
some point.
I found my sandal. But
You
wait,
actually
to be
gotta
fair,
find
it's
the other
missing.
one.
Oh, is it? Is there another one?
There's two. The sandals come in pairs, so.
Wait a minute.
I assume.
I'm assuming it's up at the top, maybe.
Where is this? Where is this other? Oh, can I? Is this like a little?
Is it a jumping puzzle?
Jump puzzle.
Little jump puzzle for you.
Little jump puzzle. All right.
Oh fuck!
Wow. Let me up. Let me up, sir.
Bro, the one thing, not the one thing. There's a lot of things New World did right. Climbing. What's that fucking? Is it? It's called I don't think it's called Genesis. What the fuck is it called? That middle area in Eden Grove? What's that place called? Like that giant tower. Like climbing that tower and getting all the way up to the peak of it is like, in my opinion, the Malevolence. Yeah, there you go. It's Malevolence. Climbing the top of that giant tower and like kind of, you know, like going over the rocks and jumping over like the edges and shit like that. It is so fucking cool. And I'm really glad they're adding it into this game too. Like New World, like that, in my opinion, was like peak New World building. It is like that there. Climbing to loot another stash.
So.
Hey.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
We kill a
like
boss that
jump across this
despawns
way.
randomly too.
Oh no, I think it's your left.
Can't forget about that.
You can get either way. There's always.
Oh my God! Oh, just barely.
So they've got the same
heart
climbing
attack.
mechanisms kind of that New World does.
Let me up here.
Or if you get close enough and you can also fall off and then hang back
Yeah, it is a
on.
little dark right now.
Ooh.
Getting
Holy
better.
shit.
Okay.
Lumen's kicking
I
in.
found it.
Wow.
I think I have found it.
There it is.
Ah, there you
Ah!
go.
My other sandal.
There it is.
Collector's editions.
Yeah, speed run.
Oh, I love it. That is so cool. That is awesome.
Okay.
Well, I have to say, back when we talked about seasonal changes and weather systems,
Yeah.
and all of these things being interconnected with design elements and systems in the game, I remember that we showed off the kind of, you know, very early prototyping that we were doing back in like 2017, and we probably actually just showed that on the stream. Lol. But
it is what it is.
I never thought that it would come to this level of quality.
Yeah,
I didn't either.
when
Like,
I
I
first
think
kinda
this is
faked
really nice.
This kind of seasonal tech back before the Kickstarter even happened. I think I was a little intimidated myself. But,
Right. Yeah, the prototype that we did.
I think that this is one of the things that whenever they were talking about this, about like a year ago or so, I think like this is whenever the first time I remember hearing about it, I believe, there were a lot of people that thought that this wasn't going to happen. And to be honest, I think Unreal 5 made it to where, like, if there were any doubts about something that wasn't going to happen, I feel like it guaranteed will happen. You know what I mean? And so I was one of them, yeah. And like, the thing is that I feel like whenever, yeah, Unreal became real, yeah, there it is. And so, like, at this point, I feel like if they say they're going to do something with, like, the world in terms of, like, the design of it, I feel like Unreal 5 it's gonna happen. Like, it's probably gonna happen. Like, this, in my opinion, I find this to be really, really cool. Like, I actually think this is incredibly good.
Like, there were significant challenges.
It's way different than what we've seen before.
Making
Yeah.
that possible. But this is next level.
Oh yeah.
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 Yeah, big shout out to James and Hal and Brian for cranking out all the biome stuff.
Yeah,
and
this is nuts.
Brandon and Adam for cranking out
Photorealistic
these
train station? I did.
amazing ruins.
And Scott for the new trees too.
Scott Allen, our new foliage go-to guy, is the one that cranked out some of these pretty epic. Is that the ash trees?
That's so cool.
Don't mind my god powers. I have god powers. This is not powers you will have, players. This is just what I can do.
And also, not
That
to
is cool.
forget, Hans, our new landscape master. He's took a swing at this landscape for us and did us some of the epic views. So all around an amazing job.
Watch the trailer as well.
Yeah, we were all pretty
What trailer?
intimidated when we were having the initial meetings to start working on this, but everyone pulled together and.
Yeah, what trailer is this?
You guys really are a dynamite team.
You guys
Is this
have
the
done
only
a tremendous
second ASC video?
phenomenal
Yeah, I'll
job.
watch it after
I
this.
think the community will let you hear.
So, what was this before? Like, let me read that again. Fuck. I actually totally fucking forgot what people were gonna say. Yeah. Any other MMO that uses Unreal 5? As far as I know, there is no other MMO that uses Unreal 5. I don't think so.
This in chat, that this is a next level presentation for seasons and weather and for an environment. Really,
Yeah,
in an
yeah.
MMO that I've ever seen.
And not to forget, of course, like, you know, that's not just us, but also, you know, the entire effects team, our new audio artist, Kat, and, you know, the character team for getting that cloth physics and all the other goodness going. So.
And this is a work in progress still. This is nowhere near complete. This is actually still. The great thing about our development that I personally love is that we invite the community to watch, right? And over the years, they can go back and they can look on our YouTube and they can see the quality of art continue to improve over time, right? And that's the cool thing about art, is that it's never really finished. Like, there is always elements you will be tweaking and you will be touching up and you will be taking second, third, fourth, 10th passes on, even as the game
I think also, like, even as, I hope he says even as the game's out, right?
Game launches and we go through.
Yeah, that was literally what I was gonna say. Is like, yeah, making sure that the game remains relevant, making sure that the game remains as up to date as possible, I think is really important. And you could have like an engine like Unreal 5 that make that much more possible than, let's say, what WoW is built off of. Or Lost
expansions. Like, these are things that art continually to improves upon, uses new technologies for. I mean, that's, you guys are the masters of the visuals.
Game. Yeah, it's future. Yeah, exactly. Future-proofing the game. That's a really good way to say it.
Go ahead. No.
Because Unreal 6 probably won't be out for like
a lot
at least
of people
5
are
more
see
years.
This and they're gonna be like, "Wow, this one looks great, but it could be maybe slightly better in this area." And they'll have a screenshot or video to show us, you know, something a different way to look at it.
Yeah.
We just leverage the hive mind of all
10?
humanity.
You think so?
We're
10?
doing this, and we're just getting the best of everything. That's
the
really
hive
good.
mind, I like that.
Okay, we'll see.
Cool. Well, we are going to go back to stream, but everybody, I hope that you enjoyed this video.
I did. This is incredible.
The best is still yet to come, because this is stuff that we are constantly working on, as we said, and we have some amazing artists at Intrepid. And by the way, we are hiring.
Holy shit,
so
man!
If you have any
This
favorite
is
devs
crazy.
or projects out there that you know of, please send them our way. IntrepidStudios.com.
Yeah, I really like this a lot.
I cannot express enough just how excited I am to live inside of Vera. And
To be honest, like, if Unreal 5 came out whenever I was a kid, I probably would have gone into game development. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, because you guys, I told this a couple of times, right? But, like, I taught myself how to do, like, animation and everything on, like, Flash whenever I was, like, 11 and, like, 12 years old. And I got really, really, really into it. And, like, it was something I really liked a lot. It's not too late. Yeah, it's just that, like, I feel like growing up doing it, I would have had, like, just such a, like, crazy fucking passion for it. And like, now, like, I feel like my priorities in life are a little bit different, etc. But just seeing this is just so fucking cool, man. It's so fucking cool, because I guarantee you, like, if I saw this whenever I was a kid, I would have gone hard as a motherfucker on it.
I think that our community is chomping at the bits to live there with me.
Yeah, this is so cool.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, we could probably just sit here and let this run for 10 hours straight and put it on YouTube and
do that.
monetize it or something like that. I mean,
monetize it? What?
No,
yeah, there you go.
You know,
thinking like a capitalist. I like it.
Oh my god,
that's a winner.
We were talking about it today, how we like just left this running yesterday after one of our tests, and we came back to the conference room and it was still running and it was still windy and it was perfect. It was just like, oh wow, it's, you know, still alive and running.
Absolutely.
I constantly get distracted by
just staring.
I'm just, oh yeah, I should be working.
It's actually kind of yeah, it's calming and, you know,
yeah, it is
great to just, when you're working, just sit there and
this is what I want to see.
Minutes.
I literally have this exact scene on my computer desktop right now, just running.
Who needs to go outside when you can go to Vera?
That is so nice, man. Look at that.
Love it. All right, guys, we are going to see you guys back on
crazy.
stream. Tristan, James, Brian, thanks for hanging out with me and explaining your really
all the
cool,
biomes
amazing
look like?
job of
We'll
making
see.
Vera a place that we all want to live in. I cannot express enough how much I appreciate the
God.
work that you guys do to make
You gonna play a wizard? I'll play a warrior,
and how
as
much our
always.
community loves it as well. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for all your hard work. Stream, give us hearts for Tristan, Brian, and James, and all.
Yeah,
of the
this was crazy
team
good.
On the environment side, on the art side, everybody at
I will watch the other video,
working
guys.
away to make this stream a reality. I will see you guys back on stream shortly.
All right, see you.
Bye, everybody.
This is crazy. Let me link it to you guys. You don't want to watch any more of it right there. As I said, this game will probably be out. I think realistically, like, this is my guess. Obviously, you're never going to get them to commit to a time. If I had to guess, I would guess that the game will come out in like a 1.5 to 2.5 years. And I think that you'll have a playable beta or like alpha that people can actually see probably before the end of the year. This is like, I don't fucking know. I'm just guessing. So we'll see what happens. Let me look right now. Seasons in the Riverland. Is this it right here? Is this a video? I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. Yes, it is. Okay. So this is the actual, like, rendered trailer. Here we go. Distortion is using Elden Ring mod? Yeah, I got to look at it. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay, so this is the actual, like, preview. Oh, yeah, let me hit it on 4. Oh, it's on 4K. We're good. All right, here we go. Let's see it. That's good, dude. That's good, dude. Imagine being in the world, man. Oh, it's Mr. Bear. Oh, I wonder if the bear's fur changes too. If it's like, you know how they have, you know, rune bears kind of and shit, right? If like his fur changes with the color of the season too. Like, I think this looks great. I'm gonna be honest. I think this is really, really cool. It does change? Okay. And there's the spot they just showed, yeah. I like the head that's like there because it creates, I think like having ancient ruins and like giant structures like that, it's the Colossus of Rhodes, you know? It adds like a tremendous amount of like, of depth. Because you can build content off of that and it just makes it feel like it's a real world. Of scope. Yeah, scope is a better word to say it. Yeah, I think scope is much better. Yeah, it's strong world building and everything, man. I was right. Look. Now he... Oh, that looks good. Wow. Holy fucking shit. That looks really, really good. It's a literal horn toad. It's a horny toad. Look at him. Oh my god. Oh wow. God damn. God damn, bro. Look at that shit. Where's the gameplay? You just saw it. We had gameplay 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes. I think one thing that Unreal 5 does really, really well is like hair. I think hair and skin is probably the biggest upgrade in Unreal 5. It looks so much better. Like, I've never seen a game that has like more realistic hair and skin than anything that's rendered in Unreal 5. Like, it's so good. Lighting too. I feel like there are some other good, like New World, for example, uses Lumberyard and not Unreal 5, which I think Lumberyard is a fork of the of like the Crysis engine or something like that. I don't know. So I don't think that's necessarily unique, but I think the hair and skin is the most ideal. little mushrooms too. Oh wow. Oh shit, so even he changes. Wow. That's fucking crazy. Look at that, dude. I like it. I like it a lot, man. I'm gonna be honest, like that shit with the fucking tree, bro. Like, let's watch that tree shit again. Look at this fucking tree, bro. Like, oh my god, this is good. Look at that. Damn. Look at that. I'll pause it right there just so you guys can see it. Wow, that's I like that. That's the best one, man. I think that is just so fucking cool. It's beautiful. Yeah, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. I think that, like, if you want to have, like, weather, like, what would be, like, weather effects that, like, would be cool? Like, a tornado would be cool. What if they had a thing where, like, lightning could strike and it could, like, fucking set shit on fire or something like that? That'd be cool. I think that the more, like, random events that occur, the better. Like a volcano eruption where there's like lava that comes down or something like that. Any sort of, like, yeah, a superstorm, like a tsunami or a hurricane or something like that. I would love to see stuff like that. Even if it was, like, to some degree almost planned. Is it, like, you know, because you can, of course, and this is not unreasonable that it would be planned, because you can determine whenever there's going to be, like, different types of, what do you call it? Different types of weather effects ahead of time in real life too. So, like, for example, like, what if I'm just, like, completely just, like, making shit up, right? But, like, what if there was, like, a wind god, right? Like Alakir, and the wind god could only be summoned if it was, like, a hurricane, and, like, hurricanes only happen, I don't know, like, once a month or twice a month or something like that. So, like, the moment that shit happens, like, you would be able to plan around that and, you know, wear certain armor or do certain stuff in order to protect yourself and, like, summon effectively like a wind god. Or, you know, obviously, like, with lava, there'd be, like, Ragnaros or something similar to that, right? That would be fucking cool, man. And stop giving away our secrets. Okay, Steven, I'm glad to hear that. That's the most reassuring thing I've heard all day. That'd be so laggy. I actually don't think that it will be, because I thought the game was going to be laggy too. Whenever I played it, it wasn't laggy, and that was whenever it was still on Unreal 4. So I don't think it's going to be laggy at all. And actually, one of the big benefits of Unreal 5 is the dynamic, I think it's called dynamic occlusion. I could be wrong about the terminology. And that's effectively what happens whenever you move far enough away from an object in the game that it removes it from an asset list that's shown to the player. So, and it dynamically decides that because of the, there's, like, some sort of, like, technology with the focal point of the camera or something like that. So it automatically, is it nanite or yeah, it's culling. And what basically it does, it's simple. It just removes things that you're not looking at. So actually, Unreal 5 was a tremendous gap, not only obviously in graphics, but also performance. Now, it will probably be, you know, comparatively harder to run it overall, but it is not as big of a jump as you might guess. Like, you guys remember back whenever, like, Half-Life 2 came out, and, like, you needed to buy, like, a fucking $2,000 computer to play Half-Life 2? I don't think that's going to happen going from, like, Unreal 4 to 5.
Yo, he's here.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts.
He's here, absolutely. Yeah, I was very excited about this. Like, honestly, I'm hoping it's going to be good, man. I really am. I am so fucking excited. Like, MMOs, I think, have such a bright future. I will be totally honest. I think they have a very, very bright future. And I think that, you know, people are asking, like, let's think about this, right? People have been asking for a long time, not asking, but, like, there's the idea of the metaverse. And I feel like this is what the metaverse is going to be. It's not going to be some, like, weird, cringy fucking bullshit where you've got a bunch of badly drawn monkeys that get together. No, it's going to be a world like this. I think so.
The what?
What? What are you trying to say?
What the fuck are you talking about? What the hell is a metaverse?
So it's this thing, basically, that Bobby Kotick is trying to invent so he can make everybody his slave.
What is it actually?
Basically, a metaverse is the idea of like a second world where NFTs and different types of non-fungible objects can interact with each other, and people can kind of exist inside of it as like it's a second life. That's
so virtual reality, basically.
Well, virtual reality is like contingent on like wearing a headset and everything like that. There's nothing about it that implies that you have to have like a certain type of technology. It's just simply the ability to access an alternate world where different types of assets and people can exist in simultaneously.
So, like WoW?
Yeah.
Which came out in 2004?
Yeah, it's a new idea.
Okay, all right.
It's a new crazy idea, which, by the way, Gabe said that. Gabe Newell said that. He said the exact fucking thing. He said, why are people trying to go for a metaverse? I thought we had this solved with MMOs. Like, what is this? Like, yeah, it's just, yeah, WoW is the first metaverse. I think Second Life, you've got other games like that. That's what it is, a shopping and VR chat. Yeah, you've got the shopping and VR chat stuff, etc. But the shopping and VR chat, I think the whole idea of that is just fundamentally fucking stupid. But, go ahead.
If you could upload, your consciousness into an MMO, would you do it?
Well, which one?
Like the best? It's your perfect MMO. It's the only MMO you'd ever play for the rest of your life. It's it. That's it. There can't be any better game. Would you live in it?
How do you know we didn't already make that decision?
What are you talking about? Are you talking like some Matrix shit right now? Is that what you're implying?
Yes.
Okay. Clearly, obviously that's not reality, okay? The Matrix is a movie. It's not real. That's not real, okay? Now just answer the question.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, like, that's a big question, man. I mean, like, I can't answer that question, like, right off the top
Answer
of my head.
the question, dude!
I mean, like, I don't know. I'd have to, like, really know, like, it's like, I think so, yeah. Like, are you talking about, like, are you talking about, like, the Black Mirror episode, or are you talking, like, Sword Art Online?
See, now you're concerned, because it could be like the Black Mirror thing where you're tortured for, like, 10,000 years, right? That could be crazy. You want to be tortured for 10,000 years?
Oh, man.
And not experience time anymore? Ooh, don't know.
Well, you know,
Risky.
It is what it is. You know, things happen, shit happens, yeah. But, like, yeah, I think that, like, people would want to have it, be able to turn it on and off. I think that's what it really would be, right? And to be honest, Metaverse is like Lost Ark, where every island is a different game you can play using the same character. Yeah, I think that's one way to say it. Sure, it's like, yeah, Super Mario All-Stars, where you can go and play Mario in 5 different games. Yeah, Metaverse got solved with Super Nintendo, guys. It's not that big of a deal, okay? And so it's like MMO. Yeah, it's like an MMO, but it's life. That's effectively what they're trying to do. I think so, at least. And yeah, it's just crazy. If I'm in an MMO right now, the MMO is horseshit and pay to win. Yeah. And guess what? It's turtles all the way down, because inside of that MMO, they're making more horseshit pay-to-win MMOs, right? That's why people are excited about Astral Creation. It doesn't have any real pay-to-win aspects in it that they've at least said, so that's great. And hopefully that stays the case. Let me read a few comments here and see what people have to say. Absolutely stunning. I cannot wait for this game. It's a breathtaking. I've stoked games at this point. But Ash is incorporating so many systems to bring us into the cutting edge. The team should be immensely proud, and this is still an alpha. Amazing. Well, it's actually pre-alpha, because alpha isn't even released. I would definitely agree with this, and or at least like NDA alpha. I think that one really good thing that they're doing with this is that they're trying to... One of the biggest mistakes that I think MMOs make is that they don't try to be the next big MMO, they try to be the last big MMO. And I am really, really glad to see a game like this try new ideas. Try something totally fucking different. Try to actually move things and evolve things forward, right? Like, yeah, no innovation. I think that's why a game like Final Fantasy popped off so hard. Is because Final Fantasy initially came out. A Realm Reborn was well liked. But when did Final Fantasy really come into its own? When it stopped trying to copy WoW and like defensive stance and fucking mana and shit like this, and it just became Final Fantasy. And that's when it was. When you played it? No, it was before it popped off before I played it. Let's be honest, okay? And so, yeah, it's new ideas. I think that's what people are really waiting for. Is that people in general, and I think the audience for MMOs, and gaming in general, I would say, people are tired of the same shit. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, they're tired of the same shit, and that's it. I know it's a meme at this point, but the progress Star Citizen has made is really impressive. Yeah, it'll be out in probably 15 years. I'm excited. I talked to Nick about it. Yeah, game looks good, but keep an open mind about it and not just positive because your devs around. Oh, I think so for sure. I mean, I'm excited about the game. I think it's great, but I mean, it could be shitty. I mean, sure. And like, I think that the fact is that being honest about the game is actually better for the game than just saying that it's good, because that's kind of what happened with New World. I feel like if more people were with me on New World and like we really called out the shit that was wrong with it, the game would have been way better. Like, it would have been way fucking better, and that's why I'm really mad. That's why I can't fucking, I can't stop thinking about this. It's that. Court's back? Court feed is back? Is this actually true, or am I getting debated again? Yeah, is it actually true, or what? I will look and see for myself, okay? There's a lot of people typing it. Okay, give me a second. Let me just double check and see here, okay?
Reminder that you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case.
What is this?
You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites.
Okay.
Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about the case on social media sites, any blogs or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. And I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means.
So they're
All right,
sending...
So have a good weekend and peaceful weekend for 3 days. And
Okay.
you're coming back at 9 o'clock, is that correct? All right, we'll see you 9 a.m. At that time. You'll go straight to deliberations at that point. I won't bring you in here for that time, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, so nothing, as usual. Okay.
All right, enjoy your weekend and just be close by at 9 o'clock on Tuesday, right? All right, thanks.
It's Tuesday.
All right,
Okay, all right. That's good to know. Sending him home for the weekend? Yeah, all right. We won't time people up for that one because they were technically right. Yeah, they were technically right. So jury can't watch? Yeah, no verdict. No, there's going to be no verdict for at least 3 days. That's right. And I think that makes sense. Let me go back and look at this, right? Yeah, they were technically right. So that will not be a mass ban. Anyway, so going back and talking about this, I think that it makes me really mad that like more people didn't take my side on this. And like more people didn't like say, hey, you know, like we totally agree with you, like you're right. And like the reason why it makes me so mad is that I know that the game could have been so much better if people would listen to my feedback. If they had listened to me, the game would have been better. And it frustrated me a lot. And no, chat was still wrong. It's not that big of a deal. Tone deaf devs. Yeah, melting ice part path. Oh, the melting ice. Let's see here. This one here. Like I would say, like, I really like the I think this one's my favorite personally. I like the dark, gloomy mountainsides. I think that's the coolest part in my opinion. And yeah, 100%. And did you already watch the 30-minute video of weather? Yes, I watched the entire thing. I did. Can you imagine if this is the next WoW? Yeah, of course. I think that's what a lot of people want to see. And yeah, that's great. And I love the weather chops in this scene. Yeah, I think it's fucking amazing. The New World devs jump in chat just to say hey. I think that the truth is that I've had nothing but positive relations and interactions with the New World developers and Amazon. Like, I've had nothing but positive interactions with them. Like, regardless of, like, any feedback I've given or anything that I've said, I've had nothing but positive interactions. So, I just wish they would have listened earlier. That's all. I feel like it would have made the game a lot better. Yeah, and like, the truth is that, like, recently, I haven't really had a lot of problems with, like, any of this stuff. I mean, like, even Blizzard, I mean, they set up the interview with me, and everything went incredibly well. Like, no, actually, Blizzard's the same thing. Like, obviously, like, I had a really good relationship with like Josh, like Lore, and then after that, Linksy came in, and like she was like now my point of contact, and I talked to her, and she's the one that helped me set up the Ian interview, and so it just went incredibly well. Like everything went well. Yeah, it's been completely fine. And yeah, really sure New World is a seed. Don't know if it's too late. New World will probably not be. I think that what they should do with New World is that they need to release something that is truly effectively Realm Reborn for the game, and they should be thinking about doing that like a year or a year and a half from now, because I don't think that game is like, they have a lot riding on this game, obviously, and I think that the foundation of it is actually not that bad. I think that they can make it a lot better. I really do. I think that they can make it a lot better, but it needs to improve in a lot of ways, okay? Be surprised when people sit and listen to countless streams or give your honest feedback, because it's something people need to hear from time to time. I mean, that's great to hear, Albion Online. It certainly fucking is. And like, that's the main thing. Is like, if you have a game and you're giving feedback on the game, players are giving feedback on the game, I think Jeff Kaplan said it the best way, that you can't rely on players to tell you what the solution is, but you can rely on them to tell you if there's a problem. And what ends up happening is like all of this kind of stuff happens, and the game has the issues, and players are saying it's a problem, and it's not being addressed, and there are solutions that are being prescribed, and the developers don't want to do them. That's it. A Realm Reborn was a one-off. It's a long-established franchise. New World doesn't have the luxury to bring players back. No, I think it does. I think a lot of people are just bored. And if New World said, like, hey, we're changing a bunch of stuff, and, like, people were hyped about it, they'd play it again. Yeah, 100%. Enough people would play it again that if the quality of the game was actually up to par, it would still be good enough. I think you'd be surprised. I really do. No, you're wrong. No, I don't think so at all. Think about how many people come back to WoW. And you can easily say WoW is a 25-year franchise, so it's a little bit different. Let me think of a game that was like not that good and people just keep playing the new ones no matter what. I'd have to really think of a good comparison, because WoW and Final Fantasy, you're right, are bad comparisons because they have such an established franchise. No Man's Sky? Yeah, but like, I don't know like how many people play it, etc. All I'm saying, my point is that I believe that if, if they re-released it and they said like, listen, we're making a lot of changes, etc., and this is a new improvement on the game, I'm pretty sure people would probably come back and try it out. I'm not saying they would play it constantly, but I think that they would try it out and just see what happens. Destiny? Yeah, I mean, I think Destiny 2 is quite popular as well. Also, we finally have this out. Finally. Take a look, boys. Worked on this for quite a while, and it's getting pretty close. It's getting close enough now to where I'm nervous about it. Here we go. What's up, y'all? It's been many years that I've gone through and watched all the different gaming expos, gaming events, and gaming shows, many times live reacting to them alongside with you. I sure do. Giving our opinions, our criticism, our comments, and our feedback, and talking about what we liked and what we didn't like. And I thought to myself, well, I thought the same thing that I thought whenever I made this org. Fuck it. I'll do it myself. And that's because on June 8th, I am doing on my channel, twitch.tv/Asmongold, the first ever OTK Games Expo. We are going to be premiering 30 different games across a dozen different genres, and this is not going to be just a showcase of these games. You all are going to be involved as well, because we are putting up $50,000 of developmental prizes to help make these games a reality that are going to be chosen by you for which games that you guys like the best. There you go. We want to put a spotlight on a lot of these underrepresented developers and these people that might not have the same opportunities and the same avenues that the bigger developers and the bigger companies have. So we're going to put this out there. We're going to give those people a chance to get their game out there and really have their dream come true. There it is. I am really excited about this. To be honest with you, I can't even believe it's happening. And I am just so hyped for this. Exactly. I think it's going to be super, super fun. Again, guys, it's going to be on June 8th on my channel. Thank you, everyone, for making this possible. And I am extremely nervous, but I'm also equally excited. There you go. So yeah, I'll see you there. it is, boys. There it is. So we just got the trailer out. We've got everything ready to go. I'm pretty excited about this. I absolutely am. As I said before, I'm still extremely fucking nervous, but you know, it's okay, and I'll might as well try it out, see what happens. When it looks professional, no way y'all are responsible for that. You're right, we hired people to do it. Absolutely right, Cody. Yep, we have other people that we hire to make the professional stuff, and then we fuck around. It's perfect. Is that your first commercial? I don't know about that. It's not really a commercial. It's just they just took a video I recorded on my cam here and just fucking popped off with it, right? That's about it. And are you actually donating the money or just pledging it? Well, I think we are. Like, it's not like I'm not donating the money personally. It's the org is going to be donating money. Will this be a recurring thing? If it goes well, yes. Like, I'll give you the most honest answer. If it goes well, yes, we will continue to do this and we will build it up. Why would we, if it goes well, why would we not do it again? I think that's basically the biggest question. Also, I know that I can't really talk a lot about this yet, and you guys will find out about it very soon. We have a massive big dick fucking announcement in a very, very short period of time. Like, I mean, like a very, very, very short period of time. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. We'll find out. But it's going to be a big one. I can't do any giveaways or, you know, any hints or anything like that. But yes, it's going to be a big one. It's not the podcast. It's a lot bigger than that. Yeah, there you go. And that's where we're at. And what this is, it's basically a games expo we'll be doing. And I'm pretty excited for it. I am. Pledging and donating is not the same. You are right about that. And abso-fucking-lutely. Yep, that's right. It's going to be a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. You guys have got it, guys. Abso-fucking-lutely. So listen, Rich is getting fired and Mizkif. We're going to make everybody happy today. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. And in general, I am a little bit nervous about this with the Games Expo, etc. But that's okay. I think it's going to be all right, and we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. And yeah, it's about it. I'm gonna chill for a bit. I wanted to end a little bit earlier today so I could just relax for a while. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna try to do the Elden Ring stuff and just set it up. I'm not really gonna play a whole lot right now. I'm just gonna just chill out and relax. We had a huge W stream, like a massive fucking W stream. We had a great fucking time. Tomorrow, I'll be honest, there's a big part of me that wants to take tomorrow off, but there's also a big part of me that wants to do the Elden Ring co-op if we can get it working. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, we had a mega stream. And we will be doing the verdict watch and all of that very soon. Obviously, we just don't have the information yet, and we'll figure it out. The V Rising thing, if I can, I've been so busy with this trial stuff, I haven't even set that up or anything. I don't know if I'll still be able to do it or not, but I'm thinking I'll do V Rising within the next week. I will. I'll try out the game and just see what it's like, sponsorship or not. Doesn't matter. I'll do it regardless. And just don't tell them that. And anyway, Final Fantasy 14 will be pretty much right after that. Yep, that's the plan for Elden Ring mod stuff. Okay. Can you message me that, Nomad, in chat? I don't know, like, let me see if I can do that. Yeah, can you link it in chat? Because it's going to be hard for me to... It sounds stupid, but, like, I have 2 computers, and I only have Discord on my non-streaming computer, so there's never a chance for, like, me to leak my desktop. So I don't even have Discord running on this computer at all. So, yeah. There we go. Let's see here, because I have a lot of, like, actual, like, important stuff on there. And so let's see if I got this ready. Okay, good. And I will read all of this, and we'll just set all this up and relax, guys. I want to say that there's a lot of things I want to say. Number one, the trial coverage and everything has been absolutely fucking phenomenal. I never thought that I'd get more viewers than Fox News on a news event. I didn't think that would happen. I'll be honest. I did not think this would happen. But here we are. And guess what? We're going to continue it. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep farming. We're going to keep popping off. We're going to keep doing what we need to do. We'll cover more stuff. We'll get into everything that you didn't. I mean, like on my YouTube channel, like the live views. I don't really give a shit about, right? I just mean on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is like way bigger than my Twitch channel. Yeah, I've always just done stuff primarily on YouTube, and like I basically go on Twitch to record stuff for YouTube. And yeah, I record on YouTube. I record on Twitch for 8 hours, and then I put out 8 more hours of YouTube content. So it's like 16 hours a day of content. Either way with the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Do you make more money on YouTube? Let me think. Basically, like, so editors, hopefully they won't be too upset about me saying this. They get paid a percentage. And so the more views I get, the more money I get, the more money they get. Like, that's it. Yeah, so they are paid percentage-wise. I've always believed this to be the best motivator for all of that stuff. Fair? Yeah, we know. Okay, good. Yeah, it's 0.5%. That's right. Yep, they're getting paid 0.5%, guys. Remember, you know, like, you know, we've got some struggling artists, struggling editors. They're doing their best, and, you know, I'm just spending all their money on, like, you know, I'm actually buying all the Bored Apes on, like, my second account, and, you know, all this other stuff. That's really what's going on. Yeah, it's like basically one honing attempt. That's where we're at. Yeah, they don't call me Asmongold for nothing, okay? Yeah, come on. Yeah, sure. And let's see here. And in a way, I haven't played a single game. Nope, I have not played a single game today. I've just been chilling. And we'll try out and make sure we got this stuff working, and then we'll go from there. And I just want to relax for a little while. We had a long fucking show, 9 hours plus basically. And so yeah, streaming every single day, popping off, doing what we need to do. It's been great. So thank you guys all so much for all the support, watching all this stuff. And it's not just that, it's like also just like watching the other games and everything. People have been like crazy supportive, and so I wanted to say thanks, guys. I really appreciate it, and I'm gonna just keep doing it, right? I mean, I think like the best way to say thanks is not, you know, making a bunch of tweets about it and, you know, congratulating myself for, you know, how many views I'm getting. It's just making more content, and
True.
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Yep.
Just
the
more
best
content,
way
more
to
content.
the best way to appreciate people that support you is to keep giving them content.
That's right.
That's right.
So if you don't, you would probably just stop streaming for like.
Yeah.
Yeah. True, absolutely. All right, let's go back over here. We'll pull this up and see how this works. I don't know what this is or how it works. Oh, let me link this again. Mods, if you guys don't mind, could you all link the OTK thing? Oh, I need to log in again. I think I have a Nexus Mods login. I'm 95% sure I am. And is Tower Ranger bet still on? I probably can get Tower Ranger really easily now. Like, they nerfed it. Because like they nerfed it, you don't need to go to 8 anymore. You only need to go to 5.
Well, you need to go to 8 though.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you need to go to
all
8
right.
because you didn't do it before they nerfed it. So now you have to go to 8.
But you said I had to get Tower Ranger. Like, you didn't say I needed to.
Yeah, but that was before they nerfed it. I didn't know they were gonna nerf it.
Yeah, I didn't either. I mean,
4 is not a problem.
That's the way it goes. 4. You gotta go to 5.
No, you have to go to 4 now.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you have to go to 4, and then you don't have to do 8 at all.
Oh, yeah. All right, that's pretty good, huh? Yeah, it's great. Okay, what did you say Final Fantasy's after? It's probably gonna be in like a week or so. That's what I'm expecting. Like a week or so. And we'll do that and have some fun. All right, let's see here. I'll run some ads and then we'll start this up. Here we go. Any news on D&D stream? Without giving away too much, the announcement that we have has nothing directly to do with it, but will have a lot to do with it. Yeah. I don't want to say any more anything else, okay? Calm down. All right, let's see here. Please read the full mod description before use. Mod's currently in early beta state, experiencing bugs. Elden Ring's a huge game. It's not, yeah, of course there's bugs. The mod want to support, buy me a coffee here. If we run this mod and it's good, I'll spam this guy's thing so people give him money. This is great. Simply put, the mod allows you to play with friends throughout the entirety of the game with no restrictions. With this, it's theoretically possible to play the game from tutorial. Can you guys read this? Is the text too small? Yeah, is the text too small, or you can? Okay, it's fine. Small. I'll just read it. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I can read the text on the mod or over there, so it's not an issue for me. But I don't want it to look bad on mobile. Defeating an enemy boss. If a player dies, they will respawn in the same world in the last bonfire they rested at. The session will not be terminated. Defeating enemy bosses and clearing areas no longer sends cooperators home. All fog walls and barriers that usually restrict a multiplayer zone are gone. All players can use torrent, assuming they have their whistle, in a session together. All map waypoints will synchronize, allowing you to navigate the world easier. When one player rests at a site of grace, your world state will reset for all players. Okay. So it's just, yeah, alright, that makes sense. Game progression events completed in online play will also progress in the game in your own world. Okay. Players are free to explore the entire game map, overworld, underground, legacy dungeons together, and may split up if they wish. Quality of life improvements. As the mod runs the game with anti-cheat disabled, you are free to use other mods with your friends, provided everybody has them installed. Frequent disconnects resulting in packet loss are no longer an issue. Balancing. This mod undoubtedly makes the game much easier. The main downside to cooperative play in the base game Invasions is not possible with the mod's design. They have not been implemented. Try to offset this and preserve the game's challenge. Mechanics have been introduced. In addition to the base game's enemy health pool increases as you would normally get with increasing phantoms. Oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. As you can play with 3 phantoms as opposed to 2 in base game, the 3rd tier of enemy scaling has been added. If one player sits at a bonfire while others are in boss rooms, that player will be removed from the boss room. That's smart. Dying during a boss battle will put your character into limbo, spectating other players until somebody else rests. Dying at a cooperative session will affect your player with Rot. Rot is a stacking debuff that will increase with subsequent deaths. You can only remove Rot by sitting in a site of grace. There are 5 different types of Rot. Oh, I understand. So this is so you can't keep like an open world boss in combat while the other person just runs in. Yeah, that's smart. Can this ban me? No, the mod prevents you connecting to Front Software's matchmaking servers installation. Download the mod from the download tab or the GitHub mirror. Extract the package you downloaded and move the following files to your Elden Ring folder. Edit this to your chosen co-op password. Launch the mod using launch Elden Ring seamless co-op.exe. Oh, so I have to command prompt this? Okay. You don't really have to uninstall the mod. You can use the launcher when you want to play it and just run the... Oh, I see. So, okay. So this is like a second... use strongly recommend secure session password. Yeah, I'm just gonna... McConnell, I'm just gonna like randomly type some like text on the screen. I'm not gonna go like Taco Bell or something like that. Just so we don't... There's like no shot this could happen. Second launcher, yeah. Strongly recommend secure password. Has this worked for pirated games? Is this on easy mode? I think that, like, is there a way that we can tune it to where, like, I guess they increase the boss's health, so it should be fine. It's Taco Bell 1, 2, 3, exactly. Yeah, I'd really like to figure out a way to where, like, we could make the game, like, harder. But, like, not too hard to where, like, the experience is, like, artificial. You know? Like, I don't know exactly how we can do it to make it, like, perfect, you know? Would need more mods. Yeah, that might be it. There's a hard mode mod, but I don't know if they'll work together. Yeah, that's a huge issue. It's harder with HP. Okay. Well, we'll try that out instead. And we could also, like... I'm going to let the chat do something. And if one of my spells is determined by the chat to be too powerful, I will not use that spell. And chat can veto 5 spells. So 5 of the most powerful spells you guys can veto out and have me use something else. If 80% of people veto it. No Azure Comet? That's right, you can veto my Azure Comet if you want. Okay, let's try and do this. I'm pretty sure I have a Nexus Mods account, so I'm going to go ahead and try to log in here. Give me a second.
Do you have to have an account to download it?
I don't think so. I think what you need to have an account for is for it to be throttled. For it to not be throttled. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Manual download. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can do this. Seamless co-op beta. So how long is this going to take to do? Oh, it literally took 1 second. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second here. And I'm trying to remember how to even compress and extract things. I don't remember this at all. Okay, extract all. And so where do I extract it to again? I want to make sure I'm making the right decision. I'm not doing anything wrong. Okay. I think I extract it to... Extract the package you downloaded and move the following files to your Elden Ring folder. Okay. Let's see here. We're just going to do it here. New folder. Elden Ring Co-op. Turn that all the way down. Okay, this isn't like the actual character or anything. I just want to pick something and just go with it for now. Base template. Warrior. Okay, so I have no favorites. Okay. I just want to test this out to see how it goes. I thought you already made one. No, that's not how it works. I'm just gonna cancel all this just because I just want to see how the game works. Okay. New save file? Yeah, but the thing is, like, we only played like an hour, realistically. Especially when you consider, like, all the time we wasted. So it's not really that big of a deal. Okay. Skip mod instructions? Wait. Can you go back and, can you guys send me a clip of it? Because it'll be in the frame. So yeah, I didn't see it. I assumed it was just the same thing before. Bro, I hate when he uses the shield. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. Where's my magic? I want to use more magic. Okay, alright, let's go. Come on, bitch. He's a little bit worried about that one. A little bit risky. It's okay. I thought I would go over it again. That was a mistake. I've never really fought this mob a lot, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see here. They sent the clip. Let me see it again. Yeah, let's see the clip, boys. Skill issue? True. I could have played better. Want to trust me? Here's the download page. Okay, all right, I got it. Tiny great pot to create a party. Other players may be able to join by using the effigy of Milena. They must know the session password. Okay. So let me just go outside of Limgrave. I'm not even gonna worry about doing the thing. Move cam. Yeah, good idea. Okay. There's the Grace. God damn, I look like an idiot. Look like a bitch boy. Wait, oh my god, I just fucking... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. I just skipped it again. It says use the effigy of Milena. I get it, I get it, I get it. You can check inventory. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Where's my food, man? Like, where's my fucking food? Like, why is there always never food next to me? Court TV tweet about final jury composition. Nah, I didn't I didn't look at that. I find that the conversations about that are toxic. Okay, let's see here. Inventory menu. Okay, so that means they can fight against each other, I guess. So did that just do a thing? So like now we good? Okay, all right. Set a password? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Give me real quick.
I don't know what he thinks he's. I'm doing this shit tomorrow. I have no idea what is going on. I will do this shit off stream, man. I don't know what the fuck he thinks. Like, I'm gonna do this shit tomorrow. I don't know what the hell. Anyway. What a day. I'll be honest, I don't trust downloading anything from anywhere. I feel kind of sketch about this, but whatever. No, I'm sure Nexus is fine. It's just, listen, people can do insane shit online nowadays. Okay, I don't trust shit. People are fucking wizards, ultra wizards.
Alright. McCall, are you able to join?
Yeah, and that left. Yeah. That's all.
Wait, did you actually leave?
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. It's no big deal.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try and close this guy. Actually, you missed out. I'm gonna get mana. Okay. And let's see here. Okay, flasks. Add a charge. Increase the amount. Allocate flask usage. Alright. Let's do it. Okay. No, we'll move the fuck out. Well, that didn't go very well. What fuck? Okay. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'll kill him this time, 100%. Hmm. Fuck. Bitch ass. Bitch ass, why you fucking do that shit, bro? Oh, I fucking love this all. No more fucking shit. Oh, tell you right now, boy, I have to go with this stuff. Thank you very much for some stuff. Appreciate it. I'm gonna let this bitch beat me. Where's the boss? Mm-mm. That's what you get. Why you try to hit me, bitch? Why you try to hit me, bitch? You can't get me. It doesn't matter how hard you try. I can't miss any hits. I gotta get him over to flat ground. Stupid. You like that, huh, bitch? What do you want to do now? Nope. I didn't fucking hit me. Why I didn't know that? How could I? I'm just calibrating. Shit. Ah. Like that, bitch? Huh? No. 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 Like that, huh? You like getting your ass beat? You gonna try and do that on me, huh? I don't think so. Do it again, see what happens. Stupid ass. You think you're gonna get me. Actually thought you were gonna get me? No. Fuck, bitch! Like that, huh? That's what you get. You get your dick hole smashed. Who wants to get in their dick hole smashed? You know, but it's gonna happen anyway. Nope. Think you're gonna play games on me, huh? Nope. I don't play games, bitch. What you mad for? What are you gonna do now? You gonna do one of the little attacks? Nope. What are you gonna do now? Nope. Nope. I gotta get a heal. I gotta bait this attack. I'm just getting a little bit nervous. I don't want to make any mistakes. What are you gonna do now, huh? Bitch ass. Get out of my face. That was a fucking beast. Not worry about him, bro. Nah. Nope. Easy, yeah. Yeah, he was the anti-wizard? Yeah, I am. I'm gonna run another ab. Man, I really am popping off today, huh?
Another ad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many ads do you need to run, dude?
All of them.
Bruh.
I'll just run all of them. I might as well, you know? I gotta go get Mr. Horse. That was so good. Some dude was mad about ads. Yeah, I know. I think that's funny. Like, I don't run any ads at all on the stream. People still get mad.
Well, what the hell does that matter? I mean, fucking Twitch runs the ads for you now.
Yeah, that's true. All the I never actually run ads. It's all Twitch. It's actually a very, very good point. Sky's Rising thing. I should 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. In-stream ads? Yeah, I run ads in the stream. That's just always what I do. This is what makes sense.
This website used to be good, bro. This
really?
Used to be, dude. If you didn't want ads running on your shit, you didn't used to have ads,
that's right,
man.
That's right.
You didn't have to have any of that shit, and now they just force it on your channel, even though you don't want it. It's bullshit. This website used to mean something.
Yeah, that's right. I know that.
You used to be able to speak your mind on this website. Now you got to monk a laugh every day.
There's a lot of things you can't say on the website. A lot of things you can't do. You got to be a good boy all the time, and if you're a bad boy, you're gonna be in trouble.
Are maidenless.
Yeah.
I can play the role of maiden.
Okay.
Turning wounds into strength.
Shut up. Just let me play the fucking game.
Your search for the Elden ring.
I just want to test it out. That's it.
You need only take me with you.
Okay, let's go.
To the foot of the Erd tree. I understand. I'm asking you to put faith in but a stranger.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm certain that we can reach an understanding. Summon me by grace, if you should reconsider.
What? Oh, did I click the wrong button? I think I did. Okay, there we go.
Have you reconsidered my... Then it said summon me. I bequeath.
That's not a ring, that's a whistle. Okay, let's level up.
Shall I turn your let my share them with me?
Yeah, whatever, who cares?
Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles.
Shut up. Okay. I might just go kill Crucible Knight. I might as well.
Yo, dude.
What?
I was playing Elden Ring the other night, and
yeah.
I came across this sign on the ground. You won't believe it.
What is that?
Oh my god, it said, try finger butthole. Funniest shit I ever seen in my life, bro.
Like, the shit people come up with in this game is just next level.
Insane.
Like, what a great this community is lit, man. Like, I like how much they like memes, you know? Like, it's like a lot of communities, they don't really get the memes, and like the Elden Ring community they make the memes. Yeah. That's what it's all about. I just want to try some of these bosses out just to see if like everything is good. Voted to enter the Ever Jail. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Well, this is a bad start. I want to fight him over there. Cock ass. Bitch ass. Stop, man. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. He's so aggressive. Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? What are you gonna do? Stupid. You like that, huh? Nope. Nope. Right in the face. How about that? How about that, bitch? Think you're gonna get me? What? That was a mistake. Rot essence. Wait, decay. Wait, what? That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Like, I don't know why I did that. I was stupid. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, I have to rest to get rid of that. All right, let's do it. The input reading is so bullshit. No, that boss fight is I mean, it's not hard. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's also like not a complete joke. So yeah, obviously I think that I'll just do Margit. I don't want to fight him. Like fighting the mobs with the shields is annoying. Margit's like way more better. Trump's doing a speech at the NRA convention. Really? What's he gonna say? Fuck them kids, yeah. Like, I'm just so sick of that shit, man. I think like most people probably agree that like there should be like a certain degree of like better gun control. Make sure that you have, you know, you don't have crazy people getting guns and shit. But like nobody ever talks about that because like the whole conversation's dominated by like extremists. Here it is. They ban guns at the convention. Funny how that works. I mean, give me a second. He just got domed. Wait, can I? Pretty cool. That is pretty fucking cool. Damn. Okay, let's see here. Flask, add a charge. I'm just not gonna get hit by the boss. It's not really that big of a deal. Let's do it. Hold staff with both hands for more damage? I don't think that's how it works, is it? And I always mess that one up. No?
Foolish ambitions to rest.
I got that decay shit, dude. Okay, let me do another ad. I'm gonna get my dick hole smashed. Health seems bad. No, I just play like shit. Like I usually I dodge that another way, and so like I'm not used to doing that kind of a dodge. I'm gonna do like 1 or 2 more attempts. I gotta do some other shit. I'm a little bit out of practice, aren't I? I'm a little bit out of practice, supposed to dodge. I got too close to him, and then the base of the thing hit me. That's what it was. Oh my God, leave me alone.
Forgive me. To see when it seems torrent.
Shut up.
Very well. Let my hand.
Okay, I gotta go back over there. Which one is it? Oh, it's gotta be, yeah, it's gotta be this one here, okay. Okay. But yeah, it annoys me because like, it's like just like everything else in the country, like everything's kind of built off of the most extreme, like 5% of people. I'm really messing this up, huh? My health is a little bit low.
Warrior blood must
Rolled backwards. I rolled backwards, man. I was so stupid. I got a little bit nervous, you know, and so I got nervous, and so I didn't really make the right calls. I stopped thinking. Okay, let's go. Trying to get away from him here. Nope. Idiot. That's a dead ass bitch. That's just a dead ass bitch, man. Barely? Yeah, I don't need to heal. Just level up again. Put all my points into damage, obviously. The reason I put all my points into damage is that's what makes me do more damage. That's pretty much how I look at it. I don't know how other people see it. Yeah, that's right.
This way, Tarnish.
Shut up, bitch.
May I have a word?
I don't know where the fuck McConnell is in the world. Like, I don't even know if he's here or what. It's a nice little camp. Let's see what they're doing. You gonna try and do that bullshit on me? It's not gonna work. Stupid. Oh, wow. You're so dangerous. Oh no. Come here. So dumb. Isn't he so dumb? Just heal. I got his foot. Stupid ass bitch. Come on back over to me. Come here. Come here. Come here, you gonna get your dick hole smashed. What? Since when was he able to do that? That's bullshit. I've never seen him do that ever. They're adding in new spells, man. They're he's adding in new spells. This is some bullshit, dude. One shot? I didn't know he could do that. He never does that. Yeah, he just got pissed off at me. I was making fun of him. Who's this fucking bitch? This is gonna be so fun to do co-op. Cause he's gonna have a lot more health too. What up, bro? I think this shit is rigged. Oh my god. I can't rest? It's fine, I'll just kill him. Oops, I hit the wrong button. It doesn't matter, I won't need the other. Check out what Rot does. It doesn't matter what Rot does, because I'm gonna kill the boss right here. I don't give a fuck. Let me get a heal. Or, not, well, I'm healing my bank account. I mean, I was gonna get I was gonna run ads. Okay. Alright, no more goofing around. What are you doing? Man, he really does that shit, huh? Oh my god. I just don't know how to handle him. Wowie? Yeah, well, he's just so stupid, man. Shut up. Let me just play. Can I please play the game? It says I can't rest at sites of grace. Okay, give me a minute. Alright, there, we're good. Like I give a fuck about that shit. Alright, let's go do it again.
Forgive mine intrusion, Tarnished. I doubt we shall again meet.
Okay, I got it. Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna just beat him here. Okay, let's go. Why do I get ads whenever I'm subbed? I have no idea, man. Like, I don't know how this shit works. Like, I don't like to run ads because I think ads suck. The only time I ever run ads is at the end of my stream whenever I'm pretty much just sitting here talking. That's about it. Other than that, I never run ads. Oh, we trying to do the tail thing. Is there a reason for that to happen? So I just had a game crash. Alright, let me try to log in again. That was weird. It's part of the boss mechanics? This shit's Write me Chrome. Failed to find Elden Ring. What? Wait, what the fuck? Run the one inside the folder? That's not what it is. Okay. So this one's working. Oh, you're right. I was opening up the wrong one. Thank you. I'm big stupid. Big stupid, apparently. Alright, let's see how this works. I wonder what's even gonna happen. Alright. Come here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Stop, man. What are you gonna do? That's what I thought. I'm starting to learn your tricks, Mr. Dragon. Me dragging these nuts. Oh my god. He's out of, alright, I'll literally do one more, then I'm done. Damn, this guy's stupid, man. He is so dumb. Come here. Nope. Get out of my face. That shit was annoying, man. First try? Yeah, I know. Dude. Alright, alright. Dragon Slayer, that's me, dude. First try. I mean, it pretty much was. What's he doing? What are you doing? Why is this horse bigger? Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is gonna be lit. I'm excited. Horse still alive? Yeah. Cause you can double jump? Yeah. Dude, can you imagine like both like me and McConnell fighting Radon on a horse? Like each of us on a horse? It sounds so cool. Damn, dude. We better go with different... Nah, what I have is the perfect setup. Because I'm not gonna get hit, so why would I need something else? I thought there was like a fucking a res thing over here or something like that. Yeah, I thought there was like a site of grace or some shit. Where the hell is it? Follow the road farther? Okay. It's behind you? Okay, let me go this way then. Is there? I don't see it anywhere, man. Is the other way? Okay. Who won the court case? I think Johnny Depp pretty much won. Like, yeah, I think he did. I think that just, like, everybody's opinion is that he won. And it's like, at a certain point, like, that does matter, I think. Go west? Okay. I think it makes a really big difference because, like, if everybody thinks you won, like, obviously he doesn't need the money. It's not like that's a big deal for him. So it's like, just winning in itself is what matters. Doesn't win in court of jury, won in court of public opinion. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's kind of where I'm at as well. Is there a verdict yet? Nope. It's no verdict. They're probably not gonna have a verdict for a while. React streamers also won? You're right. Very true. Just want the jury to call out Amber's lies. That's not gonna happen. Okay, there he is. Alright, one attempt on this guy, then I'm done. You have a chance to reform laws after this case? Probably not. I mean, like... Shut up, bitch. Let me take care of this bitch. Just take this shit off of here. Why he runs away like this? I gotta use the other one. This guy's a real pain in the ass. Yeah, fuck this boss, man. He only runs, like, to one direction. Yeah, that boss is really annoying. You have no health? No, it's just that I don't want to fight him. Like, the thing is, like, I could beat him if I did it a bunch of times. Like, yeah, sure, but, like, I don't want to. What's up, bitch? Get out of here. Just don't want to spend a whole lot of time doing it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just done. Alright, I'll finish that shit later. Alright guys, we had more fun. We're relaxed. We had a good time. Today was a big day. Big day. Big dick day. Gentlemen, I'll be back online either tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure. I might try to take the day off tomorrow and relax. But there's a part of me that wants to just go live tomorrow and just do this and play the rest of this and actually like do the mod legitimately, you know, not some bullshit. So thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And I will see you guys. Follow my Twitter, follow my Twitter, follow my Twitter, follow me on Twitter. Follow my Twitter. And I will see you guys later. Peace.